Back then, I could not even have imagined a future like this. As if it was not enough that I had to return to school at this age. I ended up fighting monsters. And who would have thought I would become friends with these little ones? You. Why are you going through all this trouble to stop us? I've already told you. You can't go past this. This guy is the protagonist of this story. Taylor McClure. And I'm Ed Roth Taylor. A third-rate villain of this story. Originally, I was supposed to be a worthless nobody who did not even appear much in the story. But third-rate characters have their unique third-rate ways. I don't need anyone's understanding. In a way impossible for the protagonist. In the way of the third-rate villain. For the sake of reaching the end of this story, I must survive. The ruffian son of a high-ranking noble family. Reigning over the academy like a king. In short, the sin of using imprudent profanity in the presence of the Honorable Princess Fenia, the sin of wrongfully meddling in the Holy Sylvania Academy's entrance examination, the sin of disregarding decent and the sin of smearing the family name, blinded by jealousy, are all sins that cannot helically. Are they removing me from the family register? It feels like the god of fate is ridiculing me. Ed Roth Taylor. His life. These are all your belongings. Thank you for your hard work all this time. Was over. Look. Isn't that Ed Roth Taylor? Don't look. He'll notice. What's the point of walking on eggshells around him now? Apparently, he was disowned, so he even emptied his dorm room. Then we won't see him next semester, huh? He shouldn't have rigged the entrance exam in the first place. Filthy noble. I knew this would happen. Honestly, this is unfair. Because the arrogant Ed Roth Taylor you people are talking about isn't me. I entered a game. Based in the magic school, Sylvania Academy, my favorite game, the failed swordsman of the Sylvania. Usually, when you enter a game inside Webtoons, you possess either the first son of a Chable, a genius ruffian young clan master, or a SSS rank hunter character who breaks the rules. Of all the possibilities, I'm a third-rate villain who gets kicked out of the dorms at the beginning of the game. Ed Roth Taylor. I possessed the worst of characters at the worst of timings. This isn't fair. You can't be serious. I've always lived a frugal and simple life without any greed. Look at him. He's saying it's unfair after everything he has done. He's saying he's frugal and simple. That scumbag. Shameless. Phew. Whoa. It's a stat window. But the reason Ed Roth Taylor is the worst starts now. Are these stats for real? He's attending the Faculty of Magic, yet his intellect is crawling on the floor, and that stamina is just way too low, even for a noble. No wonder. He was originally just a third-rate trampy villain who appears in the early scenarios. Even in my memory, he's basically a blur. I can't even recall what happened to him later on in the... I remember now. Luka Modric in a corner of the ending credits, he was begging, looking like a damn bum. No surprise there. The ruffian who knew nothing about the world was suddenly thrown onto the streets, ha. Beggar ending. So he's lucky he's even alive. Phew. Why was it me? How did I possess this body? I don't know the reason for this, nor do I have any way to find out. But I won't let that be my ending. I'm going to make it no matter what. Rather than a school, the academy is closer to being a city with the entire Arkan Mountains as its premises. This place is in the northeast of the academy, Guia. The undeveloped forest. I was trying to escape the prying eyes of the students, and ended up walking for half a day. That's plenty of time to understand the situation I'm in. At the point when Ed was just disowned, it was the extreme starting part of the scenario. Fortunately, even though he was disowned by his family, he had not been expelled from the school yet. This is extremely important. Because in the setting, Sylvania Academy is a top-notch academy. As long as you graduate from it, you are guaranteed a secure future. And as long as the game is set in the academy, I can use the intel of a 5-time dedicated player of the game to its fullest. That means if I just graduate quietly, I can live a way more comfortable and awesome life than the one I left behind in the past world. So obviously, my goal is graduating. The issue is the enormous tuition fees. This semester must already be paid for, so if I can just get a scholarship for the next semester. With his stats, can I get the scholarship? I think I'd be lucky to not flunk. I can think about the tuition later, but first, I gotta think about the urgent matter. Things I need to survive right now. Or as they say, food, clothing and shelter. For around the next week. How can I avoid turning into a bum? I have enough clothes. As for food and shelter. The problem is I don't have a place to stay or food to eat tonight. Given this guy's reputation, it'll be hard to get a job. I can't go to the dorm I was kicked out of either, so I guess I'm stuck here in the woods for the time being. I'm glad there's at least a stream nearby. 10 days until school starts. Until then, let's make myself suitable for attending school. Wind Blade. Wind Blade. Thankfully, he can use spells. It is fascinating, though. Am I seriously exhausted to death after cutting just 15 tree trunks? Damn it, this only made me hungrier. It's not that useful. At least feed me before you kick me out. Do you get hungry when you use magic? I'm hungry. Very hungry. I remembered something my grandfather told me when I was young. When Barley Hump hit when he was a boy, he said he'd eat tree bark in the back mountains. Ignition. Ignition. Anything edible is good for me. Oh. If you don't look closely, it looks like chicken breast. Day 3. I hate you, Grandpa. After starving for a day and throwing up for 2, I came to the conclusion that should be used for building houses. First, you need to raise the frame that supports the wood. I only have 2 hands, but there are 4 supports. This really isn't an easy job. The shelter's frame is finally complete. Grow still a long way to go. I can't sleep on the bare ground, after all. It's kind of a waste. But it's not like I have a choice. Ha! This is fierce, I tell you, fierce. I barely managed to finish it. Ho! So the crafting system's popping up as is too, huh? Ed lived his life as a noble, so he may not have known. He is more talented with his hands than with magic. And right now, I need that handiness. Let's get something proper to eat. 2 days on an empty stomach. Excessive physical labor. I definitely shouldn't be able to move right now, yet. It must be desperation that is keeping me moving. I want to eat. Meat. Ignition. Ignition. A week until school starts. I just have to hold out as I am right now. If I simply manage to hold out until then, I'll be able to get through school without much trouble. I was so busy surviving that I forgot something important. Ed. Lortell. The main characters. But of all the people, I didn't expect to run into her over here. You don't have the slightest sign of remorse. Please disappear from this academy. Princess Fenia, you still haven't left this place. The person who kicked Ed Lortell out of the dorms. By a girl who came to take the entrance exam while hiding her identity. Activating insight, detecting the target's lies and conspiracies. Ed Lortell, who was caught in a sad state, gritting his teeth making excuses. Had all of his lies exposed by Fenia's insight. And then chased out of the dorms. Everyone at the academy may hate Ed Rothstailer. What are you doing here? But he met someone that you shouldn't meet the most. You're saying that the academy isn't expelling you. It's just, I still am a student here. But I was still chased out of the dorms. I'll keep my words short. Leave. I can't stand to see a shameless person like you around this school. I will talk to the academic department and personally request your expulsion. For the crime of committing a dishonorable act as a student of the academy. For the crime of setting up a fellow student in an attempt to block their path to a better future. Burning. It's burning. After starving for 3 days, my precious food. While the burning food is an issue, I thought you were going to keep it short. This is a life crisis in many ways. This person, Fenicia's princess, really has the power to get me expelled. Since that's the case. The sun will set soon. Aren't the royalty always guarded by heavily armed soldiers? To think that a noble princess would come to an isolated forest like this alone. If you're trying to threaten me knowing that don't have escorts. Then you will regret. What do you mean threaten? I'm simply trying to thank the princess. Insight has been activated. Thank. What? She looks surprised. The Rothtailor family that Ed belongs to is famous and influential. But using that name to exploit the citizens and doing human experiments for research into eternal life, to the MC, it's a trash family that is destined to be destroyed. The people of the family will all be imprisoned or executed. However, I was disowned. I may be cold and hungry right now, but it's still better than dying. In the long run it's rather good. So I need to convince Fenia like this without lying. Or else I'll be expelled. Game over. No, it would be game over. Looking at the timeline, around when Ed Rothstailer is expelled, right now should be about a week before the schools start. Then what would be the reason for the princess to be here? Having come here without any escort and in simple clothing means you must be completing the class placement test. Professor Glast's class placement test. It's a test to find magic beads hidden in the forest. Professor Glast's test is known to be quite vicious. Of course, if it's the noble Princess Fenia, you'll be aiming for the best class, which would be the class A. Are you trying to flatter me? You haven't changed a bit. As expected, I should request the academy to expel you right dash. But without my help, you will never be able to enter class A. If my words are a lie, then you can have me expelled. If you go to the lake at the southeast of the forest, there will be a small grassy island. There will be a giant tree in the middle of that island. That tree is called the Marilda's Guardian Tree. There. You will find the present I had left. The Ed Rothstailer from 3 days ago was definitely a liar and a charlatan. I still vividly remember that sad state. However, the Ed Rothstailer just now. The class placement test has officially ended. Take out the beads you have acquired. Glast Magic Professor. All of you will start from Class F. It is important to take note of the examiner's intent in a test. This test isn't just about finding any magic bead. Those who found beads that were lacking in magic power are the only ones to make Class A. Only 3 of you found this type of bead. Zix. Lortell. And lastly the one who found a bead at Guardian Tree of Marilda that had unusually high magic power. You there, who found the hidden bead. You shall be at the top of the class. It's all burned, I don't even have the strength to use a spear anymore. The third princess of the empire, Fenicia Elias Clole. Since she was young, Princess Fenia has seen through flattery and sophistry. Thus sharpening her insight. Which lead to the creation of her innate skill. No one can ever escape from her insight. As such, there was no choice but to give her authentic information. But that also leads to a greater problem. The reason why the prideful Princess Fenia will come to be called the Princess of Love, after facing a failure during the class placement test. Falling to Class F, would then begin to change. However, if Fionia, who has great influence over the early scenario, finds the golden bead and enters Class A, the scenario of the original story would collapse. Even if I manage to avoid being expelled, all the information I have would then become useless. I'll be done for. Of course, top of the class, Lucy Merrill. The future might still not change. Insight will always see the truth. There really is a bead. Ed Rothstaler didn't lie. Though. This isn't a present. Why did Princess Fenia hide her identity in the first place? She was embarrassed of the special treatment she would be receiving had her identity was exposed. She wanted to prove herself. She knew just by seeing the bead that it would offer the best results in the test. But Fenia couldn't take that bead, as finding it would be something that she didn't accomplish on her own. The title, Princess of Love, she would receive in the future, is not a skill or stat, awesome, Lucy Wowa, but a title she would gain by walking the righteous path. I threw bait at the princess. You will never be able to enter Class A. If my words are a lie, then you can have me expelled. Whether it was the truth or a lie likely didn't matter. The princess can always discern which it is. Even if Ed Rothstaler really believed that the princess would fail the test. She had confidence in succeeding in rubbing it in his face. However, Ed Rothstaler did not lie, as she wasn't able to enter Class A. The princess now. Ed Rothstaler. I will keep my eyes on you. Could no longer do anything. Got one. I may be living in a place where I have to start running from early in the morning to get to school on time. But I'm back. At Sylvania Academy. The school opening ceremony shall now begin. It is nice to see that the students have made progress before starting this new semester. Enjoy the food prepared while listening. Also, our Sylvania Academic Society has been. I could hear the sweet whispers that welcomed me, who had survived. Ugh. Just look at him. How did he have the face to come to the opening ceremony? Does he really intend to continue attending here? This is the reward for the victor. Let's enjoy it slowly. Isn't that Ed Rothstaler? The goal is graduation. The second year that showed a sorry state during the entrance exam. If you look closely, he feels a bit different. He sure eats quite mannerly. I don't have any ambitions, I just want to graduate. I heard that there's desserts made by the head chef of Offis at the table over there. Let's go eat it together. We can also talk about what happened over the vacation. What do you think, Anis? Sound good, Clara? That's strange. Somehow. I wished. He feels like a different person. For nothing to happen. Today's the first day of school at Sylvania. It's a new semester, and I'm excited to see the students in a new, improved form and to see the work that has been done by Sylvania Academic Society. However, Dean's office on the very first day. Dean's office, I was almost expelled. I didn't expect Fenia to tell the dean about me. Though from the way that cranky old man is talking with a smile on his face. It doesn't look like she said anything bad. Anyway, I barely managed to avoid it. Phew. Let's be careful. So that the story doesn't stray from the original. Life skills honed for survival. And magic training appropriate for a student of the Faculty of Magic. To get the best of the combination of the two, there's no better weapon than a bow. As my life skills become more proficient and I become able to create good quality arrows, I'll be able to cast spirit or magic formulas to the arrows. Though of course, spirit formulas are outside the realm of my talent. Janica Feylover, second year, top of the class, genius spirit sorcerer. So you're the amusing guy Marilda was talking about. Ed Rothstaler, right? I'm Janica Feylover. I'm in my second year, same as you. You can call me Janica, huh? When did she get all the way here? Ah, are you surprised? Because I know about you. You see, this forest is the territory of Marilda, a high-ranking spirit. I've heard a lot about you from her. The master of this forest told you about me. Marilda's kinda nosy. With her attention all over the place, it's obvious she'd know about an unwanted visitor, right? Unwanted visitor. I did, kill a lot of them, I cut so many trees, too. Don't sweat the small stuff, it's the natural order of things for creatures in the forest to catch and eat each other. Marilda doesn't get bothered by something like that either. I guess even the huge wild wolf has a tender heart, huh? Unexpected, right? Ha 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 ah, there's something I want to show you. Isn't it just cute and adorable? I signed a contract with him yesterday as soon as I saw him. Do you want to try touching him? A contract? Is it a spirit? If I want to be friends with Janica, I just need to chime in at the right time. But I don't know what you mean. I don't see spirits. Or rather, I can't. You can't see spirits? Yep. Anyway, I came here to get food, so I'll get going now. Only by following the original storyline can I gain an informational advantage. Janica Faye Lover, someone who holds significant importance in the original storyline, is someone I must never get close to. I guess even the huge wild wolf has a tender heart, huh? It's just as you said, Marilda. He's a really fascinating guy. No matter how much I think about it, I think he really can't see you. Who is he? Also, I tried so hard to be kind to him, but he just answers with, yep. What's yep supposed to be? Jeez. Well, it's not like we won't see each other again. I can just find out from now on, right? The distance between my shelter and the student area wasn't close at all. I barely make it in time, leaving at dawn and running at full speed. Just by commuting to school, I'm doing something ridiculous that increases my stats. If I want to win the scholarship, I'll have to study more diligently. I write on a stone slab using a burned stick and borrow books from the student library. On my way home, I wash my sweaty clothes for daily wear. Will they be dry by tomorrow morning? You'd think I'm done for the day after that, but no. I have to check if I have enough firewood, drinking water, and jerky for tomorrow's lunch. Why is the beef jerky fishy? I can only sleep for 4 hours because of this. But that's not what bothers me the most. Hey. How long are you going to keep following me? Huh. Why, you knew. It'd be stranger if I didn't. Don't you know who I am? I'm Ed Roth Taylor. The worst hooligan to exist, Ed Roth Taylor. Why do you keep hanging around me? Well, that's other people's judgment of you, isn't it? I don't even know you yet. Right. Janica Faye Lover was this kind of character. She may look naive and dumb on the outside, but she's really independent-minded. However, knowing what's in store for her in the future, I just can't respond to her with a refreshing smile on my face. Because Janica Faye Lover is the final boss of Act 1. She's the only character who smiles to Roth Taylor. I'm a villain. I'm a villain. I'm a scumbag. I didn't want to go this far, but in that case, since destiny brought us together, can you do me a favor? A favor? As you can see, I'm a mess. I've been disowned by my family, and I'm in a pinch. Can you give me some money? I mean, it's not like I won't pay you back. That's what friends are for, right? I'm only borrowing it for a bit. How much do you have? Every year, Janica gets a scholarship for being the top of the class. But that doesn't just signify her excellence. Her background is so poor that without the scholarship, she can't enroll or advance to higher graduation in the school. The daughter in a small ranch, Janica. Her weakness is money. Sorry. Janica Faye Lover, cut out. 3 days later. I don't feel great about it. But I don't want to get entangled with the important characters anymore. Let's be careful. So that the story doesn't stray from the original. What the hell? In terms of importance, she's a character with an even heavier presence than Janica. The subject of marvel of her classmates and even professors. The rare genius and the most powerful character of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. Lucy Merrill. Why the hell is she sleeping here? What is she even doing in this mountain valley? Original storyline. Careful. You're so loud that I can't sleep. What did I do, not you? That wolf over there, which is as big as a house. It keeps talking to you. It's asking you to someday save Janica at all costs. Joint combat training is literally a mock one-on-one combat exercise. To minimize the lethality as much as possible, the combat students mostly use fake weapons. Benevolent Princess Fenia, Golden Daughter Lortell, Spirit Sorcerer Janica, Slothful Lucy, Wicked Clebius, I could go on, and the list wouldn't end. Even so, the most important person is the protagonist after all. Failing swordsman, Taylor. Is Taylor's match next? I already know the results, so I didn't pay much attention to the matches. Because the winners of the duels in the joint combat training episode were the first-year students, the same as the protagonist, Taylor. Except for exactly one person. Hey! Janica Faylover, second year. I can't believe she's running all happily to me after going through the pathetic experience of me asking her for money. The list of matches is out. Unlike Lucy, who's from the cat family, there's no doubt Janica is from the dog family. Ah, I'm not really interested. Why? Aren't you curious about your match, Ed? Huh? Wait a minute. I have to fight as well. Ed Roth Taylor in the original storyline was already expelled by now, so who's going to be my opponent? Look. No way. I shall perform to the best of my ability. Yeah. Right now, it doesn't matter who I'm fighting against. I need to pay attention to Taylor. Though it was from a world beyond the screen, I lived as Taylor for so long. From miserable and vain bad endings to true endings that left long-lasting impressions. Play again. Yes, no, I completed that journey countless times. Among the countless routes, there wasn't a single route that wasn't arduous. Please come up to the arena once you're ready for the practice match. Where did Lucy go? Go finish your duel first. Jan ist year, top of the class Lucy Merrill, versus Taylor McClure. The protagonist of this world, born to be a swordsman, has never held a sword before in his life. Yet, with the first swing of his sword, he cuts through Lucy's lightning-quick magic. The spell she had thought would obviously hit was blocked, catching her off guard as Taylor closed the distance. Surprised, Lucy hits him with lightning strike, an intermediate-level lightning magic. Taylor is then completely overpowered by the reflexively cast magic spell. But Lucy is disqualified for using intermediate-level magic, earning Taylor the honor of being the first to defeat Lucy Merrill. It was a legendary scene. Okay. The match. Starts now. Here I go. Huh. It's already over. I guess you can't win against the top of the class, huh? No wonder. What's the point of running at a mage like her bare-handed? Taylor McClure's life was always a series of trials. A country bumpkin and a failure of a student. An underachiever who hadn't gotten a single decent grade since he started school. A failure that wasn't acknowledged by anyone. While everyone jumped to conclusions regarding the match. In an outright wicked situation where they pitted him. Even in the midst of all this despair. Taylor never lost hope. That's right, man. You can do it. Lucy Merrill. And here, Lucy will use lightning magic. Not lightning magic. But wind magic. Lucy Merrill is the victor. Taylor. Lost? Wow, this is going to be a big problem. We definitely can't leave him alone. Protection of the wind. Using the power of the wind spirit automatically protects you from sudden attacks. It's a continuous magic obtained through contracting with the high-class wind spirit Marilda. Can you give me the jerky now? Yoff. According to the scenario, Marilda and Lucy are originally two separate entities. Due to Lucy coming to my side, I ended up contracting with Marilda and becoming stronger because of it. The next combat training will be between Ed Rothstaler and the respected Princess Fenia Elias Cole. Ed Rothstaler, last time, you. Taylor had to win. Picking up the sword, gaining confidence. However, in the end. Lost because of me. Due to the existence of Ed Rothstaler in Sylvania. Hey. Taylor. I don't know if this has any meaning, but it's better than just sitting still. Your efforts will definitely pay off. Don't feel so down. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. If Taylor's heart is completely broken, there's a high chance that I will be forced to work hard in the end. Walk proudly. You did good. It's just that the opponent wasn't a good match for you. Don't let something like this get you down. There'll be many more hardships that'll happen at the academy. You should be the one to face it, not me. Fenicia. You were born with God's blessing. The first person to discover her innate insight was Emperor Clole. Her ability wasn't something given by some god. A life of a royal is riddled with endless intrigue and conspiracy. From within that dark abyss, she developed this sense herself as a means of self-protection. That's why Princess Fionia can be confident about her ability. There was an ugly abyss in the eyes of the imperial family that looked up to Fionia. Even when she saw through them, the Princess of Love lived as if she didn't know. Please go easy on me. She had no choice but to stare straight into this person. Yes, please go easy on me as well. Did you hear how he was yelling at Taylor? He's really persistent. Wow, did he really want to make fun of someone who wasn't even able to do anything? He probably wanted to look like the nice guy by cheering on the person he was picking on. Wow, that's disturbing. He was that type of person from the start. Their words are correct. Ed Rothstaler used his position to embarrass his juniors. And when it didn't work out the way he wanted, he was caught altering the test results. Shameless. He was sure to be like that in the past. But, is that really all? Earlier, that was. That desperation, don't let something like this get you down, was real. Now, let the combat begin. Ed Rothstaler. You confuse me. I want to come to a conclusion with this duel. I'm coming. Start with 1. The magic that Ed Rothstaler can use is wind and fire. How will you react to this? Shaking off everything while exchanging moves. A dramatic battle as a finale. Getting rid of that mysterious man from my heart. I lost. What did you say? You. He didn't even block after seeing the trajectory of the water ball. Wow, what was that? He's worse than Taylor. He was acting all cool, but he got knocked out with just a hit. You were so cool, Princess Fionia. That was really refreshing. That was a good fight. I learned a lot. Just what are you? That man. Now that I think about it, after coming to this stage, he hasn't made eye contact with me even once. Princess Fionia Elias Clole is the victor. He had no interest in this duel in the first place. Is now really a time to be playing duel? When coming in contact with Princess Fionia, it's best to act carefully, not letting it affect the scenario. Because Princess Fionia is an important person in this scenario. But the person more important than Princess Fionia is the MC of this world, Taylor. Ed Rothstaler. Princess Fionia. What are you doing out here without any escorts? Just what are you? I'm not sure what you're talking about. If you're talking about the duel, I learned a lot. What do you mean, learned a lot? You didn't even intend to win in the first place. You were just thinking about how to quickly get off the stage. I'm already having a hard time keeping up with the class, but that fox-like merchant is only thinking about ways to take over the school, and Professor Glast's grumpiness isn't getting any better. All the while, the servants are always on about the ways of royalty. I have enough on my mind as it is. Who are you to complicate my mind even more? What? Did she really have this much pent-up frustration? Princess. Take a deep breath and please calm down. There's no need for you to get so worked up. Breathe in and breathe out. What happened just now? Please forget about it. Okay. I can go now, right? That's right, I have a bad habit. I can just bluntly ask questions, but I feel like I'm constantly trying to guess and predict what's going on in their thoughts. It's probably due to living in the palace for so long. First, let me go. I need to go find Taylor. So I'll ask bluntly. You tried to cut off ties with your family because you knew of their dark side, right? The reason you picked on Taylor is because you needed a reason to be expelled from the family. That's a pretty sharp deduction. Although it's mostly wrong, the thought of the Rothstaler family having a dark side was correct. No. I don't know what you're talking about. That's something you will look into far off in the future. It's too early right now. There's no way I'm wrong. It doesn't make sense logically. Then, just what were those words you yelled at Taylor? Why are you cheering on and supporting the person you were trying to get expelled? Did you never have a dislike for Taylor in the first place? Those are some sharp questions. So what? It's because I just wanted to make fun of him. You know, since everyone hates me, if I cheer Taylor on, people might see me in a different light. Something like that. Anyone can tell that you're lying. Look into my eyes and tell me straight. Insight is seeing through the lies. But I'm telling the truth. Really? I'm telling the truth. Really? She probably doesn't have evidence yet. It really is the truth. Ah. Really? Above all, going with the original scenario is my only hope. Fine. I can't say anything as of now since I don't have evidence. You can go. You've been staring at the door from the start. You have something urgent to take care of, right? Thank you. This is the first time Fenia showed this side of hers. As someone who will affect the early scenario, she's already involved with so many people and events enough to give me a headache. It's probably my fault for being a new addition to the scenario. How could my burdens compare to the burden the princess carries? It might be a bit out of line. But you look really worn out. It's important to pay attention to the complicated politics, but you should also relax a bit. This place isn't like the palace where you have to worry about every little thing. This is Sylvania Academy. Fenia lived her life trying to see through everyone's lies. But that was the first time. Someone else saw right through her. This is troublesome. I lost too much time. If Taylor gives up, my comfortable life, no, this whole world might even end. Taylor. Oh, but what should I say? Don't come any closer. You are Ed Rothstaler. No more. Don't bother Taylor anymore. Attila Triss main heroine. Taylor's already having a hard time without you. You don't need to harass him anymore. You're still in the school, huh? He revived. A fighting spirit that never falters no matter how strong his opponent is. Ed Rothtaler. A willpower that's clearly evident in his eyes. While I dueled with the princess, his childhood friend and biggest cheerleader, Attila Triss, ran out the door right away without a single glance back. You can get through it this time too. You've always been great at that. You can do it. Don't be discouraged by this, Taylor. Why are you here? Do you have any business with me? With Attila by his side, Taylor will rise to his feet again and again. You're great with the blade. I saw it again. What are you scheming? That's right. I've seen through lots of experiences with Taylor, and been with him till the end. I don't have anything like that. I thought he'd save the world, so I should just worry about surviving. I treated him like a pushover since he was the game's protagonist who'd do all the hard work instead of me. But right now, I'm relieved. Tom, not because the story that strayed away from the original came back on track, but because Taylor, whom I was with for so long, is still okay. That's all I need. What the hell? Why is he acting like he's so cool? Dispizin. Well, I can't avoid this though. Is it that time already? Originally, everyone was supposed to have witnessed this while in their seats at the Nail building. Golden Daughter, Lortell and Spirit Sorcerer Janica Fey Lover sparring. Though it's in a different form from the original, I'm sure Taylor and Attila are watching this scene. Keep your eyes peeled, Taylor. Because one of the numerous trials approaching you. The I final boss is Janica Fey Lover. Woo! Congrats, Janica. Janica's the only one from our year who won against the new students. She's got a great personality and she's great at spirit sorcery. What are you even bad at? Thanks. Hee hee. Patient passing by. Move aside, please. How do you get your spirit sorcery to be so? Seriously, congrats, Janica. Janica's the pride of us sophomores. Unlike in the original, Lucy defeated Taylor, and it all ended with the main character of the joint combat training being Janica Fey Lover, who became the protector of the pride of the past enrolled students. Janica already had a lot of friends, but this incident will make things even more frantic for her. Well, it might just be for the better. I won't be seeing her at the cam anymore. When I get entangled with the main characters, my head starts spinning. Already 2 weeks since the joint combat training. Without the main characters, I can go all in on my studies and survival without worry. I have a fishing net, so the food problem's somewhat solved. Is it because my stamina stats are increasing? I feel like my body's getting better. It's still too early to get lazy. Ed. Do you like being naked? What the hell are you talking about after suddenly showing up here? I just came from Fishingle. What's so great about this place that you keep coming back? It's like a top secret base. So I feel like an adventurer and that's exciting. I want to talk to you a little more, and I need some advice too, I guess. Advice? Why me out of all people? You left early at that time, so you might not have seen it, but in the joint combat training last month, I hurt someone, you see. Didn't her opponent use an intermediate level spell? Intermediate level do wasn't allowed, though. Well, that wouldn't be important for the good-hearted Janica. I keep trying to forget it, but maybe I did overdo it. I can't get rid of the thought that I overreacted. I see. Should I apologize to her? Though my friends will stop me saying she did wrong first. Then do that. If you think you're right. The lovely and bubbly second-year student, Janica, was a treasure to everyone, precious in every way. So if she ever felt guilty or self-critical, everyone would come forward to encourage her and take her side. But Janica knew. That it's nice when someone has your back no matter what. But that doesn't erase the wrongs that were done. That's probably why she came to Omicron me. As expected of you, Ed. You never take my side unconditionally. I can't help it if that offends you. No. You're misunderstanding. I don't feel offended at all. That wasn't the type of guy he was last year. Janica may be the bubbly, smiley girl, but she was just as observant as the next person. Even when he asked for money during hard times, he didn't show the desperation that people usually have in such a predicament. This boy was indirectly telling her not to come close. But those sides of Ed, in fact, I find it reassuring. I wish everyone in the world was like you. Edition H stayed with me as a strange comfort. The next day. This is serious trouble. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania is called a masterpiece, but very few people have seen its ending. Newbies especially encounter several bad endings early on. You will witness the secret of the Golden Daughter. She then sends someone to kidnap Taylor, and just like that, you die. Bad ending 3. Taylor has been assassinated. In the monster-slaying practice episode, if you skip the childhood friend Isla and form a unit with the Golden Daughter. That's because Taylor was supposed to rescue Isla, who had fallen off the cliff. If you protect the Golden Daughter from the fire spirit Tarkan, summoned by Janica. Senior, can you not hear me? I must run. Sheesh. How long are you going to keep following me? I didn't think you'd grit your teeth and ignore me for so long. Of course, I'm going to grit my teeth and ignore you. Isn't that obvious? The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania's fourth heroine, the business magnate Eltkecheln's only daughter. I'd like to buy 2 hours of your time, Senior Ed. I'd like to buy 2 hours of your time, Senior Edition. Lortell Ketcheln, Golden Daughter. Lortell Ketcheln is designated as the hidden hero. Unlike Fenia, Lortell was treated as a villain from the start. Her true colors were only revealed in the later half of the story. The moment they began to understand realist Lortell's loneliness and anguish. Players are at a crossroads between Fenia and Lortell. Senior Ed. I'll give you 3 gold coins as a down payment. You're quite close to Senior Janica these days, right? Can you help me befriend her? 3 gold coins, huh? For some, it's a whole month's earnings. But does the great Golden Daughter buy connections with Mo as well? Keep it for now. You see, I'm aware that the more people on my side, the better. This girl. She intuitively realized this. That she'd be in a political fight with Princess Fenia for the control of the Academy. And that she must start gaining allies from now on. Sure, let's at least shake hands on that. Wool for people who have been wealth all their lives. A moment of poverty is enough to crush their heart. But surprisingly, for people who face such predicaments, chump change tends to become their downfall. They eventually sell their families, their pride, and even themselves for the sake of a gold coin. Preying on the desperate is just that easy and simple. Sadly. That's how it should have been. How amusing. Had I gotten that, it might have made things easier for me. Though it is a shame. I can't even imagine the horrors I'd go through if I had gotten stuck between the newbie crusher and Janica. I have to avoid anything that increases the chances of change in the original storyline at all costs. That night. Lortell Ketchum didn't feel humiliated by Ed's clear-cut rejection. Oh my, Senior Janica. Understanding the pros and cons, profit, and self-interest. The perfect businessman doesn't lose any opportunity that comes within their reach. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here. Ah. So it's you, Lortell. You look pretty different with your hair down. On the contrary. It awakened the unrelenting spirit within her to turn Janica Feylover into one of her people. You know, there was a big fuss about me using forbidden intermediate magic during the joint combat exercise. It's been a while, but I wanted to apologize when I got the chance. I just wanted to see how great the top sophomore student was. So the wound hasn't healed yet, huh? Though I had to pay a big price for it. I'm sure it'll heal quickly. Don't worry about it too much, Senior Janica. Janica's similar to the main characters in fairy tales. Would it be easier to manipulate her if I used her guilt against her? I guess the talk with Ed went well, huh? What are you suddenly talking about? I tell them to restrain themselves when it comes to personal matters, but the spirits sure love chatting. I hear most of the conversations around the northern part of the forest, you see. That means. Can you help me befriend Senior Janica? Though I'm touched by your willingness to invest gold coins so willingly for me. You know how they say you can't buy sincerity with money. To me. Ed's approach is a bit more moving, you know. Did I act too smug about myself? It's my first time being a senior, so I might have boasted a little. This is embarrassing. I'm gonna need to modify my evaluation of her. I'll get going now. It takes a lot of preparation to form a contract with a high-ranked spirit, you see. I've been getting a lot more support lately, so I have to work even harder. Janica Feylover is similar to the main characters in fairy tales. I got that wrong. Ah, right, Lortell. A person who's oblivious about the ways of the world. Absolutely not. I'm sorry about the other day. You were pretty hurt because of me, weren't you? Despite being completely aware of the dark side of the world. I hope you get better soon. She's a person who maintains her cheerful personality. This is hard. But, just now. She looked. She strangely looked on the edge. Janica Feylover, I gotta work harder. Because it's really nice. When people expect good things from you. It smells. I just hung them. Who's there? The senior maid of Slovenia's finest dormitory, the Offis Hall. Belle Maya. She's the maid who kicked me out. Ah, you mean this, I know you're staying here. Lady Janica talks a lot about you. I didn't realize you were living in this state, though. I'm glad to see it's been a good change for you. Where exactly? Ah. Sure. Belle's words fell on deaf ears. And my gaze kept going there. Offis Hall's maids are an elite group of women who perform all household chores to perfection, including the feeding the students. Inside that basket must be the finest ingredients that this elite maid gathered from the forest. That's high-grade information on foraging that I can't get from books. Let's see. The event where Belle Maya could impact the main plot. You don't need to be so respectful. You can talk down to me as you had while residing in Offis. No thanks. How could I talk down to a maid who's always working so hard? There isn't a single event where Belle Maya had a direct impact on the main plot. About that basket, then I guess there shouldn't be a problem with us, extras, becoming friends. You heard about the explanation of various edible berries, mushrooms, and herbs from Belle Maya. I have plenty of meat and fish. My dietary needs are almost solved. Ignition. I still have only 2 basic spells, but I used them so many damn times that I had reached my aimed proficiency of level IO without even knowing. Using it while chopping firewood or cooking increases your survival rate drastically. A proof is that I'm done with my work, and yet the sun hasn't set. If I'm honest, I have to admit I'm having a bit of fun with this. Right up until now. What on earth? My precious camp. That just about killed me. Lucy. That just about killed me, just about killed you. She's the world's most powerful mage. Who could've? Belle Maya. But she's a good person. I just ditched class as I usually do, but she was kinda moody for some reason. So she came with her fist clenched tighter than usual. It was all so sudden that I just teleported out of there. I thought it would hurt. Miss Belle Maya. You have jerky. Damn it. Thing. You ruined what the hell is the life you live? Ow. Oh. She's not using any protective spells. I ran out of all magic. Oh, did you? Then this is for my house that you just destroyed. Hyuk. And this is for the oh so motherly Miss Belle Maya. I need a sturdier house. Let's build a house out of real wood. With my life as busy as it is, it's a huge plus for me to gain all the knowledge I want during my visits to the library. Materials for planning and other necessities. All that's left is the method of smoothing the wood and finishing the roof, I guess. It's closing time. You're studying really hard. Has it already been that long? I'm sorry about that. That's okay. Seeing someone like you study so diligently really boosts my motivation to study as well. Elka Island Faculty of Magic Year 1. My name is Elka Island. It's as if she's using her eyes to plead me to tell her my name. Ed Roth Taylor. Familiar reaction. As always, this guy's notoriety just doesn't go away. No surprise there. I've only been living diligently, but there's no way that changes anything. You're extremely different from what the rumors say, you know. You've even read all the books on elemental studies. They're hard for me to understand in just a few days. Even right now, you've read through over 6 technical texts while sitting here. They say you act all arrogant when they don't even know anything. I guess rumors are not to be trusted after all. I know someone who is just as sincere as you, senior. I'll be cheering for you. Thanks. Have a safe trip back. I'm going to clean up and head back to my dorm. What is this? Temporary camp in front of the student center. Thanks to the main character, Taylor, and his friends' efforts, many students gathered at the camp. It had been 2 hours since the unprecedented disaster. I saw it in a book on spirit magic. That's a summoning rune to summon the highest ranked spirit of darkness, Glaskin. That's bad news. Because there's only one person with a high enough spirit connection level to summon that many spirits. It's highly likely our enemy is the one who went berserk due to the spirit of darkness, the year 2 top student. Janica Fey Lover. It's unfortunate, but this is not the time for this. If Isla's right, then the barrier around the students will merely buy some time. If Glaskin is summoned, there will be more casualties. We need to head inside the student center. People outside the barrier will notice in no time. If the Imperial Guard and the professors deal with it, it'll soon. Claire, Captain of the Royal Guard, the Meddler Elvira Aniston, Faculty of Alchemy, Year 1. If it's the spirit of darkness, its barrier must be tough. We must solve this from the inside. Principal Obel is out of town as well. If everyone here joins hands, I bet we could even take down a high-rank spirit, don't you think? I'm against it. We'll get through those intermediate-level spirits and subdue the spirit boss as well. You're going to enter the building and take down Janica. But that's not all. There's high-rank spirits inside. 2 of them, at that. High-rank Berserk Fire Spirit, Tarkhan, and high-rank Spirit of Darkness, Velosfer. That's suicide. I'm not going. But did she really do this all on her own? I mean, even for a Year 2 top student, isn't she way too powerful? She's summoning Glaskin while manifesting all these spirits at the same time. Most of it is likely Velosfer's power. Senior Janica is merely a medium to manifest it. Spirits of darkness, natural enemies of a spirit sorcerer. Their enormous power is simply beyond a spirit sorcerer's control. The demons that in fact take control of the spirit sorcerers are the reason all spirit sorcerers feel this way. Because they become their prey. Yet, how Senior Janica, the most remarkable student in spirit studies, managed to command Philosopher isn't known to anyone. That's not what's important right now. What's important right now is to decide our course of action. And there is only one person who can decide that. Princess Fenia. Please tell us. The moment when everyone waits for her decision. Suddenly, the guy's nonchalant remark flashes through her mind. Whatever burden I carry, it can't be any heavier than what you carry, Princess, can it? Why not have some peace of mind? How great would it be if only it were that easy? We'll enter after an hour. But only me, my guard, Claire, as well as top students of each year and class will go. Only those who have proven their ability will go. So make your preparations and toughen your mind. I'll take the responsibility. Princess. We're done assessing the resident employees of the teaching area. The Audrey Hall and Potion Archives are in the middle of a strike. It's unlikely they'll join us. So we're the only ones who can take any proper action. There's no other students aside from them. There is one. I'm on my way from the library. In the student library. There's a friend of mine, an apprentice librarian, and a sophomore student in there. Apprentice? What's their name? Elka Island. Elka. Did you just say Elka? Yeah. Yeah, we're in the apprentice librarian class together, learning how to manage grimoires. Damn it. I have to rescue her right now. Elka is powerless to defend herself. Calm down, Jix. The student library is really far away. Right now, subduing the cause of this problem, Senior Janica, comes first. That's right, Jix. She also said there's a sophomore student in the student library, didn't she? How about we believe in that student for now? That's... Ugh. You definitely said there's another student there, right? What are you hiding? Tell me right now. Ed. It's Ed Roth Taylor. I'm sorry. He was sitting there all the way till really late in the night. I was annoyed, so I left it to Elka. All of you know what kind of guy he is, don't you? Ugh. Elka. Doesn't care about rumors like that, so. Ed Roth Taylor. Damn it, that shameless guy and the apprentice are stuck in the library all alone. Jix. Wait a minute. Even. So. How about you? Have some faith in him. If he touches so much as a hair of Elka's, I'm going beat you to a pulp. Ed Roth Taylor. The term, rags to riches, isn't nearly enough to describe how miraculous the existence of Jix, the spear of grass, is. Judging from its size, it's an adult male. Considering the state of the surrounding tree barks, it seems like it was just here. Got him. The grasslands in the north of the empire. A land of savagery, where not even the voice of an empire can reach. A world where, at the end of the day, you have to check your own neck to make sure it's still attached. Jix was a descendant of the nomadic people who roamed around that land. By the time he came of age, he'd already been separated from his family. He had no idea about when he was abandoned, why he was abandoned, or if he would ever be able to return to his herd. He learned how to behead a deer before learning how to read. Before learning how to buy goods, he mastered how to procure supplies from corpses on the roadside. Needless to say, that's the guy from the northern grasslands, right? He's a descendant of those barbarians. Rumor has it that they even bat human flesh. The life of a beast. What's your name? Jix. You know, Jix. You're like a wolf walking on two legs. That's when he realized. Oh. A life spent endlessly roaming the vast northern prairies. That scavenging for carcasses on the side of the road, sleeping with the moon as his roof, this boy was a wolf pup who was abandoned by his pack. Are you okay? Jix. The whole time, I lived such a lonely life. The day he met his first companion in life, Jix suddenly understood the feeling of loneliness. Elka and her father welcomed me into their family. Chasing after the fast-paced life of civilization. The savage life became a distant memory at some point. And the wolf pup became a man. But if it was for the sake of protecting her, I would gladly become a beast again. I've heard rumors about that Lortell guy, so I know. He cheated on the test, insulted the princess, and harassed one of his juniors. Lortell. Oh, who are you? Elka. Where's Elka? Why are you here right now? First, tell me where Elka is. Reading room, floor number 3. Are you okay, Elka? Thank God. Seriously. Thank God. Come to think of it. These are all bookcases that'd be hard for a fully grown man to lift. Yet they're placed around Elka as if they're trying to protect her. Blackout curtains to block the berserk spirit's vision. When you wake up, don't panic and stay here. Everything will probably be solved before dawn, so stay calm, block the entrance, and don't provoke the spirits. Think of your safety at all costs and don't act rashly. Someone protected Elka. Blood. This isn't Elka's. This. Despite being wounded himself, he didn't even care for his body. And went so far as to protect Elka. This belongs to Lortell. But why? On Earth. Ah, seriously. I was so close. 3 hours ago. Hiya. Thankfully I do little bit of strength training on a regular basis. And the episode's progressing faster than I expected. Judging by the summoning rune. It's the start of the Glasskin showdown. I'm sure Taylor will take care of it. I shouldn't even be looking at a place like that which is full of the storyline's key characters. Because I can't let the future change. Even so, time is gold and I can't afford to sit idly. In a little while, the berserk low-rank spirits will come swarming. I should block the entrance so the berserk spirits don't come in. And use this chance, even the slightest bit, to perfect my shelter. Now I'm going to eat the beef jerky I brought and do research all night. Wait a minute. What makes Janica's powers so special is her strong command of spirit understanding and spirit connection. These two stats grow through contact with spirits. Since meeting spirits itself is a domain of her talent, for me, who can't even see spirits, raising my spirit stats is close to impossible. But Janica is shooting materialized spirits. This sweet-ass event. Thanks for the meal. The speed was insane. Mission level 12. Even my spirit magic has already risen to level 7. Just one more level. I was so close. Had I reached a sum of 15 levels for spirit connection and spirit understanding, a spirit contract would be possible too, right? Well. I pushed myself to the limit, so. Any more and it would have been really dangerous. What were you doing here? What was I doing here? I guess he couldn't turn a blind eye to me after seeing me rest here with all my bruises. Well, I don't really need to lie for an answer. Training. Ha. Ha, geez. Training. Only the most naive of humans would believe that. I see. I feel like I finally understand the kind of human you are. So that's the kind of person you've always been. I truly owe you a big one. Senior Ed. When the time comes, I'll repay this debt to you at any cost. Ah, Elka's definitely Jix's lover. She was barely important enough to make an appearance in the setting. So I completely forgot about it. But this guy is Taylor's friend who trusted him from the beginning to the end of the storyline. This guy's extremely important. So, looking at the situation, you left the student center and came running here, didn't you? If you've already confirmed Elka's safety, go and do what you're supposed to do. Get back to the student center. You don't belong here. Go and help Taylor. If you do what he says, things will work out. Taylor? Do you mean Taylor McClure? That's right, that guy who's always barely avoiding failures. I don't know why you think so highly of Taylor. You have never even talked to him. Rather than regarding him highly, it's an issue of compatibility. Especially since the shell of the high-rank fire spirit, Tarkan, can only be harmed by that guy's element / in Act 1, Scene 9, Taylor learns one of his key moves, Element Slash. To win this episode, that skill is necessary. If I make Taylor use that skill, he can win. Thank you for the advice. You don't have time for this, so move quickly. I'll be resting here for a bit. I've even given him a huge piece of advice, so it should unfold as per the original story, right? Jeez. Wait a minute. Taylor. Do you mean Taylor McClure? You have never even talked to him. Why is Jix not friends with Taylor yet? In a duel, Taylor suffers one-sidedly but learns Element Slash. He then cuts through Jix magic. Jix verifies his tenacity and acknowledges Taylor. In the end, the two become friends. However, the final chapter of the first act happened a month earlier than during the original story. And, Act 1 Scene 9 didn't even get a chance to happen. So Jix ended up not being his friend. Taylor couldn't learn Element Slash. And right now, no one in the raid team can deal any damage to Tarkhan. I just didn't seem to realize it. But the whole plot is already falling apart. Student Center raid team's base. I apologize for the delay. I'll make sure to pay for my wrongdoings. Forget it. Even with you here, we would have lost regardless. Raid team East invasion attempt, failed. If we want to re-invade, it'll be better to get more reinforcements. I'll join you as soon as the pain in my leg subsides. It's okay, Claire. You should rest at the base. You can't even walk properly. Princess Fenia, if you really care about me, please rescind your order. Claire, I have a heart too, you know. Fortunately, our retreat was successful, but Claire's out of the squad. And Clebius, the top student of the first-year combat faculty, also got injured. Is there a way out? Let's do our best to eliminate Tarkhan with the people we have, and we don't have the time to be able to go get Tarkhan. Judging from the summoning ritual's progress, that thing will be complete in no time. This is the last thing I wanted to do, but I have no choice. Let's split the raid team in two. I'll take charge of one side from now on. I'll intervene in the storyline. Ed Roth Taylor. Hey, you. Do you think this is a joke? Hear him out first, Clebius. We must get through the fire spirit that Janica summoned, Tarkhan, and deal with the spirit of darkness, Philosopher, who has overpowered Janica. However, as you must have already seen during your fight against Tarkhan, we can't deal any damage to it because of its shell. We don't necessarily need to go against Tarkhan. Once one team has gotten Tarkhan's attention, the other can enter the combat training grounds to subdue the suppressed Janica. Luring Group 600 Subduing Group. Once you skip Tarkhan, you can directly confront Janica. No way. This one's nothing like the Tarkhan in combat practice. We only managed to retreat out of pure luck. What if the luring group fails and Tarkhan starts chasing the subduing group? Or if things go wrong, what if the luring group gets wiped out? In the end, you'll end up dealing with both at once. It's too big a risk. You can only weigh the risks when you have other options, Lortell. The most important objective in the end is to take down Janica. That way, Tarkhan will be powerless too. The problem is, who's going to be in the luring group? Isn't that just picking out people who want to commit suicide? I'll do it. No. Don't act up and get back there. You're definitely going to be in the group that enters the combat training grounds. I'm quick. I don't know how long I can run for, but if someone has to do it, it should be me. It seems you're mistaken. We're not picking out sacrificial lambs. We don't have to split exactly in half either. Clebius and Lortell are enough. With me included, we three will lure Tarkhan. Why me? I don't want to die. I must respectfully decline. Believe me, there's a way. The way to bind Tarkhan's feet is to fight Tarkhan with Ed Roth Taylor. I'd rather die. But how? We don't have much time. I don't see anything wrong with what you're saying. I still don't understand your intentions, but sigh. This is my order as Fenia Elias Kloll, the third princess of the Kloll Empire. We'll divide the raid party into two groups. Taylor, Jix, Alvira, Isla, and I will be part of the group that subdues Janica. Clebius, Lortell, and Ed Roth Taylor will be part of the group that lures Janica. Lastly, I'm going to make this really short because we're running out of time. Just in case, do not die. At any cost. Nail Hall Corridor. How are you going to stall for time with that fire lizard as your opponent? Just do what I tell you to. If things go according to plan, we'll definitely win. Don't worry, Clebius. Keblius, the gloomy. He's very fearful and lacks confidence, in contrast to his skills. But he's the top student among the freshmen of the combat faculty. Because you'll be able to do it. This brat's full of confidence. Does he have a way after all? Behind that door of the combat training grounds. Janica Fey lover. We just have to lure Tarkhan, right? I was convinced by the princess' firm attitude and came all the way here. But since I'm not alone, I might even be able to muster some courage. It's coming. It's the start of the battle now. How do I lure him? Oh. You tricked me. You tricked me. Why on earth are you doing this to me? Oh crazy bastards. Come on out. I hate you. I hate this world. Phew. Get out of here. Now that we've driven Clebius into the Nail Hall's corridor, it's done. He might even be able to do it. So in the end, you're going to sacrifice Clebius? It's not a bad idea, but you won't be able to evade moral criticism. First of all, it's not sacrifice. That guy, despite how he looks, is a top student. And he's very resilient. Also, the most important role will be yours, Lortell. Outside Nail Hall, outside the combat training grounds, because you're in charge of securing the entry path for the subduing group and landing a critical hit on Tarkhan. Well, I don't think you should jump to conclusions about him just after listening to rumors. I'm sure everyone will hesitate and doubt themselves, but you're good at this stuff. Just blow it up. What are you doing? Gotta go in. Come to think of it, during the joint combat training, I blew up Nail Hall's ceiling with forbidden intermediate rank magic. So that's why he left this to me, huh? You're an amusing guy. Ed Roth Taylor. Anyway, the entry path is all set. Now what's left is Lortell. Ed. Know that I will kill you. I'm not going to let this slide. Even if the plan is successful and the raid party makes it inside without encountering Tarkhan, Clebius and I will still have to deal with Tarkhan since it'll run around. Going against Tarkhan in the student plaza means there's no escape. No. I'm sorry. Save me. I'm sorry I said I'd kill you. Please save me just this once. You want him to die. He can't run away. The only way is to apprehend it. Because of his shell, no attacks would work anyway. Didn't you see during practice? I already lost to him once. Not to mention, not a single raid party member could even lay a scratch on him. We can use this to deal with his shell. Just get ready by gathering mana. What's that? Lortell was right. Without elemental slash, there's no one in the raid party who can break through Tarkhan's shell. What we need is overwhelming firepower. There are very few people who attempt to clear all of the additional achievement conditions, but I've done this countless times. What the hell? Ugh, it's shaking. I want a nap. How the hell is she napping in the middle of all this? Also, how is this a damn nap? Lucy had nowhere to sleep because the shelter had been destroyed. So she went to the rooftop, where she usually naps. To be exact, she was sleeping until now because she had to be excluded from the storyline. Janica wasn't in good shape. Maya was irritated because of that. So Lucy runs away, uses up all her magic, and falls asleep. Though, it was probably a tool in the game to exclude this overpowered person from the scenario. Beef jerky. I smell beef jerky. Right now, she doesn't have. Eat it. Eat a lot. Eat all of it. The privilege of being picky right now. The target's the flaming fire lizard. Will I get the distance right? There's no need to worry. I did this a lot in the military. Everyone, get down. Yumamo me. You're so mean. You're so. In some ways, this is the most important moment of all. Tarkhan is a high-rank fire spirit with a tough shell, disallowing us to apprehend him even if we were all to rush towards him together. But after getting hit by Lucy's high-rank magic, even that tough shell is shattering. Now, even our attacks can deal damage to him. Naturally, there'll be a lot of EXP left behind when he's eliminated. Now that I've come all the way here, I'll take what I can as well. I'm so proud of you, my lovely daughter, Janica. I'm so proud to be your friend, Janica. You're the hope of the sophomores. Only you showcased proper skills during this joint combat exercise. Of course, I can trust Janica to take care of it. Without you, my second year would have truly been the worst. We're fortunate to have at least you here, Janica. Everyone's here, huh? Right, I should greet them with a smile as always. Welcome. The nail hall. Did they start on Janica's side? I'm sure the scenario will end by the break of dawn. Fortunately, I'm not too late either. Where's Lucy? She's somewhere nearby, rolling around in a corner. It would have been great if she'd finished things off till the end. I'm not sure if she has the energy left to do that. Whatever, let's put an end to this ourselves. We were planning to do that as well, but I used all of my magic to propel 2 chastising ice spears at him, but he's still holding out. That's one resilient son of a gun. We've gotta slash his throat. Your ice magic isn't a great fit for precise cuts, so I'll do it. Senior, you're also from the faculty of magic. It might be better for Clebius who carries a blade to do it. But will he be able to do it? Save me. I'm sorry. No. I'll take responsibility and end this, so stop that monster from moving just this once. I'm betting on you with my life on the line, so do it properly, yeah. Things like, I'll take responsibility, so you do it. And, I'm betting on you with my life on the line. It's really easy for you to say stuff like that. In reality, it's just a blind gamble. It's not a gamble. I mean, the price of one's life isn't cheap at all. This is an investment. Investment, you say, that's my area of expertise. I like you more than that princess who's acting like a monarch all because she's of the royal bloodline. Of 89 you put your life on the line for me. So I'll put mine on the line for you too. Here I go. Whatever. I can't do this anymore. This guy and I are both at the end of our ropes. Despite that, I understand Clebius, who's completely frightened. Not yet. I have to get even closer. What the hell is that? That's Glaskin's right-hand man. That means Taylor's party must have entered the last phase, right? That means things are going well as expected. But the timing isn't good. Such a scene would catch anyone's eye. But even in the midst of such a major upheaval, now, Lortell doesn't make any mistakes. The same goes for me as well. Because I've cast this spell hundreds and thousands of times. Wind Blade. You have taken down the high-rank fire spirit, Tarkhan. Spirit contract slot has been unlocked. You can now make a contract with a spirit. Ah. That Taylor. He indeed is the protagonist. So, it's over. I've met a lot of people in my life saying that they're seriously risking their lives. No, but most of them were cowards. Is that so? What's with that, senior? We got through a life and death crisis together. You're lacking a bit too much of sentiment. Let me introduce myself formally once again. I'm Lortell Kecklin. Hello. I won this time. Caught you off guard, didn't I? Now you owe me a favor. What to do now? See you again, senior. Is she going to keep in touch? But I don't really want to get involved with her. I'm resenting you right now. I believe you know the reason for that very well. Taylor's appearance. So his swordsman form manifested itself. It was exactly the same in the game. It looks cool. Despite all that. A debt is still a D. So thank you. Taylor. You don't need to show respect to someone like him. There's no telling when he'll backstab anyone. I almost died because of him. Quiet down, Clebius. You sure have a lot to say, Clebius. Clebius, shut up. Ed Roth Taylor. You did a lot for us this time. I can recommend you to the student council and... Sob. No need. Lucy was the biggest contributor in taking down Tarkon. Taylor also slayed Velosfer and Glaskin, so please focus on that. Oh my, you're tossing the credit away. It's no secret that Lucy and Taylor did a great job, we're talking about things besides that. Or are you embarrassed? He's a senior. Show respect, Alvira. Why do you keep siding with him? Roar, show him respect. I've been keeping my distance from the main characters to not affect the original storyline. However, now that I get to look at all of them at once, I can't help but feel warm and fuzzy. After all, I've watched them play their part in this world. And solve their own problems time and time again. Taylor, who grows stronger with each trial, and Isla, who grew stronger with Taylor. Fenia, who embraces her destiny as a monarch and slowly becomes an adult. Jix, who finds his own path in the midst of civilization. Clebius, who goes on to become sure about himself, and Elvira, who realizes that life isn't all about fun and excitement. Lortell, who spends her life buried in gold coins, cross-examining her life. All of them were main characters who had their own role to play. And at the end was the trophy named Success. It's because I knew that I turned away. Because no matter how I thought about it, something felt off. I had to come here. To shine light on the success of the protagonists, someone. He. Had to stay backstage. He. Come to think of it, why did Janica go berserk? I think I have an idea. I once happened to see Janica's room, you see. Each and everything in there was a beautiful symbol of sincerity and gratitude. But there wasn't even any space to open a book on that huge desk. Amazing Janica, you got this. Keep itu. The post-its pasted on her wall weighed down her shoulders like rocks. Albo, you're the best. The sophomore, you're awesome. I'm hearing or you. Annika, you're the best. The solution to it all was way too simple. She simply had to take off the post-its on the wall and keep the countless gifts on her desk in some corner of her room. But Janica's misery came from her inability to do that like a main character in a fairy tale. She was obsessed with the fact that she had to honor all the goodwill and sincerity she received from the world with utmost diligence. There's no need to explain how reckless that was. Velosfer exploited that darkness. Janica going berserk was to be expected. However, why did it happen a month earlier than it was supposed to? Joint combat training, originally, the hero of that scenario was Taylor, but since Lucy sent him flying in one blow, all the students became Janica's fans. Marilda and Lucy's contract was the reason Taylor got blown away in one attack. Lucy was able to form that contract because she frequently visited the forest in the north since it contained the perfect place to map. And the person who built that perfect place for napping was a certain character who was supposed to have left when the Ist Act started. I think I get why Lucy naps here. It's so cozy. I didn't expect you to find me so easily though. He. I think the others forgot about me amidst the whole chaos. Kinda hurts. After wreaking havoc on such a magnificent stage for everyone to see. I'm in the back seat now. That's it all over. I thought they'd look for me, saying, "Where's Janica?" says the person who was hiding so one would find her. I can't really argue with that. He. I didn't expect you to find me right away. I wanted to just stay inside there a bit more. Why? Because I'm about to ugly cry right now. It's asking you to make sure you save Janica one day. That wolf's message. It feels as though he asked me to save Janica from falling into a situation like this one. But that can't be. I'm the only one who knows the future. He must have thought that while everyone gave Janica ND attention and pressure, the person trying to keep his distance while pushing her away would, in fact, be someone Janica can rely on. In the end, Janica Feylover failed. She tried forming a contract with a high-rank spirit, but her haste during the summoning ritual made her fall prey to the spirit of darkness, destroying the faculty building in the process. She studied and trained in magic till late at night every day. She always smiled at her family, friends, and teachers who genuinely cheered her on, but while seemingly living up to everyone's expectations, she must have had a really hard time in private. Since that process itself was so beautiful. Paradoxically enough, the failure itself was also beautiful. Hey, Janica. I can't tell how comforting these words would be to her. You've worked hard. Atop the stage, the parade of the proud main characters takes place and applauses of praise come rolling in. On the other hand, behind the stage, it's dark and quiet. The Ist Act's villain exits the stage right as the main characters move forward. I've witnessed the completion of the Ist Act countless times. Oh. But it is only now. I couldn't see them before. That I feel like I've properly seen it to the end. Low-rank fire spirit Elgo is interested in you. Low-rank wind spirit Driss is interested in you. High-rank wind spirit Marilda is showing extreme interest in you. 10 days have passed since the end of Janica's disciplinary committee trial. Janica acknowledged all her mistakes and testified that she would willingly accept her punishment. However, during the first trial, all of Janica's professors and friends expressed utmost support. During the second trial, Fenia said that she wouldn't be trialed for the attempted murder of royalty. She testified that Janica, overpowered by Philosopher, didn't do that intentionally. Lortell came forward to address the loss incurred. Elk Merchant Association completely compensated the funds for restoration without asking for anything in return. Though they did add a conditional clause in the contract to reduce the custom fees on the school supplies that they distribute to half. In any case, the outcome of all this was the removal of any benefits given to yearly top students, the taking back of all prizes and decorations of glory, and disqualification from entering the Offis Hall from next semester. Probation for IO days, suspension for 20 days. Expulsion revoked. It felt like they just shot a heart-touching montage in a coming-of-age drama. Thank God. But Janica's shoulders seemed droopier than usual. She must be under a lot of stress. In that case. We gotta step up, huh? Don't even hint at the Glaskin incident. Don't do anything that might bother her, don't you ever ask her about how she feels and stuff. Make sure you keep the conversation strictly about personal affairs. That's it for the simulation. Are you ready, Anis? Yeah, Clara. Now, come on. Janica. Liking and loving someone. Why do you think there's such a difference between the two? Why would you suddenly mention something like that? This is about my friend. That friend had a dream, you see. Hey. Janica. I prepared this for you, Ed. Ha. Ha ha ha. That same dream over and over. And my friends, I mean. Janica, you were on probation for 10 days. You couldn't even meet any of your friends. I see. What else did that friend say? She said she'd be in her room blankly staring somewhere, and suddenly that person's face comes to her mind. Oh my. Silly me. I was supposed to help the assistant professor. Bye now. Anis. Goodbye. I need to approach this slowly and careful to avoid hurting Janica's extremely delicate heart. If things go wrong, the whole student body will find out. The love story of the Janica Fae lover, I can't believe this. Janica. Shouldn't you think of this simply without much complications? Whether you like or hate someone is kind of a mystery, don't you think? Is it? Isn't it better for you to just be honest about your emotions right now? I mean, for you friend. Yeah, you're right. I think you hit the nail on the head. As expected of you, Clara. Also, from now on, try to be careful when you're talking about such sensitive topics. It won't be great for your friend's reputation. Gasp. Oh, you're right, Clara. This could have been bad. I prevented the rumors for now. Thanks for giving me genuine advice. I gotta get back to the Offis Hall now to report my suspension. Yeah, I'll be there for a bit. I have to sort out my thoughts. I did it, Anis. Before this, I relentlessly saved money, but thanks to Fenia's petition, I was waived from next semester's fees. And with the gold coins I got, I bought a few tools. I avoided her all this time, but now that the ist act where Janica was the main character is over now. Hello, Janica. I guess your probation is over now, huh? It'd be good if I take the first step and say hello, right? Oh, yeah. Ed, yeah. Be honest about your feelings. I have stuff to do at the Offis Hall, so I'll see you later. Bye. For Janica, the difficulty level was too high. And Ed Taylor, who made the kind Janica be truthful, was kinda amazing in a way. Right. Let's not be too clingy. I'm about to be busy too after all. Finally, it's time to make the hut. Day 1, I chose the location to build the hut. I chose a wide area under the shade that didn't stand out too much and started working peacefully. Day 3, I started gathering wood. I had become quite proficient at wind blade, so that went smoothly. Day 6, I paused gathering wood for the time being, since the semester end results were out. I got pretty high scores for my practicals and my results for the theory exams were higher than the average freshman. Special incidents. Janica continued to ignore me. Janica's friends, Clara and Anis, looked at me as if to say that I shouldn't dare to show my face. I don't plan to either. Day 18, the lumber work is almost complete. I wonder if there was ever someone who became this proficient at wind blade. Day 20, vacation started. Now I could put all my time into building the hut. Special incident. I went to check the trap I set earlier only to find Lucy caught there sleeping peacefully. I should stop using beef jerky as the bait. Day 27, senior maid, Belle Maya, came to give me some herbs and mushrooms. She asked me how things were going with Janica. When I said she might hate me now, she tilted her head. Huh. Day 30, with one pillar as the center, the outer lumber walls collapsed. I realized that simply making and fitting joints properly wasn't enough to make it stable. This feels like shit. I ran into Janica's group again at the bakery. Yuwahaha. Janica just flat out ran away the moment our eyes met. Don't tell me it's. Day 37, Jix came to help me. As you said, Taylor seems like a pretty good guy. Does he? Great. It's going as per the original storyline. Are we going to hammer nails all over this side as well? No, leave that side. That's for the chimney. Day 45. Neither the flooring nor the walls are attacked. There's not a single piece of furniture either. It was just a hut made of crude logs of wood. But there are outer walls and a ceiling too. If I shut the door completely, insects can't get in. I have a home now. I'm done with the walls, flooring, and the fireplace. It'd be good to put up a fence as well. A storage for the firewood and a few other stuff would be great too. This isn't a damn nap tower. He dash. Low. Ed. Oh. Hey, Janica. How come you're all the way out here? Haha. While I was in the forest last time, I went to young Master Ed's campsite and I found the sight there truly shocking. Ah, you mean the hut. How'd you know? Ah. I saw it while I was passing by. I see. Anyhow, he said he built it himself, but it was way more remarkable and well-built than I expected. I was quite taken aback. After all, I didn't know he was talented at such things. I see. I also wanted to look in there. You know, roam around to take a look, see how firm it is. I see. So you're curious about stuff like that too, huh, Belle? Of course, I'm human too. Anyone who saw a hut like that in their way would be curious about who built it, how they did it, and how it is from the inside, wouldn't they? It's an extremely expected and natural phenomenon. I tell you, expected and natural. I was walking by. After seeing Marilda. And I saw the hut. So I dropped by. I mean, anyone who saw a hut like this would be curious about who built it, and how it is from the inside, wouldn't they? Isn't it? It's to be expected. It's only natural. Isn't it? Yeah. I guess. It's a great hut, Ed. I only built it recently. But didn't the spirits tell you? I mean, they told me a little bit. More like what they say passing by. Just mentioning it like, ah, there's also the hut, and nothing much. You can see his fine muscles when he has his top off. His arm muscles were a bit thicker. The fine veins near his collarbone compared to the back of his hand are. Just a little bit. Hm. I don't talk a lot with the spirits, you see. I don't really know how exactly you live, you see. Wanna come and take a look? It's just a log hut. Yeah. Whoa. You made all of this alone. Whoa. I owe others a big one this time. Princess Lortell did so much. Some of my friends even said they'd let me borrow money for the tuition. How will I ever pay them back? If you can't pay them back, just don't. Isn't it a generalization to think you gotta pay back what you owe? Gasp. Whoa. I've never thought of it that way. Right. That's the kind of person Janica is. She can't understand that the incident happened because the weight of all that sincerity of others pressed her down. Despite there being so many supporting her with tuition fees. Or rather investing in her, she resolved to move from the Offis Hall with state-of-art facilities to the outdated Dex Hall, all because she wanted to owe less to others, even if a little bit. In Offis Hall, there's one room for every student, but in Dex Hall, there's 8 or more students in a single room. Spending the whole day being looked at with envy would be like being chained in a prison for Janica. In the end, it won't solve any of her underlying issues. The vicious cycle still hasn't ended. If you ever want to be secluded, you can drop by any time. I don't mind. Yeah, that makes me really happy. Hee hee. Hey, Ed. If you ever feel overwhelmed, or can't handle something alone, I hope you make sure to tell me. When that happens, I'll help you at all costs. Overwhelmed, you say? Second semester was approaching soon. That's about the time of the start of Act 2. Sage's sealed grimoire. The great sage Sylvania made records of aspectual magic in this book. Aspectual magic is a high difficulty level magical branch that's known to alter the very principles of nature. This little worn-out book will cause a storm. As I thought, it smells of money after all. How that will devour the entire academy. Regardless. Thanks for saying that, but that won't happen. That won't happen. At least not to me. You're going to have a hard time, Taylor. It has nothing to do with me, but it'll seriously be hard as hell. I'm cheering for you, man. The failed swordsman of Sylvania. The honor students at Offis Hall are almost guaranteed a life like nobles. First choice of seating in a class, guaranteed freedom during mealtime, special maids, and tons of other convenient perks at a whole nother level. This is where the problem arises. There was heavy rain to the southwest side of the Valori area around the time of returning to school after vacation. As per the academy, only the Offis Hall students were provided horse carriages and boats to return to school. If they couldn't return on time, they were given the perk of relaxing for a few days. The Dex Hall's inferior students who trudged along and returned even through the whole downpour but failed to do so in time, feared deduction of points and felt frustrated. Eventually, the pent-up feelings exploded in front of the Offis Hall. All of this played out. Rain's coming down really hard. Just as I thought. 0-0 within the hands of a merchant. The merchant got in touch with the rep of the inferior students in advance. And that guy only cared about screwing over the academy and Offis Hall. Discontentment was already through the roof. Only thing they needed was a common justification for the inferior and regular students. Will Lane, who was adept at provoking and manipulating others with his words, would pull the trigger for the rest. The justification was already set. A clear discriminatory treatment against regular students who had to return to school no matter what. Through the downpour, a proposal suggesting a proactive change in the deadline to return to school, supported by acknowledging the exceptional treatment Offis Hall students received. Offis Hall's head maid, and a part of the Academy's Administration Review Division were already on Lortell's side. They will fervently support Lortell's proposal. At this point, it didn't matter whether the Academy actually accepts the proposal or not. Just the thought of discussing this as a solution will be sufficient to infuriate the inferior students. They'll amplify the entire controversy into the largest, most vocal issue. Offis Hall is adorned with art pieces donated by noble and affluent families. And even the walls, carpets and hardwood furniture were crafted by artisans. The more damage to assets, the better. While they were at it, it'd be best if they completely destroy part of the Offis Hall. The more they run amok, the more of a critical hit it'll be to the finances of the academy that's already in a predicament due to the Glasskin incident. And as the negotiations for the sage's sealed grimoire were currently underway, it granted the Elk Merchant Association a distinct advantage. The sage's sealed grimoire is like the heart of Sylvania, yet people are willing to offer even their own hearts in times of desperation. I wonder when the rain will stop. There isn't a single ray of light in this gloomy sky. It's like the sky I saw in the slums wearing those shabby rags. I can't help but mock myself for feeling relieved. This unbelievably romantic land of learning has way too many lights. The image of me living in utter darkness covered completely in dirt is way more vivid to me. The traces of conspiracy on top of my desk are the proof to that. They're traces of a person who has lived a life, never showing the slightest sincerity and always betraying and suspecting others. While desperately struggling to survive, this is what I turned into. But that doesn't change the essence of my filthy self. So I frantically look for my own kind. Even in Sylvania, where full of bright, and radiating people reside, there must be someone among them who would acknowledge the disgusting life of a gutter rat covered in filth. The endless lookout for my kind never stopped despite the vain hope in my heart. How lonely. Because one's true self never changes. To make it through the miserable reality, Lortell always took the same stance. Lortell was the dark curtain that covered the gloomy reality behind the stage at all times. The audience called her Black Veil. We can't take this treatment anymore. This is the land of learning. At least guarantee us equality in grades. In the original storyline, the Offis Hall occupation incident Answer to Our Voices is a story of how the main character stops the inferior students who were provoked against Lortell. What is this? I should report to the chief maid. There are middle bosses from is to 5th floor of Offis Hall who interrupt the main character and help the inferior students. The middle boss of the ist floor, Tote, the decoy Tote mocked Taylor by calling him a loser. And got beaten up by Taylor's friends. So he held a grudge against them and was bought off by Lortell. His role What are you doing? Who are you? Was to overpower the rookie maid protecting the ist floor. Open Offis Hall's door. And let the students in. Woohoo. What's going on? Offis Hall's doors are open. Let's go in. A subpar decent treatment. We're not asking for a lot. Just a subpar decent treatment. Or let's make our voices heard. Once the students get through the first floor, the Act 2 phase middle boss Tote plays a certain role. The maintenance office is on the 4th floor. Let's take over that floor and make an announcement. The role of stopping the main character and his friends who'd come after them. So you're the one Lortell bought off. That's right. Originally this role was. Yes, I'm the one in charge of checking the first floor and being on the lookout. Supposed to be Totes. Ed. Roth Taylor. So why the hell did I become a middle boss? I became the middle boss of Act 2. To explain why this happened, I must rewind the events from 2 days ago. Outbreak of the Offis Hall incident. I'm feeling it afresh once again. Ed Roth Taylor really has zero talent when it comes to combat skills. I'm forcing myself to use the bow every time I hunt, a whole semester and half the vacation is over, yet still, my bow proficiency is totally pathetic. More importantly, recently, in the camp. More and more frequently. I keep getting visitors. Hello. 1-2. 1-2. How do I put this into words? I feel like the fact that I'm living in the woods to the north is something a lot of people are becoming aware of. Anyhow, among the frequent visitors, 3 of them are worth mentioning. Visitor A is an extraordinary genius mage. And she usually visits me at random times. There's a door now. Let's make a back door as well. Are you going to make a chimney too? Why don't you have a glass window? It won't break down, will it? We can't be using magic nearby. How about making a window through the roof too? Visitor A, geez. Things just don't go your way when it comes to her. As for Visitor B, I was actually happy to have her over. Tada! I brought eggs. Belle said you'd like it if I gave you these. She's the second year's top student and quite the spirit sorcerer. If you add boiled salted water and step on it like this, they'll whiten up. Fascinating, right? This is what my parents did whenever clothes got too dirty at our farm. Despite her frequent visits, I just welcomed her without any discomfort, and she would come almost daily, babbling with spirits, and helping me with trivial tasks. My gratitude towards her knew no end. Janica, you're the best. How do you know all that? Oh. What's wrong with her? I just complimented her. Ahem. Ah, by the way. She seemed really easy to read. How often does Lucy come here? Though sometimes something seems off about her. Anyhow, she's my visitor B. And the main reason I decided to explain this. Oh my, edition looks like you're busy. Visitor C. I was waiting for you. The one that the world calls. I needed your help, you see. The Golden Daughter. Lortell is the black veil of Act 2. She's probably trying to gather people who'll be of use to her in occupying the Offis Hall, but this time, I don't want to get entangled in this. I'm just going to reject any offers. Ha. I wasn't going to ask you this favor at first either, you see. As long as I don't butt in, everything will go according to the scenario. If only Toad hadn't passed out. Why isn't going as per the scenario? What? Why did he faint? Tell me what happened. Right. Originally Toad picked a fight with Taylor but, what a joke. This flunker took down Glaskin. As if. The whole student body saw you getting knocked out by Lucy in one blow. He was supposed to get beaten just enough by Taylor. But what he said next. You're worse than that insect Ed Roth Taylor. I don't know if it was because of Taylor or you, Alvi said it was her first time seeing Jake so angry. I just can't trust emotional people. I don't have anything too hard for you to do. Take this key from Alice, enter the Offis Hall, and when the inferior students flock there, you just need to open the door. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people, besides me, who can do that. Well, regardless of how much money they get, there's no guarantee they won't rat me out to the Academy's inner investigators. If they say, Lortell is the one behind all this, what will become of me? I can't trust just anyone. So she came to me because of my shitty reputation. Ed. You were kicked out of the Offis Hall, weren't you? Don't you want to screw the Academy over in return? I don't really want to do that. Still. How about you listen to my conditions? I just need to play my part, in moderation. 20 gold coins. Before this story gets any more distorted. Deal. I'm just going to set everything back where it belongs. Outbreak of the Offis Hall incident. Offis Hall's occupation started before the fight over Sage's sealed grimoire started. Lortell's ploy to drive the Academy's finances into complete madness. So it's kinda like a liking episode. As per the storyline, Lortell succeeds with this conspiracy and forms Merchantry, a profitable group in the Academy. Thus creating a structure that rivals Princess Fenia's Student Association. The idealist Student Association and the realistic Merchantry. Versus what matters is who Taylor will choose, since that side will become the winner. I just need to remain a spectator, and then join the group that seems like they'll win. I mean, I gotta survive too. Who. I gotta get back to the dorms. I thought the rain would stop today. Ed, you're really amazing. I can come and go as I please as if on a camping trip. But you need to stay here even on rainy days like today. It gets better with time. Come to think of it, it's about time I move out from the Offis Hall now. Yeah, I guess, since the vacation is almost over. I need to throw out a lot of the little stuff. Dex Hall was way smaller than I imagined. Speaking of which, if you need anything, tell me, edition huh? Yeah. Okay. I mean, there's a lot you need here, right? I have extra pillows, cushions, clocks, and lanterns too. Apart from that, I have plenty of daily necessities and supplies too. I feel like it's a waste to throw it all away, and it's a lot of work too, you know. Though I can't really bring furniture with me because all of those belong to the Offis Hall. I'd love that. Hee hee, great. I'll leave when the semester starts, so I'll bring that stuff then. About Lucy, does she do that often? Sometimes. Lucy's extraordinarily strong powers didn't come free of cost for her. She lived her life running away using her laziness as an excuse. She had been turning her eyes away from her promised fate for so many years already. No matter how many screws she had loose, she couldn't help but reflect on her life on rainy days like this one. That's how she is when it rains. Don't mind her too much. I tend to just not pay any attention to her. I see. So you're indifferent towards Lucy, huh? By the way, Janica. Come to think of it, she's still inside Offis Hall. When the Offis Hall gets occupied, protection runes will activate on a large scale, and lock all students inside their rooms. Janica would have no trouble escaping from there on her own, but I have a favor to ask of you. Yeah, what is it? Tomorrow, around 9 p.m., could you come out to the Rose Garden in front of the Offis Hall? Oh. The Rose Garden. I'll tell you the reason. Tomorrow. I can't really come up with the words to explain it to her right now. I should just get her out of there in case something unexpected happens. Someplace not too far away, where she can avoid the rain. Okay. I'll get going now. Bye. Few around the start of the semester, the rain will stop too. I can finally enjoy the bright, sunny sky that day after a long time. After that, even these woods will give off the typical fall scent. The long vacation is also ending now. Outbreak of the Offis Hall incident, phew. My execution is lacking. I should also avoid reacting emotionally as much as possible. Jix Ethelstein, Faculty of Magic. I didn't expect Elka to get that angry. What about the other maids? Other than the essential personnel, most of them are in the meeting room. The chief maid asked them to assemble to discuss an important agenda. So they're planning to block the entrance after gathering them there. The person in command has been bought off, so things are working out quickly. I've also prepared the goods that were asked for in advance. Oh, thank you. I'll just keep it in a corner. The preparations are all done. Offis Hall's occupation. Here it goes. We can't take this treatment anymore. This is the land of learning. At least guarantee us equality in grades. Answer to our pleas. Will Lane, rep of the inferior students. What's going on? Offis Hall's doors are open. Let's go in. Thanks. So you're the one Lortell bought off. Ed Roth-Taylor. Ahem. I have always agreed with all the things you shout out. Of course, I lived well off in the Offis Hall, but only when I was kicked out did I deeply realize the special privileges I enjoyed. I am a fool. I judged you based on those rumors. I didn't even know you're such a great person. You just did so much today. You're the one who pulled all this off. You're the one who created this mess. Quickly, get to the upper floor. Stop your nonsense and just go upstairs quickly. Oh, okay. I'll leave this place to you. Will Lane is the one who'll take the blame for all this. I'm sorry. Toughen up, Will Lane. There's not really any need to stop the maid who's running away. After all, any superiors she has to report to are inside the meeting hall. The chief maid, Alice, who controls the protection runes, is in Lortell's hands, activating protection runes. And the protection runes that are supposed to protect the students. What on earth is going on outside? I'll all get back to normal if we wait, right? We'll end up detaining them. Everything's going as per the scenario. And Black Veil, who set this all up, oh my, your start is way flashier than I expected. As expected of you, Ed. It was a good idea to leave this to you. The Academy employees will repress them in no time once they're here, so we need to finish things before then. Yeah. Do your best. Ed. I know this is kinda out of the blue, but have you ever killed someone? No, I haven't. Ha. Me either. But you see, I have done similar things. Because I needed to survive. To survive, I crushed other people's lives, and to avoid being betrayed, I stabbed others in the back first. I lived my life forgiving myself for my sins, believing I didn't have a choice, but in all honesty, I was just making excuses for myself. That is how Lortell got the name, Golden Daughter. She knows it better than anyone that she doesn't deserve any sympathy. So, she ends up looking for it from other people. Ed. Could you ever sympathize with a person like me? Almost as if she's possessed. Loneliness finds its way to people regardless of whether they're good or evil. And to escape it, people have no choice but to look for people similar to themselves, rolling around in dirt and filth. Only after they find someone who'll sink to the bottom of the marsh with them do they find a sliver of redemption. No. You gotta take responsibility for your decisions, Lortell. But of course, that person is not me. I said something useless that was quite unlike myself. I should go do what I'm here for. After all, there isn't much time. Phew. Now, Lortell will talk to Alice about their plan going forward. Once they make the defense magic of Offis Hall go berserk, and hand over the command of the runes to Will Lane, the leader of the inferior students, the story will unfold with the current events intensifying. Then, Will Lane, packed with the dense protection of Offis Hall's defense spells, will transform into the 4th stage's boss. This scenario is about defeating Will Lane, who's going to lose his mind in the middle of defense runes endlessly going berserk. Now I just need to sit my ass down and wait for Taylor to storm in here. Just gotta do an average job to drag some time, and then lose. Taylor will then go up to the second floor, and handle the rest. I might take a few hits in the process of fighting others, but it's a necessary sacrifice. Rose Garden. Why is there a horse carriage this late at night? Looks like it's someone important. Is it okay for me to be here right now? Ed wouldn't know yet, bite. I had some work to take care of, so I miggle, so I might be a bit late. Yoon as I can. I'll come as yoon, please just wait a lit he. Sorry about this. Igage ud button Haiti, he left after leaving me this note. Did he prepare something special? The golden horse carriage wasn't of any importance to her. Of whatever happens, she wasn't going to leave the Rose Gardens pavilion. That's because for the past 3 days, she kept thinking deeply about what Ed wanted to talk to her about, and was unable to sleep at night. Because despite the guilt she felt, she kept tracks on what Ed was up to through Marilda. She learned that it wasn't just Lucy who visited Ed's camp. Even Princess Fenia, Belle Maya, Jix, and even Lortell were seen coming out of there. The coincidence that most of them were fellow female students, made it even more heartbreaking for her. That's why she was going to wait for him no matter how long. But was this permission flower hairpin a bad choice? Cosmos would have been prettier. If I managed to hurry my way back, it might be okay. She would still wait. After she returns with her new hairpin, that is. She headed for the Offis Hall. Are you sure going in there is the right decision? Do you know how much the herbs in my room are worth? But it might be better to wait for the academy workers to handle the situation. The herbs will lose their properties if I don't use preservation magic in time. Do you know how much that little detail affects the result? Do you even get how profound that is, Taylor? Ha! Isla, stop her. She's trying to barge in there all alone. The hallow see, can't you just turn a blind eye? Alvira's the top student in the alchemy faculty. I'm sure she can protect herself. She's not the one in danger. Those poor students are. If she loses her mind, she's just going to attack them with any chemical she gets her hands on. Alvira. Stop. I said stop. Enough chit-chat. I gotta get to the 4th floor where my room is. Then. You just need to get to your room, right? If you get there, you won't be doing anything else, right? Of course. I just need my herbs to be safe and sound. If anyone gets in my way, I'll force my way through. Got it? You. Ed. Roth Taylor. Why are you here? There's footsteps of students who've already swarmed in here. The display cabinet's a mess. And Ed's planted here with his back to the stairs. This is interesting. I didn't expect this. You're going to stop us? I'm sorry, but you can't go in there. Ha ha ha. This is fun. And what if I want to? Are you sure you can stop me? I heard from Jix your magic proficiency's pretty high, but what's the point? You're just a rookie who can only use basic spells. A little second-year student. We've got a swordsman who can hold his own on my side, and a mage who's skilled with the average first-year level spells. And me, an alchemist with the best of abilities in my year. That's an overwhelming power differential. Why are you doing this, Ed Roth Taylor? Tell me right now, what's happening up there? I guess. I have no choice but to force you to speak up. That magic. It looks like a basic spell. He's a mage. So he'll probably target Taylor since he's the best at close-range scuffle, right? Wind blade. What was that noise? What's happening out there? Isla, are you okay? I'm fine, Taylor. I just fell down because of the shock. Elvira, are you okay? Don't mind me. My bag. So. You're serious about this, huh? That means there's really something going on the floor above after all, huh? Ignition. The battlefield was set up, so naturally almost like water flowing. This is not good. Ed Roth Taylor's judgment was quick and precise. Jix, you can't be leaving out information out like that. This isn't just high magic proficiency. As the alchemy faculty's top student, I represent our side's main forces. Ugh. The alchemy faculty's biggest flaw is that, without relying on magic tools or elixirs, our raw combat power is close to zero. Most alchemy students carry a magic ring or necklace with them, but I always thought a genius like me wouldn't need that. I thought it was too much of a hassle. Don't tell me. This guy thought this out as well. He caused the chandelier to drop. Used the tiny opening he got to cast firewall. Also he could target my bag. No. No. If that were the case, he would have gone for the bag, not its strap. After all, this guy is just that measly. Ed Roth Taylor. I'm not out of options yet. I'll apply a fire-resistant formula, make it go berserk, and amplify its strength. Fire. A spell to put the fire out, Get your act together, Isla. Haha, Isla's confident in her magic theory, but her combat ability, even among first-year students learning basic spells, is average at best. With how openly he keeps targeting her, I can't even get close to him. Rather. Isla and I can't even move. Taylor. You think you can take him down if you get closer? Then, go. It doesn't matter if I think I can. I have to. Right, I like that. Elvira. Oh my, did you guys miss me? Our time apart was not long, but I missed you so much. Wind blade. He seems quite prepared, but apply release magic. You're late. A chemical reagent prepared by dicing up night butterfly flowers and gull mushrooms. When cast with release magic it becomes a special chemical reagent. It works by controlling the release of magic and temporarily subdues the products that result from magic formulas. Do you know what that means? Mr. Mage who can't even use magic. Acting like you're fine. We've got a warrior on our side. Now's your chance, Taylor. Ed Roth Taylor. He's running away. This smell, oil. Are you crazy? We're in the Offis Hall. If a fire starts here, people will die. Whether it's fire created by magic or oil, I can slash it all with my elemental slash. This chemical reagent doesn't last for more than a few minutes anyway. Before anyone gets hurt, I'm gonna put an end to this. Wait, Taylor. The windows open wide enough for all the smoke to escape. And even the carpet, which could catch fire, isn't there. There aren't any flammable objects either. Did Ed Roth Taylor think this far ahead? And plan it all? No. Taylor. He's using a bow. I'll deflect it. He's not targeting me. Isla can't even use basic magic spells right now. Isla. That was close. Claw hand a magical engineering tool that can pull in any small object within sight even if at a faraway distance. But what is the deal with this arrow? He covered the arrowhead with cloth. Was his plan to hurt her? Wait, Taylor. Be careful. I'm sure he has another trick up his SL. This noise. Is it time, already? We're all going to die if we don't do anything right now. Act 2 Final Chapter The Offis Hall Incident Second Floor Boss. The gloomy Clebius Nortondale has escaped. Phew, finally. What? What the hell is his deal? Are you insane? There's gotta be a reason why you went so far. I feel icky. I feel like he was playing us this whole fight. If he really wanted to overpower us, he wouldn't have shown himself at all and attacked us after the chandelier fell on us. Yet he stood there right in front of us, to stop us. Even during the fight, he wasn't lax for a single moment. Something's off after all. Are you done now? Hiya. If you're done, go up now. Stop yapping at me. What? You stopped us from going up for so long. Then why now? Why did you let us win? What do you mean by that, Elvira? Go easy on us. On us? This guy. I'm not leaving this place without knowing why. Answer me. Why did you let us win? The permission flower pin was her choice after thinking it over for the whole night restlessly. Could someone humiliate her pure love by calling it naive? It might have been delusional, but imagining happy thoughts is up to a person's freedom. But the difference between imagination and reality can be cruel at times. The boy she thought would be at the pavilion, all dressed up, was on the ground, covered in blood, after being attacked by a suspicious group of people. Ah! All of you! What have you done? It would be a lie to say that something didn't feel right. Something that I need to take care of suddenly came up, so I might be a little late. I'll be there as fast as I can, so please just wait a little longer. I'm sorry. He may caught up in some unexpected trouble. However, from his simple life to the way he showed himself during the subjugation of Glasscan. No matter how big or small the job is. Ed Rothstaler was someone who had created a certain expectation around himself that he could somehow solve any problem. Only after being stabbed in one's blind spot, hidden in their complacency, someone able to truly reflect on themselves. At that time, I will definitely help you. But Ed Rothstaler never asked her for help. He made sure that she was outside of Offis Hall and left her a letter that was so unusual. He also fight here to the point that he was bleeding. The reason is because Janica had already been given various disciplinary actions due to the Glasscan incident, so he made sure to push Janica away from the battlefield. I didn't know what was happening. He took care of me so that I wouldn't get caught up in anything. While I was worrying about my clothes. What are you doing? Thankfully you didn't get caught up in this situation, senior. Right now, Offis Hall is being occupied by other students. But, I don't think it will simply end like this. Seeing as Ed went this far to stop us, that must mean there's something else. Get a grip, Taylor. She's an enemy. You know. What you guys were doing, I wasn't even curious about it all. Janica. It's okay. Just wait 1 minute. For attributes mid-level spirit. If you add the ghost spirits and low-level spirits. It's like an army. We have to run away, Taylor. Let's just accept the obvious. There's no way that we can pass through out here. We even lost to that fallen aristocrat. And now the opponent is top student of second-year magic department. Taylor. Get a grip. Face reality already. Since all the windows are broken, let's get out that way. That's right, but... Taylor, already aware of it through addition, it seemed that whatever was happening now in Offis Hall wasn't just a simple occupation. There may be students that would be harmed. Elvira, I can't let your precious herbs unusable. Taylor never give up on his trial. Taylor. It was obvious that Taylor was going to live the life of a protagonist. Therefore, go while you can. Listen. I'll take care of Janica, so you guys go upstairs to the second floor as you planned. What? Just a bit ago you were trying so hard to block our path, but now you want us to just go to the second floor. I changed my mind, so hurry and go up. Really? You're going to stop those spirits? Your body is completely covered in injuries right now. Take your reagents. I'm sorry that I tore up your bag. What? This, and then that, just what? Alright. Let's go, Taylor. Ed? Don't push yourself too hard. Just stay to the side, I'll finish up the rest. You can explain the details to me later. First, I'll quick finish this up and we can get you treated. Janica. Actually, the sudden skinship could be considered a symbol of rudeness, but... I'm really okay. So you don't have to go overboard. Ed. Your hand. Your hand is on my shoulder. Janica. First, get rid of the spirits. The wind is too strong, so I'm having a hard time standing. Yeah. Of course. It must be hard for you to stand up. I'm sorry. What did I do? I'm such an idiot. What? Really? He neutralized it. Ed. Hurry and go. Maybe. Ed. There's no much time left. Ed. Why do you never say anything and get hurt? I told you to come talk to me if there was something going on. There was a reason for it this time. Next time, I'll tell you everything. They really went too far. There shouldn't ever be a reason to attack someone to this extent. I don't know exactly what happened, but next time we meet, I'm going to get really angry at them. Anyway, Ed. Don't go around getting hurt, okay? You got it? Promise me. Alright. Thanks for worrying about me. It was a little different from what I had planned, but in the end I had done my part as the first floor boss. Now, I could take a break and take care of the work at my camp. By the way, addition. When I was sitting in the rose garden, I saw a very big carriage. It went by so quickly that I couldn't see it well, but there was a golden crown on it. Golden crown is the symbol of the Edel store. Lortell's adoptive father and the enemy who killed her biological father. The fake boss who would leave the stage after being stabbed in the back by Lortell in the event that took place after the occupation of Offis Hall, the battle for the Sage's Seal, the Golden King, Elt. The fact that he had arrived in Slovenia way before it was planned. That meant that something unexpected must have happened. Of it was completely outside my range of knowledge. You know, Elris. I got dumped. Offis Hall 5th floor hallway. Elris, you know him too. The one who seems a bit evil and mean when you first look at him. You mean young Master Ed? The person we met at that camp last time? Yes, that's right. That's the type of person you like. I didn't know that. He's pretty good looking, but it's not like that. The smell I get from you, Elris. I thought that I had smelled it coming from him, too. Would you pity a person like that? But he ended up making a bunch of emotional comments, which wasn't right. Then. You are responsible for your choices, Lortell. He ended up throwing it all away without hesitation. People like us. Live by hearing those words. Elris was the head mate of Offis Hall, who has served as a veteran maid for over 20 years. At the young age of 15, when she didn't know anything, she began her career as an apprentice maid. She later became a manager at Offis Hall, as she was recognized for her ability relative to her age. Therefore, this is where Lortell invests the most effort. She need to spend a large sum of money enough to destroy Elris's righteousness. But Lortell, I'm glad that you're here, Elris. Didn't waste that expense at all. She had seen numerous people that would break their own faith by being attracted to mere gold coins. Same type of person, only when facing them she can relieve her sense of loneliness. On a straw mat that was laid out in the ghettos, or in the rush of merchants that were risking their lives for a single gold coin. She lived a life where, if she didn't stab someone in the back first, she would be stabbed to death. However, as things are going, as long as we match the timing of the representative of the lower students, Will, who is in the 4th floor management room, and half-heartedly give him ownership of the defensive magic that is spread out, regardless of her unfortunate past and the circumstances that pushed her to the corner. Then, one way or another, Offis Hall will be destroyed. Lortell was clearly a villain. And a black curtain. The situation seems to be going as planned, so I'll just stay here in the storage room. I have to act like a good student, one that is simply afraid of the ongoing situation and doesn't know what's going on. That's why I hid up here in the storage room in the first place. Ha! What a pathetic person. A girl her age, Ms. Lortell. Thinking about it, let me tell you something. Never loving someone else or will have someone that's like family, who can open her heart. Not someone like you. At this rate, it won't take long. They overpowered Clebius, who was running from the 2nd floor, and forced him to their party. The maid, Kelly, stopped the party. 3rd floor boss bedding washer Kelly, I'm sorry, Miss Alice. I couldn't fulfill the task you assigned me. But without her older twin sister, she was no match for Taylor and his party. Though Taylor's party didn't question why the twin maid was there alone. It was unexpectedly smooth, and they reached their destination, Offis Hall's 4th floor. From the start, it was only the east floor that was too tough of a challenge. Run. Help. I can't take it. Help me, placing the crystal ball that triggers the magic circle control system in the control room's dead center for everyone to see was Alice and Lortell's scheme. The self-defense magic formulas carved all over the Offis Hall building were originally installed to protect students from outside invaders, but this scene right here is like a child holding a loaded gun. What on earth is happening outside? At this rate, the building's gonna collapse. Where the hell are the maids? The Offis Hall students, who were maintaining their composure until now, could see that things were going too far. Quickly. Get out. And used their powers to escape the building in their own ways. The whole situation was slowly turning into a catastrophe. Alvira. Isn't there any more of the night butterfly flower reagent left? Night butterfly flower distorts the magic of the caster, but that rune's already carved. It's useless against it. For a quick rebound, this is the answer. Anglerweed reagent, a reagent made by mixing anglerweed seeds with emperor clam shells and melting them. It'll at least block all basic magic within this corridor. This is all assisting magic. Its quantity may be a lot, but you can handle its force. So leave this to me. And go knock Will Lane out. Wayak. But why me? Ah. Finally. Ed, what are you doing here? If you keep pushing yourself, your wounds will open up again. It's not a big deal. Most of it isn't my blood. Geez, just why are going this far? How? Plain. You might think I'm being nonsensical despite that prestigious outer appearance, but considering the man inside, you can't help but call the horse carriage plain. Golden King Elt. Ordinarily, he'd be escorted by a grand fleet of over a dozen carriages, but his discreet approach hints at his secret motives. Elt is Lortell's adoptive father, and is also the fake boss who later on gets backstabbed by Lortell and exits the stage. He's a figure that shouldn't be at the academy right now. Why is he here? It looks like the carriage has been there for quite a while now. Why is he just getting out? Is he waiting for the Offis Hall to be wrecked? That person. 3rd floor in maid in charge of dishes Shinny is one of the orphans the chief maid Alice raised. Alice was originally bought off by Lortell, and Shenny was originally supposed to be the third-floor boss. But the fact that she's with Elt, who's Lortell's enemy, is definitely strange. There's no way Shenny would betray Alice. Lortell bought Alice off. But what if it was the other way around? Could Alice be on Elt's side? There's only possible future Lortell's downfall. Lortell is the one who gets into a political fight with Fenia in Act 3. As well as the main character's biggest ally in the fight against the Roth-Taylor family in Act 4. I already had such a hard time taking Toad's place as the middle boss, but now I have to play Lortell's role as well. I say not to this insanity. Janica. I have a favor to ask. It's urgent, so I can't handle it on my own. How do I explain this to her? Okay. What do I need to do? Greetings, Elt Ketchum, the Golden King and Honorable President of the Elt Merchantry. Unlike the outer appearance of Lady Lortell following your orders as the adoptive daughter of the Elt Merchantry, in fact, she is plotting to betray you and take over the Elt Merchantry. Lady Lortell knows that you killed her biological parents, and is coaxing the business magnates and directors of the Elt Merchantry to oust you. Also, the negotiations to purchase the Sage's sealed grimoire were just an excuse to draw you out into the Sylvania Academy and a bait to strike you by surprise so you can't react in time to the crisis back at the Elt Merchantry's headquarters. Certain factors led to finding out about this truth, and I'm now holding the confidential document that can prove Lortell's plot. But of course, in this world, nothing is free since Lady Lortell offered me a huge amount of gold coins. Unless I'm offered more gold coins than that, I will side with Lady Lortell. I'm losing my sight, and due to an accident, I've almost lost all hearing. This will be my last year as the chief maid. I'm in a predicament and the only human who knows of this truth. Depending on my choice, things will change dramatically for the better, or worse. The paper attached to this letter has the names of the institutions I've been secretly managing all this time. The amount of gold coins delivered to these institutions from now on will determine my actions hereafter. I trust you to make the correct judgment. Of Alice Olim, Chief Maid at Offis Hall. Don't move, Mr. Elt will soon arrive here at Offis Hall. I didn't expect you to have that look in your eyes. I thought you were more level-headed. You said you were taking revenge against the Golden King, Elt, right? But I'm really sorry. In my eyes, you two aren't all that different. Though the same goes for me as well. Ha. There's no way someone like Will Lane could have gotten close to defense magic. As I thought. The real culprit is the chief maid Alice. She's holding a hostage. Be careful, Taylor. Lortell. Are you okay? I'm fine, look over there. She's the woman who planned this whole mess. We need to take that woman down quickly. I should say that, and frame Alice for everything. Lortell. What's wrong with your face? Just what kind of expression am I making for her to? Lortell. Golden King Elt is coming. That man doesn't trust even his own henchmen, so he came all the way here himself. The plan to overthrow Elt is nearly complete. Elt will end up being responsible for large-scale tampering with the account books and the damages caused. Luckily, Elt isn't at the headquarters right now, so I just need to get in touch with the officials there. I just need to send the carrier pigeon hidden in the room and hide myself somewhere. As long as I, the center of the plan, am not captured, it'll all be okay. It'll be fine. Let's not get disappointed. There is no one in this world who understands me. As for betrayal. Well, I expected such a thing, and I've gone through it countless times, haven't I? So. Getting my heart broken at this point doesn't suit me at all. So. I should do what I can. Right now, I must run. I must get to my room before Elt does. Or everything is gonna be fine if I just send the carrier pigeon. At the same time, East floor, main hall. Ah. Huh. Are you a student? Quickly evacuate. Due to the risk of collapse, we're not allowing anyone inside this building for safety reasons. I can't let anyone through until faculty and staff arrive. Did the academy give you special instructions? No. All in all, I'm acting on my own, since in these matters, Sylvania basically has a shop system. There are 3 people who are aware of the story's flow. Lortell, who wants to oust Elt, take revenge for her childhood, and empty the seat for the Merchantry's president. Then there's Elt, determined to thwart Lortell's plans and succeed at purchasing the Sage's sealed grimoire. And then, using the two, in the middle is Alice. The root cause of this twist in the story. I don't know why she betrayed her, but she's on the 5th floor with Lortell. Does that mean I need to go to the 5th floor to get rid of her? No. Even if I don't go there, as per the scenario, Taylor's party will run into her. I'm gonna leave her in their hands. I can trust them. Because I've already confirmed his abilities. Meaning I have to handle the matter here. Whatever Elt has planned for the Offis Hall. As long as I just keep them out, events in the Offis Hall will continue as they should. I can't believe it. Aren't you Elt Kecklin, the president of the Eltmere Chantry? I'm sure there's a reason for someone of your stature to be here. But how about talking with the Academy first? And making sure you're treated with the respect you deserve? I see. So you're on Lortell's side, huh? 10 minutes ago. Ho. Everything's a mess out here. Why are you still inside your room? I'm just avoiding taking any rash actions. It's not like the building falling will kill me. Is this the confidence of the strong? Also, why would you destroy the wall? It's gonna be cold when I sleep now. Who on earth would think this guy's a mage? Oh, Janica, you're here, too. This is my first time properly greeting you. Though we didn't have the best encounter during the Glaskin incident. Yeah. About that. Sorry. Don't look so dejected, Janica. You already got punished for it, right? Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Edition. By any chance? Are you two dating? No. No. We're not. Ed, did that bother you? New Omicron, I'm okay. It's Jixa's fault for asking a rude question. Is that so? I'm sorry about that. But, why did you go so far to destroy the wall to come to me? Did you fall for her dull appearance? Take advantage of the clear benefits in front of you rather than being loyal to gold coins you don't even know if you'll receive or not. She was born with the blood of a fox. She's someone who stabs others as soon as she sees their backs. I've raised her since she was a child. I know that better than anyone else. I'll give you double the gold coins she offered you right now. Get out of the way. Thank you for the offer. However, I wasn't promised any gold coins, so what's the point in doubling that? I see. My words aren't getting through to you. Dispose of him quietly. Are you trying to let him escape? It's okay, Ed. I'll come back after I check the situation out. I'll repay you later. Got it. Wasn't I the one indebted to you to begin with? They're students, but they're not easy opponents. Give it everything you've got. I should go meet Lortell now and ask her about the situation. You couldn't get out. Let's go to the back door and get out. Can you run? Don't fall behind. Run as fast as you can. There's always a reason for all goodwill and trust. Even Shero, the Eltmere Chantry's receptionist, acts all flirty with Lortell because he anticipates Lortell to give out some money-making information by mistake. Cadden, the Merchantry's employee, becomes quite lively in front of Lortell because she'd often tip him off about stuff. The reason why Teeny, the pet bird raised at the academy, clings to her is because the feed she provides is of the highest quality. All goodwills come with some reason like that as a tag. At least in Lortell's world. I don't think we have the time to go into detail. Anyhow, Alice betrayed you, right? It's my fault. What a stupid, foolish mistake. Janica Feylover grew up receiving the love and goodwill of the others so much that she herself treated the world in the same way with love and goodwill. I'm not like her. That day, she made Ed Roth-Taylor the offer. I saw it. The heated look in her eyes when she glanced at Edition, seeing her without wanting anything in return or greed. I thought I might have a chance at a relationship like that, too, and ended up spilling all of my plans to Alice. Not realizing my hopes would be put to shame in comparison to my attitude in life, where I had never completely trusted anyone. In fact, even after seeing her like that, I shouldn't have lost sight of my own gloomy, grimy self. I shouldn't have dared to think that someone like me could live such a romantical life. To occupy the Offis Hall, I bought off 5 people. Chief Maid Alice, the twin maids Shani and Kelly, the inferior students representative Will Lane, and the fallen noble Ed. Alice, Shani, and Kelly joined hands with Elt. Will Lane also wanted to join Elt, so he won't take my side. The same goes for him. I'm sorry, edition. Why am I saying this? Why? He's an ally. I can't guarantee the 20 gold coins I offered you anymore. As you can see, the situation right now is unstable. Why the hell am I saying stupid shit about surrendering because nobody's on my side? Did I ask? We don't have time. Why are you just standing there? If Elt catches you, your life is over. To plan the future or do anything else, we gotta escape first, don't we? Goodwill and trust. Tell me what's going on. There's always a reason for them. If you don't see that reason, you don't trust them. I'm sure that's how it should be. The merchantry headquarters was planning to rig the market prices. It must be my father's doing. After the massive hunt of monsters in the eastern mountains last summer, the price of armor fell. Purchasing and monopolizing all the armor and trading them internally. So in short, the plan is manipulative trading. You don't have to explain it at length. Huh? Exactly. For that plan, father needed money urgently. He found someone who'd buy the sage's sealed grimoire at a good price. So he sent me to Slovenia to look for a way to steal it. I see. You don't need to explain the rest. In manipulative trading, merchants A, B, and C monopolize a cheap product in the market, and artificially increase its price by trading it among each other. It's a classic method of price manipulation. Since the product's price continuously rises at an unbelievable rate that people believe it will soon be unaffordable, they will then think in their minds, I need to buy it now. If they sell the products they've gathered at this moment, they can make a ridiculous amount of profit. But such manipulative trading is founded on trust. If merchants B and C sell the product without merchant A's knowledge, the price would instantly fall. And merchant A, who desperately sold off their bonds in order to mass buy the product and monopolize it, Elt would be put in a difficult situation where he could lose his power because of the sudden huge loss. For this plan, Lortell bought off countless others that were related to merchants B and C for many years. But only when Elt is absent from his position at the headquarters can the 6 big merchants she bought off have the rights to sale transferred to them. You were gonna use this huge plan of occupying Offis Hall to burn a hole in the Academy's finances so that there could actually be a chance of success in the negotiation talks for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire, since that would bring Elt out of the headquarters of the merchantry and force him to get the money he urgently needs in order for you to use that chance to sell off the armor at the headquarters, right? How on earth did he? That leaves you with only one thing to do. Understand the whole picture at once. We gotta somehow send a message to the merchantry's headquarters to sell the armor. I have a carrier pigeon in my room. It's my direct line of communication with my forces inside the headquarters. Then you win as long as you send that pigeon to the headquarters and stay hidden till the sale is done. But my father is probably expecting that as well. I'm sure he's planning to capture me tonight and make the traitors on the inside confess about the whole plan. Listen carefully, Lortell. From this point onwards, you have to do your best to stay hidden and let absolutely nobody see you. If I were in Elt's place, I would have people stand by at the 2 bridges that lead to the Arkan Mountains. They'll definitely track us down. Talk to the horseman in the quarters and send an empty carriage to the Arkan Mountains. Tell him to leave the carriage at a suitable spot and run away from there. That way, they'll think you're on the outskirts of the Arkan Mountains. Then what about me? There's an incomplete hut in the forest in the north. You just need to hold out there for 3 days. I'll send the pigeon in your room to the headquarters. If I just write a simple message like, sell right now, your allies will take care of the complex matters, right? Yes, they will. There's someone guarding the back door. I'll take care of the outside and run to your room. You wait here until the person's gone and escape to the quarters. Like a longtime ally merchant, he perfectly and harmoniously made a move and handled matters without wasting any time. The thought that I could trust and leave it all to him is actually crossing my mind. Are you really in your senses? Why are you so out of it, unlike your usual self? Why yeah. I got it. Ed. This might even work. Why on earth are you helping me so much? Ugh, if you ask that. So suddenly. For no reason. I just feel like I should. It's so loud. Is it the last fight between Alice and Taylor and his friends? No. It's coming from someplace closer. Is it a fight on the first floor? No. Even closer. I can't believe this at all. It's my heartbeat. I didn't expect you to be the one coming out of there, young Master Ed. This is unexpected. In charge of the dishes made shinny. For the supposedly last obstacle, this feels kind of bland. Now this painstaking attempted takeover has reached its end. All of Offis Hall's runes went to the one with the command. The swordsman who could hold her own in front of the combat faculty students and an intermediate magic user without a single flaw. Chief made Alice. Despite all of that. Oh, she couldn't defeat Taylor McClure. Because he is the main character. I'm almost out of mana. I've only got 2 or 3 more basic spells left in me. But Shani's first attack what? Is definitely a stab aiming for my leg. I already know this pattern. The scope for prediction. Preceding her reaction speed. Ugh. The privilege of the twin sisters, blessed by the same star from birth. Ability sharing once per day, you may share a skill you can use with your twin. Low-level telekinesis magic. However, their borrowed abilities are not refined. The wounds from the flying blades are not deep. Ugh. That's it. 1 minute before they get here. I can't disappoint Miss Alice. Move. I said, move out of my way. Alice will lose. What do you even know about her? Do you know how much pain she's endured? What kind of battles she's fought? Do you know how many orphans she's saved? To be honest, I'm also one of those orphans. I don't know much about her. The failed swordsman of Sylvania didn't go into too much depth about Alice's background. If it weren't for her, I never would have been able to work at a normal job like this. I never would have been able to earn money for myself. I wouldn't even be alive if not for her. You don't even know anything about her. Despite hearing this whole story, well, that's none of my business. I still feel the same. I won't forgive you. How could you side with Lortell? Ed. Roth. Sadly, I don't know any of the extra stories. What do you expect me to do about something I don't know? There's already way too many stories that'll never come to light. If you compare all of the losses today, with Alice's rescuing of orphans this whole time and weigh the good and evil she's done. People who decide their course of action based on such philosophies are the ones with lives worth living at the moment. But my course of action and ultimate goal hasn't changed from when I first possessed this body. It's to survive. You have murdered Shinny, who was in charge of the dishes. You have acquired a new skill. Pain endurance temporarily halts physical exhaustion and your ability to feel pain, postponing it to a later time. I can't believe I'm learning this now. The luxurious wooden furniture and various decorations arranged as per necessity. The desk is piled with papers. The books are neatly arranged in rows. It suits her. Elt is in Sylvania. It will take at least 3 days to get back to the main headquarters. Sell all of the acquired gear. Of the carrier pigeon flying its way through the rain in the night sky will come back with Elt's head. The cuts will heal as soon as the flesh is healed, right? If not for the help of Jix, Janica, and a few other opportune moments, Lortell would have been captured by Elt, and her downfall would have been swift. But by now, the carriage Lortell hired is probably speeding out of the Arkan Mountains. Elt has no choice but to chase it. Even if he captures the coachman and forces him to admit that Lortell never left, by that time, the carrier pigeon I sent will have arrived, and Elt's resignation will be complete. If all goes according to plan, Lortell should be waiting for me at the hut. Huh? Greeting me? How nice of you. What? Right, I gotta acknowledge things when they're due. I was a bit complacent. The opponent here is none other than the Golden Daughter, Lortell. In this case, the only ones who know that Lortell is the secret mastermind are the 5 she bribed. If Elt is gone, Alice must rely on Lortell only. Shinny and Kelly will follow Alice. Will Lane can be bought off like last time. But in Lortell's perspective, Ed Rotthaler, for no reason, is a variable that can't be bought off by money. If she just gets rid of me in this remote part of the woods, away from prying eyes, her perfect crime will be a success. Lortell's Ketchum's real character is the secret mastermind. She would use and dispose of any human she gets her hands on. I gotta use my brain if I want to survive. But my body is. Why? Why did you have to get so hurt? Let me help you. It stopped raining, so I built a bonfire. Let's whack Mauxel's axe together. So, did everything go as planned? Senior Ed, you're really. Of course it did. I'm Lortell Kehelland. I got a promise from the coachman. He said that he would try his best to attract their attention and buy some time. He's even willing to risk his life. He was that loyal. What type of trick did you use? Don't tell me, she wouldn't have taken their family hostage. Right? Did you know, Senior? If this plan goes well, then I'll join the ranks of those highest in power within the Elt Company. The fact that I owe you a debt is incredible, what do you think? Don't you feel a lot of pressure on your shoulders? Don't you think I'm amazing? Wow, that reaction was so lame. Thank you so much, Senior. I will never forget it. Give me the 20 gold coins you promised me on time, then. Hee that's. But there's something I wanted to ask you. Do you still have something to take care of? Is it about Elris? No, nothing like that. I'm going to take care of that stuff on my own. What I wanted to ask about was Senior Yennecar. You're very close to Senior Yennecar. Right? Yeah, I'm close with Yennecar. She's a good person. She is definitely a nice, and great upperclassman that I respect. She's always considerate of others and good-hearted. Yeah. So, what's up? I'm not that nice of a person. At the same time, Offis Hall. Elt suddenly received a report from his subordinate in the middle of it all, and rushed out. It seemed that he was no longer interested in Offis Hall. The presence of several mercenaries making the situation difficult for Ziggs. I think. However, you can stop now. Stop. Instead, dealing with the mercenaries, he need to stop his allies. At first, Yennecar looked a bit worried. Senior Yennecar. Gondam comics, but as the battle continued, the spirits grew stronger and stronger. It must be stopped before casualties occur. Is something the matter? Are you angry? Whisper whisper. No. I'm not angry. It was very difficult to go to class because my school uniform was a mess. Ziggs lent me his uniform and told me about the news after that night. Will I take all the blame for the attack that occurred at Ophelia Hall? The head maid Elris is still being interrogated, but it doesn't seem like she's opening her mouth. And Lortell, one of the most important characters in this scenario, was prevented from leaving. Seeing the fact that so far there has been no significant confrontation on Elt's side, the operation seemed to be successful to some extent. We have no choice but to wait for time to pass and hear the news of our victory. I lost work time because of this incident. Ha! My physical condition is also not good, so I feel sore here and there. It's impossible to do anything that requires a lot of energy, but now I have to do my work slowly. Since the advanced production technique slots were currently empty, acquiring a new technique that I could use was of the highest priority. I'd already decided on what skills I was going to learn. I planned to start learning spiritual infusion, which has a good compatibility with elementalists, as well as magic engineering, which would be great for making daily necessities and other types of combat-related equipment. Spiritual infusion was acquired automatically once you made a contract with a spirit and produced a product that contained elementalism. Magic engineering, on the other hand, was acquired once you succeed in dismantling and assembling a magically engineered item of a certain level. I didn't want to waste a spirit slot unnecessarily, but if I wanted to start training spiritual infusion in advance, it would be better to just make a contract with a low-ranking spirit immediately. Hi, Ed. Now that the rain has stopped, the weather has gotten a bit chilly. Oh. Hey, Janica. You're not going to class. My head hurts and my condition isn't all that great, so I'm just going to rest here in the northern forest and enjoy the breeze. You didn't get hurt while trying to help me, right? No way. Definitely not. Anyway. Is Lortell doing okay? Yeah. She's just resting in the cabin. Although the occupation of Offis Hall incident had come to an end, there was still a lot of work left for me to do. The first thing was to win over the former head maid Elris again. The second thing was to lay the groundwork for the negotiations on the purchase of the Sage's seal. However, for the past 3 days while waiting for a reply from ELT headquarters, I have to stay in this cabin with nervous thoughts. It's frustrating, but I don't feel too bad. Because when I'm with Ed Rothstailer, my heart would beat fast. His unconditional goodwill and unrequited trust made me feel like I was snuggled in a fluffy bed. For some people that was only natural, but for Lortell, who had lived her entire life on a cold distant path, that feeling was more precious than gold. I didn't want to give him up to anyone else. Especially to that person. Janica Pale Rover. To her, whether it was her friends or family, a relationship with unconditional goodwill and trust must have been so natural and common. If she had that many, she should at least give up this one. Otherwise, the only thing left was to fight dirty. And that is my specialty. Spending 3 days together was such a massive and perfect advantage. First, let's just do it my way. If I buried this cabin with gold coins. No, it wouldn't work. And I'm in short on money right now, isn't it okay to help with his tuition? As natural as posable. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not just giving this to you because you're my upperclassman. It's so cringe. Can you move over? You're in my spot. Yawn. Lucy. What are you doing here? This is the best place. It's where the sun shines down the best. Just what's with this girl? Oh. Sorry. You woke up, Lortell. I guess Lucy came to hide out in the cabin. I got rid of her already, so you can just relax like it's your own home. Lucy seems to come by the camp often, senior. What I can say? I just think of her as a natural disaster. There's one more person. But there's still plenty of time. We will see the winner in 3 days. The second morning of Lortell's cabin life. Hello, senior. Even Lortell's wind was insignificant. Hello Lortell, something like being alone with Ed. Oh, Janica. You're here. He rarely visited. Finally done. The fireplace that couldn't be built because of the Offis Hall incident was finally finished. Oh my. The smell is quite unique. Did you add basil? Belle gave me some last time. You could figure it out just by smelling it. I'm quite confident in my sense of smell. I haven't seen any sort of significant movement this morning. I think things are probably going as well as planned. Alright. That's a good thing, but don't let your guard down. Of course, senior edition. There's a lot of work that needs to be done now. There's lots of things to clean up in the aftermath, and I also need to pay you back. Because I'm a merchant, so no matter how small the amount is, it must be paid back thoroughly. Is there anything else you want, other than the cash? As for something that comes to my mind right now. Maybe construction materials. Or. No, I know what I want. How about leftover magically engineered goods? Magically engineered goods. You can let me know after you check your inventory. No, I'll think about it now. I've pretty much memorized everything already. Come to think of it, Janica. I would like to ask you for a favor. Puha. You have a favor to ask. These days, I'm trying to learn more about spirit-type magic. I also want to try making a contract with a low-ranking spirit. Yeah. I was wondering if I could get some help with that. Then, I'll be Ed's master. Ahem. I'll make it so you can make a contract with a mid-ranking spirit in no time. Ooh. First, let's see your spirit sensitivity. Ed, can you see it? Karis. Will you try to talk to Ed? Lady Yennecar. This guy. Because. Can't. Oh. I really could hear it vaguely. In the first place, in order to hear what we are saying, he will need to raise his resonance to a higher level. Is that so? But I think Ed's rate of growth is already quite fast. Think about this man's daily life. Just how much time would he have to train in magic? You know it, too. At our weekly report meeting at your window in Dex Hall, there were reports that he was running out of food in his storage and that he needed to focus on the construction of the cabin immediately. So he didn't have time to put his mind to anything else. Did you hear that? Vaguely. But what is this weekly report meeting? Oh, are you finished talking? So, let's finish discussing the magically engineered items. It seems that we have way more left over than I thought, so I can provide you with more than enough. Oh. Then, can you sell it to me for the lowest price possible? You can calculate using the 20 coins you promised me and take it from that. Selling at a lower price? I'm quite upset hearing those words come from you anyway. It's not a huge amount of money, and they are practically just dead assets. So, even for free. It's quite difficult to do, but in exchange, you have to come to the store once every 3 days. That way, I think I can sell it as cheap as possible. While we're there we can drink and chat. Wouldn't it be okay to give that much away for free? Ed helped you so much this time. I'm still a merchant. That is against my work ethic. You're lying. That's just making excuses. Excuses? What excuses? This way I can start learning magic engineering and spirit magic. Oh my. I didn't expect to see Lady Lortell here. Ms. Bell. This situation doesn't seem to be very peaceful. I apologize for coming here so suddenly. Bell, my new head maid. I'm sorry that I have come to bring you some unfortunate news, but this is a message from the senior maid. What is it that you wanted to discuss? Well, don't be shocked. This is really top secret. You absolutely must not tell this to anyone else. Don't even show that you're shocked. I think Janica likes addition. None other than that Ed Roth-Taylor. Should I pretend to be surprised for the sake of being polite? I see. Lady Clara, you must have been quite worried about her. I don't know how she fell for such a ruffian, but it feels like his reputation is improving little by little. As her friend, I support her. But that's not all. These days, Janica keeps mentioning a certain name. Lortell Ketchum. You see, she missed the opening ceremony, just like Ed Roth-Taylor, and yesterday, they were both absent from the first common class together. I mean, ultimately, relationships are a game of push and pull. In that regard, you could say Janica doesn't stand a chance. And I don't really understand Ed either. It's ridiculous how he pretends not to notice when Janica is so obviously throwing him glances. Is he hard-hearted or just a creepy, cunning wolf? Rather than being a wolf or hard-hearted, maybe he's just in too difficult a situation to be interested in dating. No way that's true. I'm sure he's grinning at his good luck. Just imagining it gives me the creeps. Ugh. Luck, you say. A sly, thieving cat in front of a fish shop. A naive kitten trembling before a tiger. Lady Bell. Just a cat. Ugh. What's wrong? It's nothing. I'm sorry. Just looking at them is giving me a headache. More importantly, what was it you wanted to say? I have a message for you, Lady Lortell. It's from the former chief maid Alice. The flickering bonfire drives away the darkness of the night. Janica has already left. Belle also took Lucy and left. Although it bothers me that Lortell's whereabouts were exposed to someone related to the Offis Hall while she's in hiding, isn't it a bit worn out for a uniform that's been repaired? It's still decent enough to wear. The carrier pigeon, which carries the news of victory, has already arrived. Review of the proposal to depose the chairman of association has been completed. Elt's real authority is largely restricted. His dismissal is certain. The atmosphere favors his overthrow. Status report requested. It's now time to prepare to go back to school as usual. If the situation has progressed this far, Father must be making his last stand at the headquarters of the Merchant Association. Though it's a futile last struggle, he certainly won't have time to care about us here in Sylvania. Any chance that Elt has another trick hidden up his sleeve? That man is as cunning as me, so I wouldn't say the chances are zero. Still, Slog, who aspires to be the next association chairman, is supporting me, so I have no choice but to trust him. My biggest concern was Alice, but that problem seems to have been taken care of for now. You mean Alice won't reveal that you're the mastermind behind this? Well, she has no choice. This is a prepaid concept, you see. She was planning to side with whoever won between me and Elt. The parchment Belle Maya delivered was filled with the list of orphanages she sponsored, the maintenance cost for a year, and how to support them. Alice's workload was relentless, and her health deteriorated, but the academy ignored her complaints. Eventually, she became unable to work and could not take responsibility for the orphanage. So she made a bet with the rest of her life on stake. Due to her stoic and unemotional nature, no one seemed to have realized the dire situation she was in. Of course, her followers seemed to have somewhat understood her situation and mentality. She's only siding with me because my victory looks to be certain. Regaining lost trust will be difficult, but I can't believe she sent me this instead of a threat. In the world of merchants, there's no such thing as sympathy. If you make that mistake, you're treated as a fool. She must know this better than anyone. From my point of view, too, nothing good will come from revealing the fact that I'm the mastermind behind this. Well, I'll just play along, then. After all, there's no such thing as permanent enemies or permanent allies. Yet she looked somewhat relieved. I'll get going now. You'll stop by the Merchant Association's branch to write the contract next week, right? Yeah. Take this. It will last for a while. Why are you thinking so much about taking it? Nothing. It's just. Ed, you're taller than I thought. Out of nowhere. It does seem a bit rushed. But if I want to win, I have to sometimes make some risky moves, I think. Do you know this, Ed? The essence of human relationships is all about push and pull. Like this tie. Look, it's twisted, isn't it? No one's even looking at me. Does my attire really bother you that much? Well. There's nothing wrong with always keeping yourself looking neat. We are students of Sylvani, after all. What do you The raspberries we ate in the evening were definitely delicious, weren't they? Just thinking about them again makes me happy. Stay within your limits. How upsetting they say people don't like others pushing or pulling too much. Next time, let's have you pull a little. After all, I need to practice pushing you away, too. Although I try to avoid getting too involved with main scenario characters as much as possible, as expected, when it comes to life. Nothing goes according to plans. The stars I see from the forest are still beautiful, and the moon is still bright. The sound of crickets chittering and the crackling of the campfire are also the same as always, but I feel the trajectory of the scenario I'm involved in continues to go astray. Regardless of my will, I feel a sense of discomfort, as if I'm being sucked into the center of the story. My plan of watching the scenario unfold smoothly from the sidelines and only try to take care of what I feel needs to be done has not changed. I have no greed. I'll just get my diploma and pay attention to my stats. The realization that what felt like an easy plan was actually a reckless and challenging endeavor came not too far in the future. Just like that, summer passed. And it's now fall. That foxy redhead kissed young Master Ed. We can't afford to just sit by, Lady Janica. If we don't intervene. Wait, what are you talking about? What? Yeah, I saw it too. It was wild. Youth is indeed amazing. That foxy redhead really knows how to play with people's hearts. What do you mean? What? Ed? How did Ed react? Oh, your question really gets to the core of it. From what I saw, he definitely put up a wall. She went as far as to kiss him, but his expression didn't flinch at all. I was astonished by how coldly he responded. He was so cold to her. Even I cringed while watching them. Ugh. This means one of two things. That fallen noble is either impotent, or he doesn't see her as a woman. Well, that's a relief. But regardless, men aren't as good at being defensive as they are at being proactive. As per my experience, people like that foxy redhead cling and burn more intensely the more you reject them. That's definitely not good for you, Janica. Still. You said Ed's reaction was lukewarm. Are you going to let that foxy redhead steal him from you? You said you were supposed to teach him spirit magic. It's not a good idea to waste such an opportunity. You should also at least kiss him when it's just the two of you. Don't listen to Tarkan. Janica, you're the most charming when you're just being yourself. Oh. Yes. Emphasizing your naive and cheerful vibe is also a great idea. Janica, don't you also want to experience a thrilling, exciting experience with young Master Ed? Eating. Feeding each other. Go on. Say, ah. Blag. It doesn't taste good. Yeah. Without a variety of spices, it's hard to have flavor. Don't make me your taste-testing machine. I guess I'll have to delay honing my cooking skills until a wider variety of ingredients are available. Key stats greatly influence the proficiency of living skills. Raising just one stat drops the efficiency, so I need to increase them evenly. The problem is that I'm too busy. Since school has started, excluding my time at school, the total time I can devote to survival activities is just about 5 or 6 hours even if I cut back on sleep. I might get used to it, but the reason I'm worrying about the efficiency of my survival activities is because I need time to check if the scenario is progressing well. Even in my regular life, I keep a close watch on key students like Taylor and the 4 heroines within the academy. Taylor is in the combat faculty, so I don't see him much, but he seems to be growing well. His companion Isla is also doing her role of supporting him. The benevolent princess, Princess Fenia, also seems to be having no problems, but it's about time she starts clashing with Lortell, so I have to observe her. Clarice will enroll next year, so there's no need to worry about her for now. I'm watching the golden daughter, Lortell, as if I'm walking on thin ice. With Elt's early dismissal, it's uncertain how this will affect how she acts. But, regardless of Elt, it seems her plan to get her hands on the sage's sealed grimoire remains unchanged. The reason I've been needing more time as of late is because it's about time I start checking up on the faculty building. Because the final boss of this second act is. I see. So, there's a hidden mastermind behind the Offis Hall takeover. Professor Glast. I see. So, there's a hidden mastermind behind the Offis Hall takeover. If you think so, then it's probably true. You have an oddly good intuition, after all. Then. But be careful not to miss the important stuff. Like the thesis on divine science I asked you to find. I'll find it by tomorrow morning. I've gathered the materials related to the Offis Hall takeover incident, Assistant Professor Claire. Phew, thank you, Annis. Do I really need to be so concerned about a case that is more or less wrapped up already? I seriously feel so tired I could die. But no matter how I look at it, something's off. Ed Roth Taylor. Oh my, I'm really sorry, edition. I was so out of it that I forgot about the contract. Looks like you'll have to visit again next week. As an apology, I've prepared some tea and refreshments. The magic engineering equipment is ready, so you can pick it up at the counter. Really? But is your work attire always so? I have an important appointment, so I tried to dress up a bit. How does it look? An important appointment? Ha. Yeah, it's something you don't know about. Is the cabin complete now? It's in the final stages. Then you'll need furniture too, right? Yeah, but the products you trade at your company are all too high-end, so they're too expensive for me. Of course, I can't give them to you for free. Giving away sale items for free would go against my professional ethics as a merchant. Woodworking is your specialty, right? Now that this can't be sold, I'll discard it tomorrow. I told you, this is too high-end. Thanks. How is it possible for someone to show no change in expression at all? I basically made the winning move. You don't see me as a woman, do you? I see you as a man though, edition. It means exactly what you're thinking. Even this help I'm offering you is because of my ulterior motives. I get what answer you're looking for, but... oh, my. I wasn't expecting an answer. As you know, I don't engage in fights I can't win. Though you're acting indifferent right now. Someday, I won't be the only one who can't contain myself. A seductive smile is always the same, whether the odds are in your favor or you're in a tight spot. It's in a merchant's nature. To never reveal their feelings. Well, then. Let's start the lesson, shall we? Oh, yeah. Wanna try focusing your magic and forming a connection? Yep. Pleased to meet you, young Master Ed. It's an honor to be in a contract with you. Young Master Ed. I am Mug, a low-rank fire spirit. In accordance with the agenda of last week's regular report meeting regarding the proposal for the selection of your contracted spirit, I passed the first voluntary round, topped the second round of interviews, cleared the third round of the Spirit Council's agenda, and completed the fourth round of qualification verification. I hold the record of having the highest performance in the magic efficiency practice independently conducted in the Northern Woods and pride myself on having the best unspoken connection among the low-rank spirits at my level. My body is already on fire, but I vow to set my heart on fire as well to serve you. While playing The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, I once got a spirit-type skill. We would laugh together, joke around, and cheer each other up during battles. We ended up creating a strong bond. I'm pretty sure, this isn't the vibe I got back then. Why is he so strict? You asked me to introduce you to a good spirit, so I selected a spirit with a good magic power efficiency ratio among those I'm contracted with. In the process, there was a slightly, very slightly, teeny-tiny complicated selection process. Who on earth planned that selection process? Move it, you maggots. Tarkan did. Here, take it. Oh. It's warm. Can you feel the heat? When you connect with a contract spirit, you'll be able to feel their physical and magical power, even when they're not manifested. Be careful not to connect too hard, however, or he'll get too hot. Make sure to keep it in control. So, if I control the level of connection, the firepower changes too, right? Haha. Referring to it as firepower is kind of odd. I mean, you make it sound like he's some machine. This is. Please relay your orders. A portable heater. It's an unbelievably useful survival tool. It doesn't even consume firewood. I'm glad to see you happy. You always have such an exhausted expression on your face. Hee, I'm pleased. If you need anything else, just tell me. I'll teach you about the power of connection and the senses themselves before today's first class. You'll learn faster if you're with me. And if you want to quickly reach a level where you can form a contract with middle-rank spirits. We need to practice spirit combat, too. I'll free up some time and reserve the combat training room. And, although I do have accessories that increase connection efficiency, they're all in my room. I'll bring them next time, Hup. Ed. I'm actually very busy, too. I'm a very busy person. Ahem. People are queuing up and are pleading me to teach them this and that, you know. So it's quite difficult for me to make time for you. You can't just keep giving away too much. You need to play it cool with a little push and pull. Be chic. Isn't it a bit too much to ask me to teach you spirit magic just like that? Yes. You're right. Sorry about that, Janica. I took your goodwill for granted as if it was my right. I should at least offer some money for appreciation. I won't be able to give you much, but, what? Money? Money? What are you talking about? Ed, you're struggling to survive as is. You can't just waste your money. You need to save it. There's no way I'm taking it. And just giving me money in exchange for what I did is too cold. We're closer than that, aren't we? You're really making me so sad, you know. Weren't you the one who asked for compensation first? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Clara talked about push and pull. And no. It's not that. She said I'm too generous by nature, so I should learn to say no more often. She's not wrong. You have a good friend. Right. But I'm not like that with everyone. Anyway. I'll tell you the details next time. Let's meet at the combat training ground next time. I'll reserve it and let you know. I'll also bring you a good accessory. If you need textbooks for connection training, just tell me. See you. I have morning class now. Bye. See you, Ed. Yeah. You have acquired the Advanced Crafting Skill Magic Engineering. An Advanced Crafting Skill slot has been consumed. The magic engineering supplies I got from Lortell were surprisingly simple enough that I could analyze them in no time. I've finally learned a proper advanced skill. Ignition. If I run out of fuel, I'll use mud, and if I run out of mana, I'll use the fireplace. I can reliably warm the air now. My living environment is now guaranteed to be stable. Just knowing that little fact makes me feel like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Is it already this late? I need to check the traps first. It's pretty dark since I came after work. Then maybe I should have come tomorrow after all. But, no matter how much I think about it, I feel like there's a hidden mastermind behind this incident. And I think that's Ed Taylor. Since he's been disowned by his family, he's just Ed now, right? Everyone else at the scene were either students or staff of the Offis Hall. But Taylor and Ed have no connection to the Offis Hall. If we exclude Taylor, who solved the case, that only leaves Ed. I came to the northern woods because I heard Ed Taylor often appears here, but come to think of it, unless he's eating and sleeping in this forest, he wouldn't be wandering here in the middle of the night. What was that? I'm pretty sure. That's Principal Abel is a great man comparable to the Archmage Glocked or the Great Sage of Sylvania. Even he would have to use all of his power against Lucy Merrill. I was right. My gut feeling wasn't wrong. The Offis Hall takeover incident's hidden mastermind was Ed Taylor. Ed. And that's Lucy. There's no doubt that's Lucy. My intuition was right. I might actually have a talent for being a detective. What? What the hell is all of this? Come to think of it, the plans were for early tomorrow morning. I have a load of things to do, but I guess I should go to bed early tonight. I need to rescue Lucy. Slowly. As quietly as possible. What? Lucy? Who are you? I am the assistant professor of your year. She went back inside. As I thought. Ed Taylor. Do you know of a student named Ed ousted from his family? I don't bother remembering the names of talentless trash. Always with these standoffish things to say. Professor Glast. You know Lucy, right? Ed actually overpowered Lucy Merrill to the point where she couldn't even use her power. I was investigating the Offis Hall incident since it was suspicious when suddenly before that, the reason I went to the northern woods is because Assistant Professor Claire, your story is all over the place. Anyway, whatever the case, I used magic that records memory on the first floor of the Offis Hall. Magic that records memory? Did you get permission? Of course not. I just made up a lie and brought the memories back. Prepared to write a written apology and explanation. I knew this would happen, so I wrote it in advance. Regardless, I can plead that there were extenuate circumstances. Look. He definitely looks like a mastermind, doesn't he? I am the hidden mastermind. You can see him striking the perfect pose for that, right? Is that all you've got? No. As I told you earlier. Ed was carrying Lucy while she was unconscious. Are you sure he wasn't just moving Lucy Merrill while she was asleep? Just bring me your apology letter and explanation. Okay. Right. This was written in the files as well. Ed tried to stop Taylor and his friends, but they got past him in no time. Taylor, born with the way of the sword saint. Alvira, born with the natural insight of an alchemist. There's no way somebody as ordinary as him could stop those two. Oh. I've had this dagger ever since I started living on my own. Now that there are all these engravings on it, I feel kind of proud. The spirit formula permeated into it pretty smoothly. The more the equipment is used by the caster, the better its efficiency gets. You've taken another step forward, young Master Edition. This is an occasion to rejoice. What great news I, Mug, shall sing a song in order to express my joy. The shepherd's song passed down orally from the Paiulan Regioawau. Why, young Master Ed? My apologies. I wish to atone for my sins. I'm ashamed. But what I'm most ashamed of is that I don't even know what I did wrong. Please tell me my sins, and I will sincerely reflect and correct them to show improvement. Hey. Yes. Drop the formalities. Spirits that have left from their physical forms and entered the path of low-ranking spirits. Elevate their status through contracts with spirit sorcerers. I can understand why low-ranking spirits are pleased to have contracts with a strong spirit sorcerer like Janica, but isn't this too good to be true? What's so great about contracting with me that you're making such a fuss? Did she promise you something else? That's. Just spit it all out. We're not going to be together for just a couple days, are we? Ah. Young Master Ed. What's the point of hiding anything from you? The overflowing respect and loyalty I have for you are not out of pure reverence but because of my filthy and lowly ambition for success. I am ashamed. Being in a contract with you and receiving refined magic from the vicinity of Lady Janica will allow me to grow at twice the rate of normal low-ranking spirits. What else? Apart from that, after asking around about rumors of your reputation in the academy, they said you have a strong authoritarian temperament, so to appease you, I understand everything now. Well, with your situation, it's only natural. To be honest, I had a really hard time. Kohuk. In the first place, are the spirits' rank in the hierarchy of spirits some official title or something? Why are they so damn mean and defensive when it comes to their ranks just because they were born a bit earlier? Go easy on yourself. We're all doing this to live anyway. Young Master Ed. Regardless, I can't afford to talk to you in a casual manner. I'm more comfortable with this. Whatever makes you happy. Although my combat skills are still making slow progress. My physical stamina has greatly increased. Now I'm no longer inferior to the average adult male. The storage is stocked with meat, vegetables, spices, and such, and I no longer need to sleep outdoors while hungry. I can easily master the classes with simple memorization and sequence theories with enough time and effort. Reducing sleep and repeatedly practicing will forcibly cram the information into my head, so that has nothing to do with talent. Every day is a forced march for me, and while I can't say these days are gentle on me, they're definitely better than when I started. Ed. Ed. Snap out of it. What's wrong? Sorry, Janica. I was thinking about something, so I was kinda out of it. Don't overdo it. It's good to work hard, but you should value your health more. I gotta focus. I received 3 letters today. The first came from the academy, while the second letter was from the merchantry. Neither were particularly remarkable. But I need to read the third letter with full attention. Because this is evidence that the flow of the story has already significantly distorted. The main event of Act 2, the negotiation for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire, is currently in progress. Originally, the negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire was a tug-of-war between the academy and the merchantry. However, because of Elt's downfall, the original client who requested Elt to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire, Crapen Roth Taylor, the head of my family, got involved, which eventually resulted in a 3-way conflict between the academy, the Elt Merchant Association, and the Roth Taylor family. Crape and Taylor planned to use the sage's sealed grimoire to research eternal life, and when things went south, he personally jumped into the negotiations. Patriarch Crape and Taylor is a boss who only appears in Act 4, the failed swordsman of Sylvania, and he is so strong at this point that there's no way to suppress him. No matter what, I must exclude him from this episode. If he gets the sage's sealed grimoire, he'll just walk away coolly, but if he gets the sage's sealed grimoire after already being strong enough to be the final boss of Act 4, then it might be impossible to clear the game, regardless of any information advantage I have. This letter includes Crape and Taylor's actions and suspicions about them. It also has an invitation for me. And the sender of the letter is: I'm back from the northern woods. As you instructed, I delivered the letter. Good job, Claire. Principal Abel came to say that Sylvania's financial situation is already desperate. As it is a private institution, I can't just support the Sylvania Academy as I want. If this continues, the merchantry will eventually get the sage's sealed grimoire. It'd embarrassing for it to be sold for money when it's like the heart of the academy, so Abel secretly asked for my help. But this is strange. How did Crape and Taylor know to participate in this negotiation? That boy, Ed, might have reported it. He lives inside the academy, so he could have heard the rumors. If I were in that boy's shoes, I'd do whatever it takes to be acknowledged again and return to my family. I doubt it. Can someone like me of low status have the honor of clinking teacups with the princess? This is unexpected, Lortell. I thought you hated me. Oh, that's an unfair accusation, Princess Fenia. Otherwise, why would I come to offer you such sincere advice? Crape and Taylor getting involved in the negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire this time is probably because of my father, not Ed. What? It seems that from the beginning, Crape and Taylor had requested my father, Elt Ketchum, to purchase the item. Well, I had no idea about it, though. Even though my father lost his position, his plan to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire has not changed. After all, the Elt merchantry has put a lot of time and effort into it. How strange. Isn't the Elt merchantry planning to sell the sage's sealed grimoire to the Taylor family after purchasing it? It seems to me like the interests of your two families align. So why do the Elt merchantry and the Taylor family appear to be competing for the purchase of the grimoire? It's because I have no intention of selling the grimoire to the Taylor family. Given the current circumstances, it'd better for me not to get too close to the business connections associated with my father. Why are you telling me the internal matters of the Elt merchantry? Because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You'd benefit from keeping the Taylor family in check, and I get to obtain the grimoire. It's a win-win situation. I also stepped in, thinking that my poor senior Ed might suffer harm. Should I say it's me looking out for him as his junior? You're worried about him? He's already separated from his family and is living a new life, so it would be unfair if he were misunderstood as being connected to the Taylor family, no? Lortell is worried about someone else. What is she actually thinking? Still, that boy is definitely useful. I might ask for his help on a personal level, appeal to authority, and even give out orders, but if he still doesn't open his mouth despite that, then. If he doesn't, then what? Then I'll have no choice but to use him. Deceive and exploit. Ha! Who's exploiting? Who again? Deceive and exploit. Who's exploiting? Who again? How dare you say that in front of the princess? Princess Fenia. Just for this matter, we are allies, aren't we? So, I genuinely want to give you some sincere advice. Don't try to use him in a half-assed attempt. Because you might end up being used instead. We must hold her accountable for her impudence, princess. No need, Claire. How confusing, I can't tell what that Ed Taylor is up to, and then there's Crape and Taylor, who suddenly joined the bidding for the grimoire out of nowhere. But perhaps she's the one I actually need to be wary of. Even though I'm a princess, she acts all high and mighty and doesn't bow down to me at all. Lortell Ketchum. I wonder if I'll ever get to see her. Get flustered or not know what to do. What? Hey, Lortell. Long time no see. How have you been doing? Things just turned out this way. I'm sorry, Janica. I didn't know you'd be coming too, so I only prepared 2 cups of Pie Lance and rosemary tea. Would you like some cold water? Yes. That's fine. Your merchantry's commodity warehouse looked like it was teeming with tea-making supplies, but since it's merchandise, I guess you can't offer it to guests. Yes, that's precisely it. I'll take the cold water. You drink the tea, Janica. Okay. Ah, right. You should take the magic engineering equipment. Got it. These are clearly brand new items without even a speck of dust on them. Didn't you say giving away merchandise for free goes against your ethics as a merchant? Oh my, Janica. You really don't have an eye for goods. If you look closely, these items have many defects. That's it? Why you did this? On purpose. Well, in the end, what matters isn't whether it's marketable or not, but that it helps Ed. Thanks, but it feels a bit wrong to take this for free. I haven't even paid for the item last time yet. This is already the 4th time. Just come regularly to renew the contract, and there won't be much of a problem. It's just a small amount to me. Wouldn't it be better for you to just quickly finish paying and end the contract? Well, that's something for me and Ed to discuss, not you. Geez, seriously. Even so. Ed's. Even if you say that. I can feel a familiar sensation taking over my body again. It feels like I'm floating in water. Lately, I've been feeling this quite often because of my workload. I have to keep an eye on Crape and Lortell, who butted in on the fight for the grimoire. There's still 2 weeks left for that, so right now, my priority should be making a mattress for the bed. I can stuff it with feathers or assorted fabrics in sewn cloth to make it fluffy. I also need to prepare the fawn I caught the other day. The inside of the cabin needs cleaning again, too. Speaking of which, there's also Lucy's jerky. Ed. Isn't it about time I acknowledged his resolute demeanor while fishing at the camp, his calmness and precision when he gave orders to solve the situation during the Glasgow raid battle? His reputation amongst students, saying he focuses only on his studies, and Lortell's warning not to judge him lightly. Maybe my insight was off. I need to make sure of it one final time. That's why I ordered him to visit me here in the royal residence. Claire, is tomorrow's schedule set? What time will Ed Lortell, Princess? It seems he won't be able to visit for a while. Why is that? It's a royal command, so no matter what, he shouldn't be able to refuse. Ed Lortell. Passed out from overwork. Symptoms include high fever due to overwork, indigestion, chronic fatigue, migraine, a periodic comatose state, difficulty breathing, deteriorating vision, mana complications, and muscle laxity. Please take adequate rest to recover from this condition. It's hard to breathe. My whole body feels heavy, and my lower belly feels hot. Too salty. Just a little. This brat's even talking in her sleep. Lucy is way too light, just like the way she looks. Maybe even lighter than that. So much so that you'll doubt she's even human. Yet I can't move at all. Since Lucy doesn't seem to be any different from usual, there must be something wrong with my body. This is total physical breakdown. This looks like my cabin. The blanket looks new. Is it from the Elk merchantry? I'm hungry. Do you really do nothing but eat and sleep? Congratulations. You've woken up. Your mana was horribly distorted. You've been overtraining in magic and learning spirit magic on top of that. You repeating this for months is why you're currently like this. Were you like this the whole time I was asleep? It wasn't that difficult, but it was so boring, I fell asleep several times. I was walking on eggshells the whole time, too. It was a hassle. Well, it was necessary, so it's not like they could say much. Don't get sick. Getting sick is hard. People die from it. Lucy had watched Glocked, a grandfather figure for her, die in bed from a disease. Thank you. Oh, Ed, you're awake. I wasn't sure if I could use the cabin stove, so I started a fire outside for now. Ed, how many times does this make it? It makes sense, though. It's not unusual for strong men to have several partners. Is this the so-called openness of this civilization? Perhaps I've been viewing this civilization from too rigid a perspective. Why are you here? Janica is out for attendance, and Lortell had to return because she couldn't delay business any longer. Your hair is. That's because it's autumn now. Ugh. I usually eat a lot, but this is. Ugh, nothing we can do about it. Though it probably would have been better if someone better like Elka or Clara did it. But Lortell said absolutely no women. As usual, I should check the scenario. Speaking of which. I heard that the students from the alchemy faculty secretly mass-produced mandragoras and caused an accident. Ah, Alvira, that troublemaker. In the end, Taylor and Clebius quickly handled it. Good. Act 2, Scene 5, Academy Explorazioni, seems to have wrapped up nicely. I heard a rumor that a monster handled by the Telos Order snuck into the Academy's underground water system. Taylor and I took care of that. There was a rumor like that. Act 2, Scene 7, Demon of the Sursi, seems to have gone by without any problems too. Now the only major event left is the struggle for the grimoire. By the way, how long have I been passed out? Today makes it 10 days. Everyone will be thrilled to see you awake. What? Still, they won't be able to see you today. Janica's at the academy right now, and Lortell has an important negotiation to prepare for tomorrow. She had no choice but to leave. I thought I just passed out for a day or two, but if I slept for 10 days. Ed? Hey, Jix. Ha. Why yeah. I need to send a message to Lortell right now. Then I don't have time. The day after Ed woke up. Act 2, Scene 10, the one full of variables. The struggle over the sage's sealed grimoire has started. The ones involved are Princess Fenia Clole, the representative of the Elk Merchantry's leader, Lortell Ketchum, and the man who strayed from the original storyline. The patriarch of the Duke family Roth-Taylor. Crapin Roth-Taylor. The final boss of Act 4. I'm really glad to see you looking healthy. It's been quite some time, but I never got the chance to formally apologize to you. I heard you had a tough time because of a foolish and thoughtless member of our family. As you ordered, we disowned him, but I'd still like to apologize once again. It's fine. Don't worry about it too much. Crapin. Crapin Roth-Taylor. He's of the same bloodline as Ed Roth-Taylor. Before that, he's a noble, dignified, compassionate, and wise head of a ducal family. You can feel the respect his attendants have for him in their every single action as they serve him. But my eyes see the true him. This man is clearly evil. You are the proxy of the Elk Trading Company, I presume. I am Lortell Ketchum. It is an honor to be in your presence. So you're the only daughter of Elk Ketchum, the Golden King. I have heard much about his insight and adventurous spirit. We go wherever there's a good profit to be made. After all, we follow wherever the scent of money leads us. I see. Negotiations for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire. Each participant writes down their proposed bid price. And the highest bidder gets to buy it. The sage's grimoire is a treasure of the Sylvania Academy. The Academy doesn't want it publicly known that they are selling such a valuable item due to financial difficulties. So Principal Abel Forcius came up with a wise plan. I will vouch for it, as an observer with my status as a princess, and the principal's proxy, Vice Principal Rachel, will quietly conduct the auction. And the method is as simple as it could get. Right here, right now, the highest bidder gets the grimoire. I heard about the trading method in advance and looked into similar book trades. Intrinsic magical value, academic value as a research subject, and value as a simple luxury. Lortell probably knows the prices and transaction records of way more books by heart. But who will take it home is B. Crapin Roth-Taylor. I have received the bid amount. Thank you both for presenting your valuable opinions. A single bid auction with no upper limit. The key in this rule is knowing the opponent's maximum bid amount. We go wherever there's a good profit to be made. Lortell revealed her intention to make a profit. If she's aiming to make a profit, Lortell wouldn't bid more than the highest book transaction price of 8,100 coins. Anything higher would be hard to resell and would result in a loss. If Crapin simply bids a bit more than Lortell's highest possible bid of 8,000 coins, the grimoire will be his. I will now reveal the bid amounts. Bidder Crapin Roth-Taylor. 8,500 Flen gold coins. As expected. Crapin Roth-Taylor is not someone who would visit the academy just to make a profit from book transactions. The important question is why he wants it enough to pay such a large amount. Bitter Lortell Ketchum. 9,400 coins. What? The purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire will proceed with the Elt Trading Company. So she wasn't after profit. Let's return. For the contract signing, proxy of the Elt Trading Company, please move to the private room. Alright, what is her real goal then? Could it be? Princess Fenia, we are allies in this matter. From the beginning, Lortell's goal was just to prevent the scroll from falling into the hands of an evil man like Crapin. No, she's not the type to act out of justice. Even if she did, the fact that Crapin is an evil man and that his intentions are dark is something even I can only guess. I couldn't find any evidence, even with my authority as the princess. Someone must have requested or ordered this. Someone is controlling Lortell from behind. Someone who knows the dark nature of Crapin Roth-Taylor and wants to stop him. I wanted to make sure you knew that it's a mere speculation that my senior Ed was clinging to the Roth-Taylor family. Even after being disowned by his family and thrown into the wild, he lived with such determination that he collapsed from overwork. Even then, he fought against the darkness of the Roth-Taylor family until the very end. Ed Roth-Taylor. Princess. What have I done? How could I drive such a person on the road to ruin? The princess was overwhelmed with guilt. But the princess' misunderstanding might have been a blessing. So if I resell the grimoire to Duke Crapin, the least amount I can buy it back at is 8,500 coins, right? Since it was bought for 9,400. The difference is about 900 coins. Saying she wouldn't sell the grimoire back to Crapin was just a merchant's lie. I don't care if you resell it or not. With the purchase certificate of the grimoire, I can ask for any favor. Literally anything. How could he mention doing anything in front of a merchant? You've made a mistake quite unbefitting of yourself, Ed. A free pass for Ed for just 900 coins. That's a bargain. Anything. Anything. If the princess saw this expression of hers, she would have coughed up blood. So in the end, Lortell won. You should have seen Lortell's face when I delivered that letter. It's a relief Elka is so innocent. Yeah. Ha. Lortell bet on her sexual attraction to me. And Roth-Taylor must have bet on an insider information he got. Ha. I do feel a bit sorry, thinking about what will happen next. Ed. You're awake. Janica, it's not even lunchtime yet. Did you come here all the way from the faculty building? I'm already done with my morning classes. I don't have any more classes to attend, and I'll do my assignments at night. Oh, sorry for worrying you, Janica. I heard everything from Jix. I heard I caused you a lot of trouble. Huh? No. But you were running around the academy crying, and that spread rumors about you being heartbroken and so on. And last time, you even barged into the academy's conference. That's a funny story, Jix. But you know, the weather's so cold today. Be careful not to catch a cold. UHP. Please kill me. Master Ed. Please kill me. I, the foolish mug, had no idea that you were pushing yourself so hard. What? You were here, mug. I wanted to jump out and apologize immediately, but I feared my presence might affect your mana, so I received mana from Lady Janica instead. Why are you making such a fuss? Considering you were unconscious for the past 10 days, he's not overreacting. Well, yeah, I can understand why he'd act like that if I was unconscious for 10 days. Wait a minute. 10 days. If I was unconscious for 10 days, all the meat would be spoiled by now. The fishing nets must have broken because I didn't maintain them. I lost all my food supplies. That means I gotta start from the beginning again. You're planning to overdo it again, aren't you? It's fine. I'll help you. I also have some free time until the next exam. I can help with hunting or woodworking. When it comes to work, you just have to handle things as they come, and everything will somehow work out. It suddenly occurred to me. It wasn't that long ago, that I was under the hastily built wooden shelter in the forest with nothing, not even a penny. I slept alone in the darkness, getting bitten by insects without anyone to rely on. A lot of things have been pretty tedious, but regardless, I've resolved way more issues and survived until now. He's right, everything will somehow work out. He looks really tired. You think so too, Marilda? But this is your chance. That red fox is busy with negotiations and whatnot right now, so she can't come to the camp often. You should take advantage of this time. In that sense, that girl is quite clever. You need to learn from her. Whether you like it or not, if you want to win a man, you need to become a fox, too. First of all, we need to fix your outfit. You look like a country housewife. Right. I look really shabby. That's perfect. Unlike your usual lively and energetic self, guys fall for that opposite side of you, who's so great at managing everyday tasks. Be sly. Subtly show him that side of yours is great while pretending not to. That'd be nice. Really? While you're at it, roll up your sleeves more. And tie your hair up. You give off the vibes of a wife who's been through hard times with him. That's good. You're going to see him today, right? Go and make some progress today. No dating experience. Progress? Don't mind that part. Tell me, Janica. When you went to the camp today to help him out, what were you planning to do? How were you thinking of getting closer to him? I wasn't planning to do anything. Oh well, what's going on? Marilda's howling so sadly. That's ridiculous. At a time like this? With this opportunity? Do you think a tough guy like him will struggle like this ever again? Look at how he's growing. He's growing at such a ridiculous speed. Do you think a time like this will come easily again? There's no better winning strategy than being with him in times of hardship. You need to use your position as the person who supported him during tough times. Even if it is a bit calculated. Even if you look a bit cunning. That's true. But the plan I had in mind. Just listen to me. I see. That's pretty good. It's quite late at night. The stew that Janica made was really good. On a different level compared to what Jix made. Maybe I should learn how to cook from her myself. But more importantly, I should focus on recovering. After all the help I've received, I can't keep looking tired forever. I can't say I'm in good condition right now. My headache and slight fever are coming back. You look tired, Ed. You didn't go back. Hee hee. What are you planning? You look tired, Ed. You didn't go back. What are you trying to do? Hee hee. I'm not trying to do anything. Nothing at all. You don't have to pretend like you're not having a hard time. It's the same for everyone. Exhaustion comes at you both physically and mentally. I know you're working hard and enduring a tougher schedule than anyone else. A lot of people helped and comforted me when I was having a hard time, but in the end, what helped me the most wasn't someone's rushed support or comfort but a person quietly staying by my side. You've had a hard time, haven't you? Great job, Ed. You don't need to go that far, hey. Come on, you've been struggling. You gotta acknowledge that to be able to rest. Admit it. You've had a hard time, Ed. Yeah. I had a hard time. Phew. A really hard time. Seriously. Phew. I've made a full recovery. I couldn't make as much progress as I planned in 10 days. Especially in the research of magic engineering products. Advanced crafting skills greatly affect core stats and are far more versatile than general skills. The problem is that there's a clear limit to how much one can grow just by self-studying via reassembling magic engineering items. Most magic engineering product recipes are rewards from main scenario quests, so as someone who doesn't want to interfere with the scenario, it's hard to get them directly. But it looks like Taylor isn't particularly interested in magic engineering. It's probably because even with the recipes, you can't make useful magic engineering products right away. Lack of material items. To craft, you need materials that may be obtained only in the later stages of the original scenario. However, my situation is different. What are you thinking about? Because here, I have someone who can procure any materials from even the other side of the world. I'm relieved to see you're better now. I was so worried. I'm glad to see you're healthy too. Do I look healthy? Despite how I seem, I'm suffering from chronic fatigue right now. Oh my. My hair is dry, and my skin is rough. It was such a struggle getting it back to normal. Yet you came all the way to the northern forest when you're so busy. Well, I need to rest, too. And there's something I need to tell you. It's weird to call it the Elt Trading Company when Elt has been ousted, right? So, I'm going to change the name to just Trading Company, and restructure the business. I need someone to help with employee management, asset management, product flow, and external affairs. Basically a co-executive. Imagine this. You wake up in the morning and go work at the trading company building, and we're only a wall apart. You'd get such great benefits. As a co-executive of the Elt Trading Company, I'd give you shares of my personal assets too. It'd almost be like we're married. Oh dear, why am I rambling so much? Ahaha. Hoo-hoo. Lortell. Isn't it weird that you'd go that far for me? You don't even know anything. What? I know how you feel, edition. You must be thinking, what's wrong with her, or I can't make such an important decision based off the fleeting emotions of a young girl. You probably want to keep things professional with me until the end. Well, not necessarily. That's exactly what I want. But that's because you don't know. After living a lifetime in a world where hundreds of gold coins come and go and where you're betrayed if you don't betray them first, what do you think becomes most important? A person who will never betray you. Someone who will stay by your side even if all your wealth is no more someday. Someone who, even if the whole world turns its back on you, will stay. To some, that's family. To others, a lover. To a few, a friend for decades. But to Lortell, who has seen countless wealthy and great merchants rise and fall. The fact that that could someday happen to her is a constant fear. No more and no less. Can't you just stay by my side? Lortell. Say that without trying to hold your laughter in. Pat. It didn't work, huh? What a shame. I almost had you. The way your tone changed at the middle was too obvious, you idiot. I'm human too, you know. My spine kept tingling. But how was it? Did you feel a little protective of me? Usually, when I show such a timid side of me, it'll touch their hearts and make them waver. Ah, what a shame. But still. It wasn't completely a lie. I'm planning to graduate from Sylvania. I don't intend to leave this school until I do. If I don't have anything set for what to do after graduation, then... Well, I can wait until you graduate, but you know you don't really have a choice, right? I might use this free pass soon. It was great seeing you again after so long. Ha. I feel like I've done something terrible. Just thinking about what'll happen in the future. I feel like I owe her. That was risky. You belong to me now. I was planning to say that to him at the end, but... Seeing him like that. Messed up my plan. If I had gotten out of there a second later, I would have shown my true face. I even brought the change from the magic engineering products payment. Brought it all back except for 1 gold coin. It'd be awkward to go see him again now. I can just leave it in the hut, right? Ed went to the river, right? I should prepare a snack before he comes back. Why did you come out of there, Janica? Why did you come from the river? It was the beginning of a new disaster for Ed, too. Your intake of meat and vegetables today is severely insufficient, young Master Ed. You need to make up for it at dinner and drink enough water. Alright. If you collapse again, I really will die. For my sake, please live healthily. I want to maintain our contract relationship for a long time, young Master Ed. Looks like Tarkon scolded you. There are unreasonable people everywhere, no matter where you go. Sorry about that, mug. Anyway, thanks to Jix and Janica, I have enough food and firewood. Phew. And thanks to Lortell, I can now also furnish the place. The only thing on my mind are the 3 letters I received before collapsing from overexhaustion. One was from Lortell, warning me to be careful as we don't know what Elt might do. Another was a personal letter from Princess Fenia regarding Krapen's movements. And the last one was from the Academy, but the sender was completely unexpected. Professor Glast. He sent me a letter telling me that he wanted to have a private conversation with me after the conference. Unfortunately, I couldn't meet him because I was unconscious. Status effect exhaustion, I have no idea why he summoned me. Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and Act 2's final scene has already begun. I remember most of the content of Act 2's final scene. Professor Glast always believed that a select few with talent could change the world. To revive Sylvania, the great sage with the most talent in history, he researched aspectual magic, which could distort the laws of the world. To complete aspectual magic, he needed the sage's sealed grimoire, but Sylvania Academy fell for Lortell's plot and sold it. In his desperation, he stole the sage's sealed grimoire and tried to inject Sylvania's spirit into Isla's body, who was born with aspectual magic, to usher in another progressive era. It was literally a madman's narrative. But then Taylor steps in to save Isla. He breaks through the traps in the secret laboratory, the spirit library, in the underground waterway. After having his entire scheme go awry, Professor Glast made a rather abrupt statement before falling from the top of the magic tower. Despite only dreaming of academic advancement and the discovery of talented individuals, his final words were. What were his final words again? In any case, the final battle of Act 2. The Beginning of the Glast Conquest War is a book that changes the owner of the sage's sealed grimoire, the connection formula. It begins with Professor Glast kidnapping Taylor's friend, Isla. Are you awake, Isla Tris? Don't come near me. Makes sense. The demon of the underground waterway is quite terrifying, isn't it? It's your fault. Why on earth? Why? I hate you. Heek. Ed Roth Taylor. Aren't you being way too mean? I mean, we were both kidnapped. I got kidnapped too. I mean, we were both kidnapped. I got kidnapped too. This wasn't my original plan. 3 days ago. I finished everything I haven't been able to do in 10 days, but not being able to train in that period feels like I wasted so much time. The Glast Conquest War is about to start. It's such a shame I haven't raised my magic engineering stats yet. Well, for magic engineering training, I also need blueprints and materials. Wait a minute. I just thought of a way to drastically raise my magic engineering stats. The final scene of Act 2, the Glast Conquest War, has 4 battle stages. Among the 4, the hardest is Phase 3, the secret laboratory. The boss of this stage, the Spirit Library's librarian Reina, is so strong that it's hard to clear that stage without the Sword Saint's form. But that's a problem for Taylor to solve, and what I'm interested in is the contents of that Spirit Library. It's full of valuable magic engineering blueprints. Just from what I remember, there are over a dozen of them. And there are even 2 blueprints for legendary-grade magic engineering items. However, it'll be dangerous. But it should be fine, if I just don't go in alone, right? Adele from Class B and Isla from Class C will join Class A in the next semester. There really are a lot of talented people this year. Even if they join midway, there won't be any disruption to the class content, so there's no reason to worry about that. There are a lot of talented people. Class A only has 3 students right now, and it will only increase to 5 next semester. Makes sense. There have been years when there was no Class A for Professor Glast to supervise. Isla may not be great when it comes to combat. But they say she has an incredible affinity for aspectual magic. What is it? I'm hesitant to say this, but can the criteria for Class A be strictly determined by talent? Students who put in effort might bloom in unexpected ways. Do you think I am ruining and underestimating them by denigrating and neglecting their efforts, Jix Effelstein? Sorry, but I don't think so. In fact, the surest way to ruin someone's life is to instill premature confidence in vague talent and support them inadequately. Before entering Sylvania, I looked into the academic faculty. His self-righteous, almost obstinate obsession with talent is probably because of his daughter. Professor Glast's only daughter, Muri, was an average mage, but he had endless faith in her. As a parent, it was natural. However, Muri took it not as her father's trust but as Professor Glast's faith in him, a faculty of the magic department. Because of that faith, she prematurely joined a monster raid at a young age. And eventually. Since then. I heard Professor Glast became obsessed with proven talent. During most of his tenure at Sylvania Academy, he devoted himself to researching the enigmatic aspectual magic. But if you know of his past, you'll understand. What Professor Glast is pursuing is not aspectual magic. Hailed as the most talented in history, the greatest sage. He's probably bringing Isla into class for his research on aspectual magic. Also, Lortell Ketchum. Actually, never mind. Since it's not related to the lesson, I'll call you separately tomorrow. Is it about the sage's sealed grimoire? He must think it's a shame. After all, they say the grimoire is essential for the research of aspectual magic. But anything he says won't be of any use. Because the connection ceremony for the passing over the ownership of the sage's sealed grimoire to me is just around the corner. That's all for today's lesson. The sage's sealed grimoire's connection ceremony is about to start. It was a close call, but I've completed the plan. The core of the operation is to follow right behind. I'll follow Taylor when he's barging through his course from phases 1 to 5 to save Isla. And I'll pick up any leftover items. I've made a list of must-have items. Especially in phase 3. I'll grab all the magic engineering items in the spirit library. Although the effects of these items may seem rigged. Because of the difficulty of farming its materials, they can only usually be crafted in the final stages of the scenario, so they won't be of much help to Taylor anyway. I'll take them. And while I'm there, I might as well check out, admire, how Taylor's doing in phase 5, then I'll return to camp. And the plan will be complete. The Glast Conquest War begins on the day of the sage's sealed grimoire connection ceremony. I told Janica I lost something in the underground waterway and that we should go find it together. I thought she'd hate it since it's dark and narrow, but she seemed strangely enthusiastic, which made me feel sorry, since I could sense her concern for me. Still, with a friend great at combat, my plan is perfect. Excuse me. Ed? Professor Glast has called for you. Assistant Professor Claire. I heard from Janica that she visited the cabin recently. Was it to talk about this? The connection ceremony is tomorrow. He must be pretty busy, so why? All right. I didn't respond to his call last time since I passed out due to overexhaustion, but seeing how he called me again, it must be important, right? Why are you here? Professor Glast's office. Isla? Isn't this reaction a bit much when I didn't even do anything to her? Well, even if it's been over 10 months, it makes sense, since her bad blood with Ed Roth Taylor is. I did shoot arrows at her after that, so. But more importantly, why is Isla here? She's supposed to be kidnapped when the Glast Conquest War starts tomorrow. And why was I called on top of that? Could it be? No. These are research records, notes, grimoires. There's nothing indicating a change in the future I know of. If I were to find a connection to Ed Roth Taylor, it's just this one thing. Did Assistant Professor Claire report what she observed about me? If so, Professor Glast might have figured out what I did in the Offis Hall. But what does that have to do with this? Professor Glast. Please help me. He's holding a dagger. Aspectual magic. Time prison. Mug. You're very quick to catch on to what's going on. Your response is exceptionally smooth. Did you scan all my research materials in that short time? This is strange though. Just scanning a few documents wouldn't be enough to tell you of all my intentions. Is there a reason you must restrain me? Don't you only need Isla's affinity with aspectual magic? You've achieved your goal, so there's no need to restrain me. I can keep my mouth shut. I have a goal here. I'm doing this for my sake, so don't think too harshly of me. At least give me some explanation. This is too much. Ha! How can he just vaguely tell me to not think too harshly of him? Don't think too harshly of him. Makes sense. Even if I managed to escape from this place, Professor Glast wouldn't leave me alone. It would only disrupt the scenario. Besides, if I'm kidnapped here, I'll probably be locked up with Isla in the secret lab. It's like getting a direct bus to phase 3. Should I just Let him kidnap me? Ho! Have you decided to fight back? Or did you come up with some plan? Good. It's not such a bad deal for you either. Nost bail. Ed Roth Taylor. I was suspicious at first, but he's so academically successful while living a life in the wilderness. It's like he lives 48 hours in a day. I can't imagine the effort he exerts. That's not what you said when you were calling him some secret mastermind, Assistant Professor Claire. But I didn't expect his academic record to be like this. When I saw him in combat in the Crystal Ball, I noticed his knack for combat is extraordinary. But that was clearly the approach of a weak person. Analyzing the opponent thoroughly and using all available means is the way of a weak person, a product of effort, not talent. His expression that showed no hint of unease also reminds me of something I lost in the past. The daughter, who said, "I'll bring honor to your name through my achievements, Dad." It reminded that memory again. Ed is running a bit late, huh? And so, my magic travelogue of the southern continent comes to an end. As I traveled the world, I realized that there were many magical truths that I had yet to discover. The title of Archmage felt undeserved. My late master Sylvania, who passed away at a young age, still remains in my memory as a beautiful woman. Looking back now, those years where I felt I was lacking were indeed full of ups and downs. The sorrow that gnawed at my heart on the day I lost my master accumulated over time and now remains only as an old reflection. Yet, in this long life, longing pushes its way forward. Sometimes, regret over what has been lost paralyzes rationality. There are definitely times when I have the urge to shatter the natural principles of the world and twist the truth just to see Sylvania's face one more time. But what is lost is lost. Those who have lost must become stronger. Sadly enough. So be strong. To you, who has become the full stop of my life, I dedicate the last sentence of this book. Lucy. Magic Travelogue of the Southern Continent Glocked, excerpt. I miss him, more than anyone. Glocked himself acknowledged and accepted death and waited serenely. So, the girl had no choice but to let him go. Will there come a day when even the pain of loss heals completely, leaving not even a scar? The only thing that temporarily helps her forget that longing is the satisfaction of a pouch of jerky she had. Oh. I didn't fill it up. The thing is. The clandestine connection transfer ceremony of the Sage's Grimoire. Scholars looking to sell and merchants looking to buy. Only the elite members of both groups gathered. Among them, attention was drawn to the leaders of each group. He's around the same age. And has a similar image. But, compared to that person, he is different to a strange degree. After the negotiation to buy the Sage's Grimoire was over, he came to find me. And he requested that I hand over the Sage's Grimoire. Hand over the Sage's Scroll to Creefin. That was the plan from the start, so I wasn't planning on being discreet, but still, the amount that would justify going back on the lie I told Princess Fenia is 12,000 coins. Although it was a rather exorbitant amount. Fine. I'll buy it right away. He accepted the deal without hesitation. And did you know that Elt has hired a mercenary group and is heading to Sylvania? I mention this out of caution, but make sure things don't go wrong this time. He was an unpleasant man, but it didn't matter. The information he had about Elt was valuable, and I had also found a place to sell the grimoire. Preparations were complete. Mr. Abel Forcius has relinquished his right to connect to the scroll. Acting Head Lortell, please step forward to receive the connection. Now, I will have the trading profit and the purchase certificate. Or rather, an all-access pass to Ed. The grimoire. He's gone. My all-access pass to Ed. Despite Ed Rothtailor's absence, the story progresses without a hitch. Professor Glast's secret laboratory. Ed Rothtailor. Why on earth are you here? I hate you. Hayek. By now. Glast should have seized the grimoire. I hate you so much. You're the worst. Quiet. If you keep yelling like that, the monster of the underground waterway in front of you might wake up. Consider yourselves lucky. Cum researcher of aspicutal studies Professor Glast advised me not to use you for experiments, since you are important people. Oh, is that so? Ugh. You're more calm than I expected. Well, anyway, I'll be monitoring you closely while reviewing the research materials, so don't entertain any foolish thoughts. There is nothing more to do now. We just have to wait for Taylor to bring the subjugation squad and cause a ruckus. By then, the library that Taylor passed through will already be devastated. Without any hindrances there. If I manage to sweep up all the replica magic engineering recipes from the magic books, my operation will be complete. Nothing that I'd have to do. No one that I'd need to get rid of. Nothing. The only things that bother me are how easy it seems, which is pricking at my conscience a bit, and also the fact that I have to be with her. If you take even one step, I'll scream. I'll bite my tongue. Don't come any closer. I mean it. You think I'm bluffing? I have nothing against you. If I wanted to hurt you, then I wouldn't let such a perfect opportunity go to waste, right? Since I've seen this from Taylor's perspective, if I had to say it out loud, I'd say I feel pretty positively about Isla. Lies. You're Ed or Dash. Stop spouting nonsense and sit down. Taylor will definitely come if we wait here. Taylor. Do you have the right to say his name? Why wouldn't I? I apologize for the matter with the entrance exam. But I had my own circumstances. I'm sorry about the matter with the entrance exam. But I had my own circumstances. Even if you can't trust me, you can trust Taylor, right? He will definitely come to rescue you. I'm sorry. Did Ed Roth Taylor just apologize? That Ed Rothelier. Ha. Young Master Ed, are you alright? You're not hurt, are you? Any scratches on your arms? Any energy loss because of the magic? Can you see okay? Any issues with your sense of smell or hearing? Do you have any numbness in your arms or legs? Any sluggishness or fatigue? Is your face turning yellow or your heart pounding or your pulse racing? I followed the magic reactions. Your spirit connection level was pretty good, but it took some time to detect you. I apologize. I'm sorry I couldn't show up sooner. You brat, where've you been this whole time? Mug, good job finding me here. Is that a spirit? You can control spirits too. Before last semester, you were terrible even at basic magic. It's none of your business. That's. Finally, I have a proper partner to talk to. Even so, that spirit can send a rescue request to the outside. Send a rescue request to a staff member or professor whose spirit connection is decent. There's no need for me to add another variable by doing something like that. Do not worry, young Master Ed. I may not be able to keep you safe, but I have been thoroughly trained in emergency reporting systems more than anyone. What? It took me about half a day to avoid the eyes of numerous monsters and the golem researchers to get here, so it must have been about 2 days from then. But I can still clearly remember it. Miss Janica's angry face was truly beautiful, and her cold fury was real. Not only that, but she also seemed to want to ask that vixen merchant and that little witch in the wizard hat who frequents the camp for help. That's like having 1,000,000 troops on our side. Do not worry. One way or another, we will be rescued. Let's stay calm and wait here. Ha ha ha, ah ha 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 ha. Ha. You rascal. Ed Roth Taylor. Why are you making that face? You. Researcher. Come. I've changed my mind. I can't stay trapped here. I need to get out. No. Get me out of here right now. I'm not joking. Ed Roth Taylor, if you make so much noise, the demon across from you will wake up. I'm serious, if I don't get out of here, it's not me, but you who will be in trouble. Kiki. Just as I thought, after all, you're just a student. Don't ramble too much. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? You said if we wait quietly, Taylor will come to rescue us. You were right. You're quick at analyzing the situation. I don't know how you knew the location of the keys, but in my eyes, such great instructions in actions. Go now. This idiot. Why did he have to do something I didn't even ask for? You. Shut up. From now on, answer with a yes or a no. What? There are all sorts of monster experiments, and haunted magic tools out here. Anyway, it's dangerous. Just cooperate with them, and if they notice that I'm gone, just tell them I escaped. Sell me out immediately. That way, they won't hurt you. You can't run properly with your legs having given out, can you? But Ed, you. Please, don't argue. Yes or no? Yes. Good, now keep quiet and stay still. I'll handle it. New twists inevitably find their way. I can handle the minor variables one way or another. My stats have increased enough already. So I can solve most problems by using the information advantage. However, there are bound to be variables that I can't handle on my own. If Janica or Lortell join, I can somehow manage. Acudacrin's Dale but that vixen merchant and that little witch in the wizard hat who frequents the camp for help. Even game freaks and veterans who had invested hundreds of hours couldn't find a solution to that completely unbeatable enemy. This never happens unless you deliberately try to make it happen, so I didn't bother with it. A definite bad ending triggered by specific conditions. No matter what. I have to stop Lucy from coming here. Jix. What is it, Taylor? Please, help me. We need to rescue Isla. Taylor lost track of Glast after he escaped from the Trix Hall, so he requested help from Jix. He'll soon lead his companions into the underground waterway to chase Professor Glast. I'm familiar with the route of the scenario of the second episode's final chapter, Trix Hall Underground Waterway Spirit Library Monster Research Center deepest part of the lab, but retracing it in reverse will be a new experience. The Monster Research Center is a bit of a headache to deal with because COM releases all the monsters, but it's much easier now that's in reverse because the monsters are still confined. It's a relief. Because the encounters between Lucy and Professor Glast are destined to lead to a bad ending, I need to hurry in preventing it. The problem is, the Spirit Library is guarded by Reyna. I am familiar with Reyna's patrol pattern, so fighting her isn't the issue. The problem is that Reyna is someone Azure Scanso who will grant Taylor a valuable experience. In the later stages, there will be enemies that cannot be defeated without Taylor's swordsman form. So if Taylor doesn't train well enough, the future scenarios will be harder to clear. Taylor is supposed to progress the most during the second episode. Taylor meeting the ones that'll help him learn essential skills is crucial, such as the revived demon of the underground waterway, and Reyna, who'll give him the most EXP. So, I'll just take only the necessary magical tools for the route and sneak out. Column C. Thunderclap Generator. Alright, next is, the one-way light dimmer. I'll definitely come back when this is over. Because it'd be a waste otherwise. Right now, the exit won't be in her line of sight, young Master Ed. Phew. Alright, it is time to move. An earthquake. I don't recall an event like this. Damn it. 30 minutes before the earthquake. If this deal hadn't been done so quietly, Sylvania Academy's reputation would have surely been ruined. I can't believe he'd steal the grimoire during a gathering of the Academy's core personnel. Even if it takes time, I'll take responsibility for the grimoire and get it back, but is it not possible for you to wait? Whatever Professor Glast is planning, it won't end well. What do you mean? Now that the situation has turned out like this, we should at least tell you the truth. Do you know of the 3 major taboos? To twist the laws of nature, to disrupt the flow of time, and to defy human destiny. The 3 major taboos. Asunaskins. Calm pursuit of immortality, resurrection of the dead, time travel. Don't tell me Professor Glast is using a spectral magic to resurrect the dead. Toperat surrounding Principal Obel, are you dash crazy? Is that what you were about to ask me, Lortell Ketchum? But I am curious. The great legendary sage of Sylvania, whom he praised and admired, always said that talented individuals would advance the world. And there was his daughter, Muri, who passed away after he recklessly pushed her forward whilst trusting her questionable talents. If he has truly perfected the aspectual magic for resurrecting the dead, who do you think Professor Glast would want to bring back to life? We have a huge problem, Principal Obel. Several minutes ago, Taylor was seen chasing Professor Glast, who fled towards the underground waterway. According to testimonies, not only did he steal the grimoire, but he also kidnapped students. My goodness. The students have been identified as first-year magic faculty student Isla Triss. Second-year magic faculty student Ed Roth Taylor. Ed was kidnapped. Not to mention, this thumping and vibration. Headmaster Obel is the greatest mage of this era. He promised to bring back the sage's grimoire. If he steps in, he can easily rescue Ed as well. So, the most sensible thing to do is to wait here, but this familiar sound and the direction of where the tremors are coming from. It's from the entrance to the underground waterway. I wish to go as well. Miss Ketchum. Ah, seriously. Seeing the principal being so nonchalant about the grimoire, I will personally retrieve it. Minimize the negotiation personnel and follow me. Lortell Ketchum joins the battle, a combat alchemist well recognized by the alchemy faculty. Dorothy third-year alchemy department's top student Dorothy's combat prowess was formidable enough to challenge those among the combat faculty students, not to mention, the top first and second-year students of the alchemy faculty, Alvira and Norton, often sought her guidance. But, Dorothy didn't stand out during her first year. So, Professor Glast, who recognized her talent, was her savior. Dorothy believed that Professor Glast had a purpose behind his seemingly extreme actions. Although she didn't know his exact purpose, she was determined to strictly follow his request to guard the entrance to the underground waterway. But isn't this going way too far, Professor? Answer me. Where's Ed? Tarkon said it was this way. Oh, or maybe not. Whose directions did I follow this time again? Ugh. So. Second fork, right, then left, then. My head hurts. Ugh. Huh. Isn't that Dorothy, the top student of alchemy faculty's third years? Gasp. Is she like that because of me? I should at least cover her up with this. Oh my, Janica. Janica Fey Lover. Excluding Lucy, among all the top students of all years, this ace of Sylvania boasts the most brilliant force. No matter what she needs to do, even if she has to destroy the entire waterway, she'll ensure Ed's safety. And if she succeeds, Ed, I came to rescue you. It was hard, wasn't it? I was so worried. Are you okay? Let's go back together. I made food at the camp. Janica, you are amazing. I had such a difficult time being kidnapped. Truly, you are the only one who's there for me, Janica. Let's get married. Do you want a daughter or a son? No way. Lortell makes the most rational decisions about everything in life, but when it comes to Ed, her judgment regresses. Janica. Ed's already been rescued. It's so infuriating, but he got pretty hurt while being kidnapped. He's lying in bed, asking when you will come. At the camp. Right now. What? I'm going to be the one to save edition. First, I'll get rid of Janica. But, Lortell. Why are you telling me that? As soon as I pinned down Ed's location, I ran here. I was just near the entrance, so how did Ed get rescued? I got here before everyone else, so who rescued him, and how did they do it without me seeing them? Janica, who usually seems thoughtless, becomes very sharp when it comes to Ed. That isn't important. Now's not the time for this, Lortell. But, don't tell me you're using the trading company's employees to rescue Ed. I mean, they're not trained in combat. Aren't you acting too cowardly, too dangerously? She's logical about everything all of a sudden. It's also true that Ed is in danger. I also asked Lucy for help at first, but she just yawned and walked away. Yawn. She never listens to others and always prefers to do things her way. And so, I am also alone. You're right. This is no time for us to get in each other's way. Ha, so, there's no other competitors, right? Everyone, please stay here and wait. No more words were needed. Then I'll search the east side of the waterway, Lortell. Okay, I'll search the other side. The important thing is to rescue Ed, who's in danger. So, I will be the one to rescue Ed first. An earthquake? Who'll be the first to rescue Ed from his dangerous situation? I wish it was just an earthquake. I got bored, so I came to help. It's game over now. Are you sure? It's okay to just sit back and do nothing. 000 it's dangerous. But it's a good opportunity for the students to grow. Flowers bloom where the leaves fall, after all. But do they really need to be pushed this hard? There's no doubt that this is the greatest golden age in the history of Sylvania Academy. Even if you look across the entire history of Sylvania, this generation of students is a rare find. After all, each year's class has so many promising students, whom we have so many expectations of. Like stars, there are countless of them. Is that so? It feels like someone is warning me. The upcoming trials need to make them think, you need to be this talented, and even then, you'd struggle, that's how intense it has to be. Hey. Hey. Do you have any jerkies left? You think I'd have any here? Ha. Then I wanna go. I gotta find a place nearby to take a nap. New Omicron. The situation right now is a mess. Judging by the time, Janica and Lortell should have entered the underground waterway by now. I just need to go to the underground waterway and stop Janica and Lortell. Considering Taylor's growth so far, if he defeats all the bosses of the latter half, skipping this one boss won't completely mess with the scenario. Which means it's still okay. The problem is her. If Lucy meets Glast, the bad ending event will start. To stop that from happening, I'd rather. You're gonna have to stick with me for a bit. What? Ugh. Somebody once told me that when the going gets tough, the biggest help a person can give is just by being there quietly by your side. Lucy, you're strong. Being with someone like you makes me feel safe. Even if we don't do anything or talk much, you just being present is. That kind of thing is, do you really have no jerkies left? Enough with the jerkies, please. Just stay with me until we get out of this underground waterway. If you want to get out of this underground waterway, I'll help you out. I have some things I need to take care of before I leave. Alright. But I have a favor to ask of you too. Now I'll get out of here by going in reverse. I'll get everything I need from the library, find Janica and Lortell. And finally get out of this place. Hey. Do you really have no jerkies? Ignition. Should I call this the real thrill of mob hunting? Phew. I'm being bombed by the special EXP explosion of the monsters. Sorry, Taylor. I won't take too much. Ignition. There's a concealment spell cast somewhere around here. The magic resonance and unique insight that Professor Glast acknowledged. Unlike Janica, who specializes in spirit connection, Lortell was quickly finding the way. Right. This isn't the time to just exchange sweet words. Suddenly, Lortell realized. Right now, she genuinely wanted to help someone with pure intentions. She felt a glimpse of a new kind of relationship. That couldn't be bought with money, and her heart swelled again. It's the same feeling as before. This sound I'm hearing from someplace so close. My heart beat. Oh, Lortell. You're here. Ed. Phew. I was kidnapped. Perfect timing. Help me carry these. They're too heavy to carry by myself. What is all of this? Every single one of them is an advanced crafting formula. Wait. Ed, weren't you in grave danger? Yeah, I was. But I managed to escape somehow. Lucy, this is dangerous. This is really dangerous. And it's too cruel. Janica Feylover is a coward who can't even take a chance, but I've been the most proactive in making progress with Ed. That day, on the way home, I was so short on breath that I almost set the forest on fire. How can he act like that so nonchalantly with another girl in front of me? Keep those crafting scrolls for me. If the trading company can bring the materials for that, I'll go pick them up. If there's anything you want to buy, let me know. I don't mind you buying it for cheap because you've helped me so much. Ed. I need to push hard here and take control. Please, Lortell, who else can I trust but you? He's really crossed the line now. Now's the time you want to make a demand like this from me. Who else can I trust but you? I'm so grateful for everything you've done for me this whole time. Do you need a receipt? I'm a pushover. Proxy President Lortell. Here you are. We have a huge problem. Everyone, do not let your guard down. Do we really need to go further? How about we just leave? There you go with that nonsense talk again. Aren't you going to save Isla? First-year alchemy faculty top student the meddler Elvira Arg. I never even liked Isla that much, so why do we have to save Ed Rothtaylor too? I'm really sorry. Still, I have to save Isla. Please do me this favor. You know Isla is a good person. Don't back out now, Clebius. Look. I feel something up ahead. Her prophecies often hit the mark, as if she peeks into the future. I have a feeling we're going to meet a very tough opponent up ahead. I don't know. I really don't know. It wasn't planned from the beginning. It was just a simple whim. Please, just give me one chance. Wasn't it right, left, right, or did we go too far to the right? Oh. Hey, guys. Janica. This unforgettable feeling. The learned fear is rising within me. Rationality when paralyzed by fear leads to misunderstandings. There's no guarantee we can win. But we're going to give it our all. Why are they looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Did I grill Assistant Professor Claire too much? But she fainted all by herself. Why are you acting like this, Taylor? Calm down. Move. Even if my chances are low, I have to save Isla. That's enough. Ed. Ed Rothtaylor. Ed. Ed. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Taylor. Ed Rothtaylor. Elvira and I have already fully realized Ed's fighting style. With only basic magic and a bit of archery, he once single-handedly held off 3 opponents who were way better than him. And the power of his friends is. Since the Offis Hall incident, he's grown significantly. If it was only Janica, I might have somehow managed to get through. But with Ed Rothtaylor now beside her, my chances of winning are 0. Go, Taylor. Isla's waiting. Go catch Glast, Taylor. Now it's time for us to play our roles. You handle the scenario. And I'll take care of the variables. I'm going to go catch Elt. The issue reported by the trading company staff was bound to blow up eventually. News just came in that the mercenaries hired by the Golden King Elt have entered Arkan Island. The mid-boss of the second episode in the original story was thoroughly defeated without even a chance to recover. The Golden King fell from power at a different time and in a different way than he was supposed to, and because of that, he was able to escape, unlike in the original story. Lortell knew that Elt was planning a counterattack. Despite that, have the minimum negotiation personnel stay back and follow me. It looks like he made use of the loophole. With many personnel from the trading company stuck here, that place is completely defenseless. We need to go there quickly. I got the magical engineering crafting formulas and so many magical tools this time, and they might be more useful than I imagined. But if I were to name the best tool I have for surviving in this world, the advantage of knowing about the future, the scenario that's unfolding right now is the final part of episode 2, the Glast subjugation battle, is nearing its end. The plan to have the storyline unfold as per the original story is still the same. If Elt is the mid-boss of episode 2, then I must have him in episode 2 as in the original story. I am going to take down Elt. Chicks. Alright, Ed. From here onwards, the path is almost clear. Ask Isla for the details after you rescue her. Also, Taylor. In the end, he has to be the one to sort out this scenario. Because only after mastering all the unique skills and completing his growth can Taylor face that guy in the final scenario. There is a lot of stuff to sort out inside the underground waterway. After this, the magic tower summoned by Glast will cover the sky and unleash dreadful spells. It will be really painful. And going forward, there will be many harsh trials ahead that are hard to endure with human willpower alone, but good luck. You don't need me to make any grand cheers. Right, Taylor? He must be targeting the trading company to secure evidence that I orchestrated the loss from the sale of the armor which made him lose his position. Alright, then let's first inform the academy that the mercenaries have invaded. Wait a minute, Ed. Sorry, Janica, but we need to hurry. Again. You'll get hurt again. Are you really going to deal with Golden King Elt? I don't know the details. But Ed, you were just kidnapped and barely escaped. You collapsed from overwork just a few days ago. Also, this is a matter for the Elt Company. It has nothing to do with you. I don't want you to get hurt anymore. She's right. This is indeed someone else's matter. But it's not like I can say, I have to deal with a big variable like Elt myself to feel at ease, can I? Well, fortunately. To capture Elt, Lortell will need both me and Janica, so she'll drag us along with some excuse, right? Janica's right. Involving Ed in this is just me being selfish. Ed should be resting somewhere safe. It's nice to see the two of them getting along, but rest? This is not the time for me to be resting. I appreciate the sentiment, but unfortunately, Lortell's matter isn't someone else's business for me. What? What do you mean by that, Ed? Not someone else's business. Let's move first. Hurry. Mister, you too. We don't have time. Oh okay. It's not someone else's business because coming up with a reason to give them is always hard. Why you're right. Of course it's not someone else's business. Because you have a contract with Lortell. No wonder, right? If Lortell loses control of the trading company, your magical engineering supplies would be disrupted too, right? Yeah. So, it's definitely not someone else's problem. Yeah, you're right. Right. Not someone else's business, Janica, you're pretty smart. As expected of the top student in your year. All that aside. This is complete chaos. Taylor was so horrible without any regard for seniority in this situation. At times like this, he's really heartless. Did you do this? I didn't mean to do it. But somehow, it just turned out like this. Heartless? I'm not a heartless person. Don't misunderstand. I'm telling the truth. Seriously. We're almost at the exit, so let's talk about this outside. We need to ask the academy for help first. The carriage I came in is at the entrance with the staff. You were faster than I expected. Father. I taught you how to manage documents, so there won't be any evidence in the company's records even if I scour through them. However, there was a gap in personnel management. All it took was a simple threat for him to tell me you're headed to this waterway. I am sorry, Miss Lortell. Right, this is when you should smile. It took a long time for you to master that expression. It's really a pity that the only evidence left is your confession. It's a waste to ruin you with torture, Lortell. Where do you think you're attacking? I figured you wouldn't be alone, but you really love bringing mercenaries into the academy, don't you? Just like last time. The professor fled with the sage's grimoire, right? But there's no need for comparisons with last time. This time, it's different. They're the continent's best mercenaries. Excluding Lortell, I don't care about the lives of the others. Finish them off quickly. Defense Magic. Be Careful, Edition. Their movements are definitely well coordinated. Thanks, Janica. Spirit sorcerers are always a hassle to handle. But I told you that this time is different from last time. It suppresses the surrounding mana for 10 minutes. Despite being a single-use item, it costs dozens of gold coins per sheet to use. Belarus's Prejudice. Based on the magic restriction of the night butterfly flower reagent that Elvira used, Belarus's Prejudice is its high-ranking variant. It has the drawbacks of taking time to activate and the preparations to trigger it being fatally obvious, but it's a very dangerous item. We are at a numerical disadvantage. There's the combat power of a veteran mercenary group that we can't get through during the time needed to activate it. And most importantly, our entire party consists solely of mages. He already knows our powers. He wouldn't have come unprepared. If that thing activates, we're done for. Elt. The Academy will hold you accountable for this. How do you plan on dealing with that? Hoo-hoo. It's at least better than losing my life, isn't it? A third-rate villain who should have been eliminated early in the story. Even the butterfly effect caused by a third-rate villain can shake the world significantly. I know it well, because I'm the same, and this guy is a mid-boss. If he survives, how big of a variable will he be in this world? Golden King Elt, the mid-boss of Episode 2. A villain who gets backstabbed by Lortell and exits the stage in the end. He killed Lortell's parents. And did whatever it took to achieve his glory and prosperity. An absolute villain. Yet, I don't feel the slightest bit of animosity towards him. Because ultimately, Elt is persistently blocking our path. So he can survive. Just like me. However, I have no intention of giving in to him. I also don't want to lie and say it's because I'm ready to handle all the variables I've created. Or call me selfish if you want. Wake up now, but this is my story. Lucy. God, you people are noisy. Lucy, the Slothful, awakens. The book, Glock's Travelogue, written by the Archmage Glock in the final years of his life, was crafted in a humble little cabin that didn't quite match his fame. Was known by, almost, no one. You may have natural talent and the blessing of the stars, but that is not a reason to stop learning. Always continue to learn. Be humble and use your power for the benefit of all. And beware of the loneliness that will slowly engulf you one day. Overwhelming strength is bound to come with bitter solitude. Ooh, alright. I'll stop. Instead, promise me 3 things. Do not kill anyone, avoid anything that might stain those small hands of yours with blood, even if it's by accident, and live the life of a student, at least during your time at Sylvania. It's evident that Elt prepared the best mercenaries. From the fact that most of them are veterans. Surviving for a long time in the mercenary life and the very act of crossing the line of death multiple times already signifies strength. An instinctive sense of situation awareness and responses honed to become second nature. Those very instincts are now screaming. Stop right here. Have you all gone crazy? Move, damn it. I don't know what kind of magic this is, but... However, most of the relatively young mercenaries don't have this survival instinct. As always, despite being a mage, she doesn't use magic very often. She simply used physical force generated from the overwhelming compression of mana. Or simply put, violence. Is it still not time for it to activate? Ugh. Just a little more. So you're the leader, huh? Then I guess I just have to take you down. Ha. You should. An earthquake? No. On a night when the 7 brightest stars align in a straight line and are clearly visible, Professor Glast's advanced aspectual magic distorts the laws of nature. The magic tower that covered the sky is the final stage of Episode 2's last battle. Good timing. Taylor should have defeated the monster in the underground waterway and learned the necessary skills by now. Now that everyone who's necessary to clear this episode is together, even if it might take some time, Taylor will be able to stop Glast. Descent of the Magic Realm was triggered at the same time it was triggered in the original storyline. This means the scenario is progressing without any issues. Of course, since this magic is so alien and different from any other, everyone except me must be confused. This is even beyond the comprehension of Janica and Lortell, who are top students, so most probably. Do each of the 10 magic towers play a role in absorbing a spectral magic? In that case, it might actually be possible. Resurrection of the dead, I mean. The epilogue you can see after clearing episode 2. After the incident, Lucy lazily wakes up and says, "I see. Something like that happened, huh?" As per the original scenario, Lucy should be napping on the roof of the Tricks Hall. But if you wake her up early on in Phase I and bring her into the party, the cornered Professor Glast makes her an offer. The person to be resurrected with aspectual magic won't be Sylvania but her disciple. That's how Lucy turns into an enemy. And at the same time, the player's party gets annihilated. In the end, you only see Lucy slowly disappearing into the underground waterway. In episode 2, Lucy Merrill was never meant to be defeated. Even the most hardcore and dedicated players who spent hundreds of hours trying to find a way came to the conclusion that there was no way to defeat Lucy. Unexpected disruptions in the main scenario caused by variables that weren't part of the original plot can still be patched up by my intervention. And sometimes, those variables, legendary grade magic item Belarus prejudice, can even twist the predetermined bad endings. Now's your chance. Now these brats can't use magic anymore. Wind Blade. I, too, am a variable in the scenario. But there are entities that even I can't stop. How? Even the overwhelming suppression power of the legendary grade magic item Belarus prejudice has its limits. Just as it is impossible to drain the sea using a bucket. I'll clear the way. I have somewhere I want to go to. Elt's experience is no lesser than a veteran mercenary's. The sense of survival honed by being on the edge of life and death. Now warned him of his certain death. You know, don't you? That you can die. Lucy knows that, too. However, unless you think it's fine to kill others, stop here. It's odd for this boy to be concerned about Elt's life. Do not kill anyone. Avoid anything that might stain those small hands of yours with blood, even by accident. The person he is worried about is not one who is going to die. Okay. Where are you going? It's over, isn't it? I need to go somewhere. Conversations with Ed Roth Taylor always go like this. That's why are you sure you won't regret it? I didn't expect a reply from him. Glock's travelogue, last chapter, what's lost is lost. Sadly, those who have lost must become stronger. So become stronger. I dedicate the last sentence of this book to you, who has brought a full stop to my life. Lucy. No. And so, just like that, Lucy vanished before my eyes. All 57 people have boarded the boats. It seems everybody has safely retreated. Now that we've checked that, Lady Janica should be returning soon. Deciding how to handle the subdued Elt is on the back burner for now. We can hand him over to Elt Trading Company for now. Lortell will probably take care of most of the work. After all, she herself must end her bad blood with him. Maybe it's because I overexerted myself while I was already exhausted. But after rushing here to the highest building in Sylvania, my body feels heavy. This is the Tricks Hall. The starting point of this episode. The place where Glass stole the sage's grimoire and where Taylor started chasing him. The academy took care of the injured, so I didn't expect to return here. I came all the way here in the end, huh? Though unintentional, my reverse journey through the stages of this episode, from the secret laboratory to here, has come together perfectly. This is where Taylor started, and this is where my journey will end. Among the student center buildings that Janica destroyed was the Glock Hall. The institution that awarded me this semester's scholarship is also the Glock Scholarship Foundation. He lived frugally, yet he donated all his amassed wealth to Sylvania Academy. His traces clearly remain all around this academy. That's why it wasn't difficult to find Lucy. I thought she'd be here. In the place where you can see the entire academy. After all, to Lucy, this academy must be Glock's legacy. Hey. What is it? Do you have any jerky left? I told you earlier, I don't have any left. Conversations like this are common between us. What are you doing here? Just thinking about the old days. I'd die instantly if I fell from here. I used to cry a lot back then because something really sad happened, but at some point, it stopped feeling so sad. Why? I thought about it deeply. And the reason was surprisingly simple. It was just because a lot of time had passed. A lot of time had passed, and dwelling on old wounds is foolish. Even if I try to revive Grandpa with aspectual magic, he'll have to leave again someday. Besides, he had already prepared himself for death. So he might get angry and die again. Resurrecting a legendary archmage who dedicated his life to the study of magic with such forbidden magic would be nothing but an insult. Yeah, I knew it from the beginning. Wanting to revive him was just me being selfish. So, Lucy. Are you really okay? It's not my place to say, since I tried to stop you. But I can't help but ask. Lucy changing her mind about reviving Glock feels like it could just be a whim. If she changes her mind again, something terrible could happen. I can't help but make sure. Hey. Ha. Even in this situation. She'll ask for jerky again. Lend me your shoulder. I wondered why she made me sit next to the railing. It turns out it was just for something like this. It'll be hard to find someone as passionate about aspectual magic as Professor Glast in the future. Resurrection magic is also at its end. The dead are dead. What is lost is lost. That loss is different from person to person, but in the end, it comes to everyone equally. So we must learn to accept that loss and cover our wounds with what we have now. Lucy understood this well enough. And so, I sat next to Lucy for a while, looking up at the magic tower in the sky. The starry sky in my view seemed higher than usual. It was quite beautiful. To protect the offering, the giant rises. An ancient weapon created by Glast with aspectual magic. Isla. Rescue Isla, who is trapped inside the golem's heart. Go. Taylor. Isla. This damn nearsightedness. Give her back to me. At some point, I stopped being able to see anything without glasses. Life as a teacher is bound to be static. Sitting at the large desk in my personal lab, reading ancient grimoires. Analyzing aspectual magic, managing academic curriculums, reviewing materials to teach students. And as I keep doing that, the scenery outside the window continues to change. It's snowing. A first-year elemental studies student keeps coming to my personal study. She said she wants to study intermediate magic in advance. It's raining. The youngest professor who caused trouble Professor. I'm Toei. Always comes begging for forgiveness, flustered. The wind is blowing. The highest-ranking dean out on business. Always stops by for a cup of tea. Even after becoming the principal, that didn't change. As I sat in the same place, buried in work, I thought the painful memories would eventually disappear as well, but aspectual magic. Small-scale time travel. Painful memories don't disappear. What? What is that? Aspectual magic. Multi-time prison. Dodge. Taylor. Sometimes my vision blurs, and through the long darkness beyond my eyelids, I see what I lost. Right. I'm almost there. Give up. Don't stop me. With all my might, I will reverse reality. Is that a swordsman form? Aspectual magic time reversal. Time rewinds. Even for those who have been frozen in time. It's pointless. Even if it costs me the rest of my life. Intermediate ice magic. Now. Is this the end? Phew. Alright. You won. I miss you. Muri. Aspectual magic spatial leap. He left that magic circle for the final escape. But for some reason, he escaped way too late. Even using magic to stop the bleeding seemed pointless. Anyone could guess from the original storyline that he had no future, but seeing it firsthand, it's clear. Professor Glast will surely die here. Oh. How did you get here? It's past your curfew, isn't it? Despite that, there was something I wanted to confirm. 1 hour ago, Janica sent the mercenaries outside the island, and I can find Father in the trading company, so all the threats are gone now. We promise to meet again in front of the underground waterway once everything is done. I just need to check that Ed is safe after heading to the Tricks Hall. Oh, Lortell. What? Danger. Danger. A top third-year student, Dorothy, and assistant Professor Claire. I guess the situation in the underground waterway has ended. Is she crying? Why? Ed. That magic tower uses aspectual magic, right? Then. There's something I want to check. Lately, Janica's meeting with the spirits has turned into a report meeting about addition. They were originally out of her goodwill to protect the northern forest where the spirits live. However, a few days ago, Tarkhan said he detected the same kind of magic coming from that magic tower in the northern forest. If it's aspectual magic, there's no need to say who was behind that. But there hasn't been a single magic tower built in the northern forest. What exactly has Professor Glast been doing in the northern forest? Considering that nothing much happened before in the original story, I probably don't need to interfere, but even the fake boss, Elt, had this level of impact. If someone of Professor Glast's caliber doesn't exit, it's unimaginable how much influence he would have in the future scenarios, so I tried to confirm it one last time, but Hugh. Isn't it past your curfew? What are you doing here? I was looking up at the moon. Why? Do you think it's funny? No, I don't. That's strange. I find myself quite laughable. You must have known. You'd fail. Haha. That's right, Ed Roth Taylor. In the end, I was bound to fail one way or another. It was reckless, but I never thought I'd be subdued by students. And even if I had won, Abel would have taken me down. Did he not do that from the start because of our relationship over the years? Anyway, he's not suited to be the principal. You're a better student than I thought. I discovered you too late, which was quite unlike myself. Then why did you kidnap me in the first place? Your talents were quite exceptional. At first, I planned to use you for my scheme, but you fainted from overwork, so that plan failed, too. When I hastily went back to get you, you had already escaped. If I think of dying lonely like this as paying for my sins, it's not such a bad deal compared to the sins I've committed. Still, the 17 years I spent with my daughter weren't lonely. She was 17. Yes. 17 years, you could call them both long and short. You've known Assistant Professor Claire for a long time too, right? Claire. For years during the degree program, 5 years after obtaining a teaching certificate. If she had stayed until your retirement, that would have been almost 17 years. On my way here, Assistant Professor Claire was crying. Ha. Professor Glast is the type to dislike everyone at first glance. He's the meanest and most stubborn person I've met, always passing work on to others, full of himself, dogmatic, scolding others for the slightest mistake. He's really an impossible person to like. But still, he was the most scholarly scholar ever. He was a person with an uncanny intuition for unnecessary things. She must have even had a hunch from what Professor Glast told her. Dorothy also spoke with a trembling voice. saying she didn't know what Professor Glast was planning but that he was a precious mentor who recognized her. However, nobody can deny that he recklessly put the lives of students at risk. Nobody can deny that he went astray either. Even right now, nobody is around him now as he slowly reflects on his life. He says he will die lonely, mocking his own fate. That was his misconception. If you think about it, Claire, who became an assistant professor at a young age, and even Dorothy, the top student of the alchemy department, were both considered untalented. Professor Glast kept discovering and nurturing hidden talents like them while saying that talentless people like them had no value at the same time. As if he were saying his daughter was also someone valuable. It's been too long to consider it a lonely death. In the end, he remained in the hearts of people. For some, a mentor. For others, a colleague. Professor Glast has severe myopia. After some point, he couldn't see anything without glasses. Not even himself. Before using Descent of the Magical Realm, I saw the Spirit Library. You made a flashy exit, taking all the legendary rank crafting formulas. But there was no point doing that. Do you mean there's something more? Serves you right. You'll have to clean it all up with your own hands now, so it's self-inflicted. From now on, that library belongs to you, Ed. Why, are you giving this to me? Cough, you're not happy, even though I just gave you the key to it. The desk Raina guarded. There's a secret safe beneath it. Just make sure you handle it when the Academy's investigation starts. And lastly, Lucy. Every once in a while, look around you. Ah. Right. You're wise. At that moment, what expression did Lucy have? Unfortunately, I couldn't see it from my position. Through Glast, who closed his eyes as though he was simply falling asleep, I could only infer. The corpse lying peacefully under the moonlit Zelkova tree, made it look as if he were in a deep sleep. We just watched for a while. You got involved in the Glaskin incident, the Offis Hall occupation, and now, the theft of the sage's sealed grimoire. And you were there at the site. You have terrible luck. Ed Roth Taylor. After listening to the same story all night. You don't know why, but Professor Glast kidnapped you. You escaped when you got the chance and sought help. During that process, you met up with Taylor's group. Is that all? Is it the Dean's turn now? It's just as I wrote in the report. Janica and Lortell came to help me in a hurry. You left Isla, who was also kidnapped, and escaped alone. Isla couldn't move, and she didn't trust me at all. So I went out alone to call for help. Enough. To be honest, I'm suspicious of you. The story makes sense, but the repeated coincidences are. From the Dean's perspective, it must look suspicious. You act like you know nothing, but I get the feeling that you know a lot. Thank you for such an evaluation. It's flattering. The same goes for that sly behavior of yours. But because of the Offis Hall incident and the recent event, you're a student who has suffered due to the Academy's negligence. This isn't the report I wrote. Ah, the Dean was looking at my report card. You've worked hard, Ed Roth Taylor. That, I must acknowledge. The Academy wants to reward you instead. Ah, Ed. You're out. I'm sorry I keep making you worry. Janica. You didn't get hurt, right? It looked like you fought. I was worried. Worried? Come on. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Ah. Huh. Right. Actually, I might not be completely unscathed. Should I say my body feels a bit sore? I think I got hurt a bit while saving you. You got hurt? Where specifically? Huh. My back. A sprain. Something like that. I realized something from this incident, Janica. Huh. You're always the one who works hard and suffers whenever things like this happen. I think I took that for granted too much. And now you even got hurt. Didn't it strike you after seeing Professor Glast's last moments? He said regret always comes last. I do feel a bit of shame. I seem to be a burden to you. I'm grateful for everything you do, but in the end, you always suffer, Janica. Huh. What? I'm sorry, Janica. Because of me, you always get hurt every time. Maybe it's best if you don't get involved with someone like me, I'm sorry. I lied. Actually, I'm not hurt at all. I'm sorry for lying. Oh, right. Janica, your dorm is the Dex Hall, right? You see. Starting next semester. You're moving to the Dex Hall. I didn't expect you to be so happy. A lot happened, but it was wrapped up quickly. I guess I could say it's all finished now. End your lonely life as a wanderer and return to having a normal student life. You deserve it. I'll allow you to move into the academy dormitories. Personally, I wanted to set up some fences, grow some annual edible plants, and reinforce the hut a bit. But it all feels a bit futile now. So my camping life is over now, huh? Lucy. Over. I wonder if it's going to rain. This is not Arkan Island but the northern Ramelin mountain range. Why am I dreaming of my childhood right now? Since I'm dreaming of old times anyway. Let's go see the old man's face, shall we? Ah. This is. Why didn't you save me? You had the chance, so why did you look the other way? A nightmare, huh? Miss Lucy. Are you up? Then let's prepare for school. High-level spatial magic. For some reason, I felt the urge to go to the northern forest right away. I feel an inexplicable sense of relief. I wonder if it's going to rain. So my camping life is over now, huh? Geez, cats are always unpredictable, I tell you. And they never play along like you want them to. When you think you've gotten close and try to pet them, they act all aloof and expensive, but when you lose interest and get busy, they get all clingy. Cats are like that anyway, so the best way to control them is to lose interest. Those of you who want to have a cat-type spirit familiar, just stop giving them attention and act indifferent. Surprisingly, they'll end up coming to you first. Geez, this is harder than dating Kikik in the monster ecology class. Surprisingly, there was a section on these cat-type creatures. Lectures of the experienced Professor Flurbin. These lectures were very popular, and everyone else had good grades, so my grades were initially in the lower ranks. But soon, I got ahead in my preparation, and there was almost no one who surpassed me when it came to any subject's notes. Let's end here for today. By the way, Ed, could you come to my office? Do you know about the Academy's scholarship program? Isn't it a system where you contribute to academic tasks in exchange for a discount on tuition? You know it well. It'd a good opportunity for you, Ed. What exactly would I be doing? You do various academic tasks. Probably. Assisting Assistant Professor Claire, I think. Wah. There are quite a few things Professor Glast was handling alone. Annis is remarkably capable, but it's too much to handle alone. So, there's the duty of semester-end evaluations, and during the break, you'll handle academic society's agendas. At the end of the break, there's the freshman class assignment test too, right? Don't be too strict when you meet the freshmen. Freshmen, huh? That means that guy will also be there. I can definitely sense that the magic resonance is extremely high. Whatever it is. Whatever. But is it really okay to sell this to Crapin? The fact that Ed made such a desperate request means that he didn't want Crapin to have this grimoire in the first place. No, wait. I bought it to resell it anyway. Think about the money tied up in it. I need to be more ruthless. Her motto is to never put off today's work for tomorrow. If I could just get the Sage's Grimoire purchase certificate, I could do anything for you. Really? Anything. Just do this then. Hee hee. A special winter break class notice, huh? Without Professor Glast, who will conduct the class? I won't have to worry about the camp anymore. It's the end of the semester, so I'm not the only one that's busy. Janica Faylover. Ed. They both must be occupied. And Lucy, well. There probably won't be any immediately noticeable changes. What's this? Why do I feel so uneasy? Hey. We're running out of firewood. What? You said we'd be short on firewood when winter comes. Well, that's true, but why haven't you been hunting lately? Why is Lucy saying something productive? It's not a surprise though. I've been neglecting camp management. Well, I'm thinking about going to the Dex Hall, so if that happens, I won't see Lucy as much. Maybe the scenario will unfold more stably. Hey, Ed. Today's classes must be over, huh? Yeah, Professor Marie's late afternoon class got cancelled. So, I came here to rest. We won't be able to stay at the camp once winter break starts. So I've gotta come here as much as possible now. I've really enjoyed spending time here, but thinking that this is going to be over makes me feel a bit sad. I really like this camp, you know. It's really unfortunate that I won't be able to hang out here anymore, but your environment is important too. If you decide to move to the Dex Hall, make sure to call me there. I'll help you if there's anything you need. You have a lot to do, don't you, Ed? Things I have to do, huh? And most of our classmates are in the Dex Hall, so we'll definitely see each other more often. If we run into each other in the cafeteria, let's eat together. I usually eat a bit early, but on days where Clara and I can't match our schedules, I sometimes eat alone. I'll show you around on the first day, so let's meet up in the morning. Also, the study rooms, if you have trouble find people to use them with, call me. I guess it's time to unlock the secret vault in the library that Professor Glast mentioned, huh? Oh. Right. Tada. An application form for Dex Hall. Yes, if you apply late in the application season, there's a high chance you'll miss out. So, it's better to fill out the form early and then think about it. Wow, you even took care of this, thanks a lot, Janica. I've already done it once, so let's fill it out together. Let's start with the application and then. Lucy. Stop. Don't take that. It began on this day. All your steady experience is paying off, Master Ed. Your growth rate is truly remarkable. Your spirit resonance already surpasses that of ordinary novice spirit sorcerers, and your basic mana resonance has also improved significantly. Lucy, did I do something wrong? Usually, the maids at the Offis Hall make sure to dress her up neatly, but today it looks like she escaped from the dormitory in her pajamas early in the morning. My magic power must have increased too. It's about time I try out intermediate magic. What is wrong with her? If I've done something wrong, I'm sorry, okay? She seems to be particularly hostile towards Janica. Or is that more a look of fear than hostility? Ugh. Anyway. Intermediate magic is harder to learn than I thought. Even after practicing all day, I still haven't mastered the basics. Hey. What? What are you going to do if I leave? There's somewhere I need to go. I also need to check the campfire and fireplace. The temperature drops below freezing at night, so if I'm not careful, I could actually freeze to death. Though if I move into the Dex building, I won't have to worry about things like this anymore. I can go once I'm done with all my work. Hey. Let's go together now. Why did you follow me to a place like this? I could have helped you get down here with my magic. Forget it. I need to make sure I'm able to come down and get back up by myself anyway. Since I won't be able to take all of that at once. I'll need to come here a few more times anyway. To think he'd have hidden a secret safe in a place like this. And he held on to this key until the very end, why? To have hidden something like this. Almost there. We'll be outside soon. Yes. I know. It's almost time for Lortell to send the magic engineering item materials that I asked her for. And I should ask for a ladder too. Let's rest for a bit. If I hadn't trained my stamina, I would have given up already. So what is that? You can receive your future magic and use it. Present future if so, be able to use high-level magic right now, theoretically. However, depending on the amount of magic you borrow, you'll be unable to fight for a long time. If I use it impulsively, the price may be huge. That means there's only one way I can use it in battle. When I'm driven into a corner, I'll use it as my secret card as a final attempt. But if not in battle, for example, a spirit contract. The reason Janica can command countless spirits isn't just because of her sensitivity, but because she has a huge amount of magic. For beginner spirit sorcerers like me, we only have 1 or 2 slots, and the reason we need so much practice to even hold a conversation with a low-ranked spirit is because our maximum magic capacity is lacking. If I were able to temporarily increase my maximum magic capacity, I would theoretically be able to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit. Of course, that's a reckless guess. And there are risks. If he had the time to make that, he should have just. No. That's all in the past, Lucy. And even if we search through that whole library, there won't be anything more precious than this. There's no way Professor Glast would have wasted time. Professor Glast said it was a sin to promote those of ambiguous talent. But this is an object that can destroy the wall of talent called maximum magic capacity. This must have been the reason that Professor Glast was researching magic engineering items. And the reason that he hid it all, so no one would know until the very end. It was all a gift for his daughter. You know. In the past, one of my sleeve buttons fell off. The button on the very end of the sleeve. I never noticed it when it was on, but once it was gone, my sleeves were so loose that it was uncomfortable. So I suffered for a long while. Is that so? It's often that I only realized the importance of something after it's gone. Something I thought meant nothing was actually very important. I followed you because I had something to ask. Are you going to go to Dex Hall? Can't you not go? It was a difficult line to come out of Lucy's mouth. But my mind maintained neutrality. To enter Dex Hall, or to continue camp life. Entering Dex Hall is more comfortable for life. It's not normal to live outdoors like this in this cold winter. Makes sense. Will it rain? Lucy saw the clouds in the sky and felt the moisture on the bridge of her nose, and could sense that it was going to rain. Nope. But she's not always right. It's not time for that. You cannot be certain that what will fall from the sky will be the drizzling rain water. However, at the end of a long monsoon season, you think that rain will come thoughtlessly. Even though the rainy period is over. Anyway. I have so much to do these days that I haven't gathered enough firewood for the winter. I don't think I'll be able to do it alone, so help me if you have time. You said it yourself. We don't have enough firewood. Really? Really? Ha. I've already completely adjusted to camp life, so if we improve our surroundings a bit more. I think there are many more positives to just staying and living. That's how the second act ended. It's now officially the third act, where the scale of the trials will grow. There's so much to think of when I close my eyes. Princess Fenia, who's aiming for the student council president position, and her fight with Lortell. And the new enemies and main characters that will enter the school as new students. And the person who will be the last one standing on this stage. The final boss of the third act, Lucy Mackerel. It won't be easy, but I'm putting my worries aside for a moment. Even when the next episode ends, we will both be living well and healthily. After seeing Lucy make expressions that I'd never seen in any scene or route, I was sure of it. Winter has come. Although it feels comforting while it falls, the snow gathering means more work. After shoveling it all, it's already the middle of the day. Although it's been a while since I set the policy that I can't overdo myself because of how much there is to do, I'm going out because I was called out for the school scholarship student task, so I decided to do all the work I had to catch up on today. I need to finish the firewood and provisions work, but because the preservability is good thanks to the cold weather, I was able to finish the provisions work quickly. By giving up dorm privileges, I received tuition privileges. So the problem of tuition was able to be resolved. Which means I don't have to divide my day by the hour like I used to anymore. But that alone snore doesn't mean I can just sleep. I've given up on throwing Lucy outside. While it's not like Lucy, who has protection magic all around her, will get cold. The problem is how that'd make me feel. This is an ease that I don't know will come again. If I had to take the risk, now would be the perfect time. Shall I get started? Are you listening? Marilda. The taste of the refreshments that the previous royal pâtissier was in charge of. The terrace that smells like flowers. The highest quality refreshment set of Laplace Bakery is hard to get because the reservations for it are usually fully booked, but How else could I call you out without some kind of bait like this? Be bait. You make it sound like I was reeled in like some fish. I'll get to the point. I think that you're slowly reaching a dangerous line, Janica. You've completely fallen under that Ed Rothtailor's spell. How did you know that? How wouldn't I? And I'm not trying to stop you. At first, I felt like I'd lost my country. But after my assessment of Ed Rothtailor changed, I decided to accept the situation that had occurred. See Clara. The problem. Has your heart pounded so fast you couldn't even speak when you were with him, or have you been so nervous that you couldn't look him in the eye recently? Why are you asking about that? Answer me. Has that happened? Rather than my heart pounding or me getting nervous, being around him feels comfortable and snug. That's a sign that you're going to the worst bad ending in dating. Ugh. Arg, the burn. What's the point if the emotion exchange only happens unilaterally? You're too close, Clara. You have to make him think of you with desire. What kind of relationship is it if it's just you liking him and following him around? That's just a follower relationship. Comfortable, good job, ugh. Anyway, forget it. It's winter break now. His face isn't half bad, so he has a lot of luck with women. We need to find a solution soon. I feel super anxious because I'm going to go home now. For example, instead of doing the ridiculous push and pull, do something that activates his desire to protect. As expected. That's so like Clara, who has studied through her countless friends' love stories. Everything she's saying is correct. But the reason that Ed Rothtailor's assessment changed is largely due to Clara's influence. Since it's the man that Janica likes. Since Belle, the academy workers, and our friends have all said good things about him. It seems everyone now trusts him. I think a bit differently, though. Judging how she's being scolded by the librarian for not handing it in on time, I'm sorry. She has no dignity whatsoever. When I see her like this, I wonder how such a person ever became a professor. But all of the serious professors praise Professor Claire's abilities. People luck. Somehow, she got to have Fleurban and Glast as her masters, received guidance from countless scholars and managed to finish her degree. And now even obtained the greatest ta. What's all that? That must be heavy. Should I help you? This is the reason that Assistant Professor Claire, who has an incredible academic mind, but is terrible at work, managed to handle all of her important tasks. It's fine. Thank you, though. Anis Halon, Faculty of Magic, second year. A second year that made all of the academy workers nod their heads. The greatest advisor. The reason that the clumsy Assistant Professor Claire's personal research lab is this clean all the time is due to Anis' work performance. This personal information was collected at a rate that was akin to stalking, by going back and forth between the student library, Trix Hall, the administrative management room, and the dormitory night duty room. It would have been trouble if she had gotten caught, but she naturally passed it by with a graceful smile. Other than Janica and Clara, not many people knew her true appearance. Human relationships, to Anis, were like a game of switching masks. 20 minutes left until the professor would come back from getting snacks from the bakery. Until then, she had to analyze all of the details and information about the character Ed Rothtailor. The Rothtailor family. The strongest family within the Klol Empire. He's the second in line in a family of one son and two daughters. This kind of public information is meaningless. Let's look at his history. In the year he was born, Crapin Rothtailor seized the lord position, and at 2 years old, he became the official heir, so must be arrogant. He was baptized at 5 years old. Received etiquette education at 8, and started other lessons at 12, but judging from his first-year grades, he's not very smart. As soon as she was admitted, Anna's family was unstable, so she had no choice but to fend for herself, which was why she had to survive as both a student and a scholarship student. She had great survivability and would use any and all means available to her. She even thought of Lortell, a student 1 year her junior, as her role model. Of course, she didn't have the ability to read the flow of money, but she had her own methods. Let's see, Ed Rothtailor. He's the second in line in the Rothtailor family of one son, 2 daughters, the strongest family within the Klol Empire. He must have been indoctrinated with domineering ideas after growing up in a suppressed environment. I'm certain he grew up with no money troubles. And he has no academic talent, nor did he show any notable abilities throughout his first year. There's a high possibility that he lacks self-confidence. He might prefer a pure and bright girl. Although he may take the lead in everything, I'm sure he has a tendency to avoid responsibility. There's a high possibility that he'd want someone who just gives positive feedback rather than someone who would exchange practical opinions while hoping that their abilities won't stand out, since it'd be better for him if that could become a platform for him to show himself off. However, since he'll hope that you don't get in his way, someone with a sacrificial side would be closer to his ideal type. He feels more comfort with human relationships that, like when dealing with political opponents, can be thrown away if necessary. Obviously, he'll prefer someone who is pretty in appearance. Since he has seen and lived with many fancy things growing up, he will definitely prefer expensive items. Some people who are like this, however, actually end up being more attracted to more plain partners. So trying that out won't be a bad idea either. He won't have much experience with being accomplished, so he'll be weak to compliments, and he'll prefer to talk about luxury goods or things related to class. He'd prefer to give gifts and show off his wealth rather than receive them, and since this isn't really the circumstance to give gifts, he'll feel quite attracted if you show your happiness at receiving even a small gift. Rather than obsession, it's important to show dependence. Rather than competence, it's important to show modesty. Regardless of his actual ability, there is a high possibility that he will be sensitive to gains and losses, so, if possible, it'd be good to appeal to him using your practical benefits, human to human. It'll be a good idea to examine how his thinking has changed after being excommunicated. And to change your actions based on that. I should check what kind of feelings he has for Janica, and whether he may be attracted to or shaken by others even if he does like her. If he is indeed shaken, does he consistently feel guilty and apologetic, or is he so pathetic and selfish that he doesn't even acknowledge how pathetic he is? If so, I need to dig a bit deeper. As I'm his senior. So I'm in a pretty advantageous position. Still, it doesn't seem like he would like a very proactive woman, so it's important to just be adequate. I don't think his ideal type itself will be that difficult. It seems to just be the materialization of the pattern designs for a noble personality. It seems that he's been backed into a corner environmentally recently, which led to some changes. But there's no way that a human who has lived a certain way for dozens of years can just change like that. He might have become a bit more hardworking, but that unique arrogant attitude of his is still the same. So in conclusion, it's not that difficult. Should I practice? I bought some Mont Blanc from Laplace Bakery. Let's eat some before working. Heek, you already made some black tea. You're the best, Anis. You already knew I'd bring some snacks. Ouch, so hot. Ah. Anis will get mad because I was clumsy again. Ah, you're not hurt, are you? That's a relief. You're not hurt. Truly, what a relief. Anis. Having to wear my uniform during the break was tiring, so thank you. One uniform won't make much of a difference in the amount of work I have to do. Not to mention. It seems the person I serve is often indebted to you. Recently, while washing Lady Lucy's clothes, lots of blonde hair was found on them. And even when washing young Master Ed's clothes, I could smell the incense scent that Lady Lucy uses, and I found white hairs on them as well. Well, Lucy has been sticking close to me lately. To think she caught on to that from washing clothes. I wonder what this person would have done if she wasn't a maid. Young Master Ed, why are you still speaking formally to me? That's more comfortable for me. It's more comfortable if you speak informally. But formal speech is more comfortable for me. Honestly, being the chief maid is a senior-level position among the workers at this academy. So it's a bit uncomfortable for me to speak informally to her, as someone who is no longer a noble, nor a student of Offis Hall. She's always stubborn about this. I'll speak formally as is comfortable for me. You're the chief maid. You must have a lot of people around you to manage, and a lot to deal with. I'm not sure. You should speak informally, as if it's comfortable for me. You have more people around you to manage. No. Worrying too much can be a burden. Regardless of what the ladies decide, it's your decision in the end. Anyway, I can do laundry for you whenever. It's fine now that the workplace has stabilized. And the restoration of Offis Hall is complete as well. Oh. To think it was fully restored in a single semester. The academy must have used all their energy to restore it. Since the new students will be entering soon. And of the 7 new students who we will be attending to from this break onwards, one of them has already requested to move in, and is in the process of moving. That one person must be Tanya Roth-Taylor, right? Yes, so you were aware. It seems break will be annoying. My younger sister is coming soon. I'm going to go to my hometown this break. Why? That librarian. Elka, is she going home too? How did you know? Since I want to spend time with Elka. Are you going to stay in the camp all break long? Probably. I'll be a 3rd year soon. I need to be able to use medium magic to save face, so I'm thinking of studying. Weren't you at the basic magic level just 1 year ago? Don't push yourself too much. I can't sense any magic. Did you train your magic until your limit again? And you seem to have a bit of a fever. Are you actually sick? There's a reason why. I don't think I'll be able to use magic for a while. If you say so, then. Jigsa's greatest strength is his indifference. If I say there's a reason, he just agrees with it, which is comfortable. Oh yeah. Ilo was asking about you. It seemed there was some misunderstanding, so she said she would drag Taylor here to apologize properly. She asked where your cabin was, but I didn't tell her for now. Since that's personal information. Tell her I don't want an apology, so forget it. I'm not upset, and I literally don't want an apology. I don't have any negative emotions. Rather than being tolerant. It's actually just indifference. Anyway, Jix, you're quite good at keeping secrets. Then help me out before you go home. Here's your payment. I'm using Professor Glast's basement library. But it's such a mess that I need the manpower to organize it. I don't need money. I can just think of it as training. What are you going to use the library for? As a workshop. A workshop. Do you do magic engineering too? Surviving in a camp, training your magic, spirit magic, archery, and now even magic engineering. And you're starting work at the academy from tomorrow onwards too. It must be those like you who succeed. Just don't collapse again and do well. Check, and tomorrow. I have the Academy Scholarship student work. Academy Scholarship students, thank you for coming. Is what it says. Assistant Professor Claire currently cannot communicate. Ugh. She had to do some academy work, and tomorrow is the due date for the academy syllabus, so she's been awake for 44 hours. So instead, I will communicate the important things for her, as the TA. What we Academy Scholar students need to do is to do the basic preparations for the class assignment exam for the new students, as well as providing supervision during the day of the exam. The class assignment exam for new students. This exam, that Professor Glast used to do every year, will be taken care of by Assistant Professor Claire this year. Just like last time, I, obviously, know the results. Although it's a bit unexpected that Clebius is with us. It took place in the northern forest in Arkan Island last year, but this year, it'll take place in the northwest Oran Mountain. Clebius, you get the equipment that we already requested from Trix Hall. Onyx, you assist Assistant Professor Claire with her work. And Ed Roth-Taylor. There's something that Clara and Janica are overlooking. There are too many girls near Ed Roth-Taylor. His face just looks like a player's. Since I'm working with him as a scholarship student, it's a good opportunity to test him. After looking at the research, I perfectly created the type that he might like. If he can't resist my seduction and is a pathetic man who will fall for me, Ed Roth-Taylor. You'll go with me to conduct a field survey. I'll take responsibility and rip you away from Janica. It's not very big, but a mountain is a mountain. There were some dangerous parts, and because of the time of year, some students might get pretty hurt by slipping on the snow. This is tiring. Ed, you don't seem tired at all, huh? It's about time we take it easy and rest. Let's take a break. Thanks, Edition haha. Your stamina sure is good. And you're considerate. I think I've had a lot of misconceptions about you. Misconceptions? You must know, to an extent. I'm close with Janica. So I was worried that Janica might be spending time with a bad person. That's why I acted so cold towards you. It's fine. I don't care about that stuff. Okay. The next point that I have to check. I have to finish things quickly. You must have been tired from having to be a student by yourself. You've worked hard. Yeah, that's true. But it's okay. You're here now. Of course, the other two people are plenty helpful, but I feel very supported now that you're here. I'm sorry if this might hurt you, but... You were excommunicated from your family, right? I was the same. My family became unstable as soon as I entered school, but I still wanted to keep going to this school. So I endured on my own. It felt like I was alone for a miserably long winter. I definitely get the impression that she has a strong ability to survive. Whether they were financial matters or otherwise, she solved them all on her own. Don't be too distressed about it. You've been enduring it well. But somehow. Her image. Ahaha. Thanks. We have a lot of similarities. Rather than being this emotional. Wasn't she more cool-headed and realistic? Ah. Be careful. Sorry. I tripped on a stone. A stone? Wait. Why am I so warm? Let me calm down. Sit here and wait for a bit. I'll be back soon. He's really reliable and trustworthy from the outside. Is it an act? This is ambiguous. A comrade who endured a difficult academy life. I formed a relatable affinity point. An impression that I may appear competent, but on the inside, I'm actually weak, which makes him want to protect me. I didn't know if he liked the mature or the cute and young, so I tried doing a mix of both. I tried creating some points of contact a few times, and one more in the end in the facade of an accident. It's almost all according to plan. Did I get too immersed? Anyway. I wasn't executing it to beat but. His body's pretty good. He acts like a nerd, but he was pretty muscular. I thought he'd be a noble family young master who grew up knowing nothing, but he's better at work than expected. And his appearance, well. Anna's perspective, no wonder Janica fell for him. I get it. This is how he makes women fall for him. But I'm different. Ed Roth Taylor. What a beautiful view. Oran Mountain's view makes me briefly forget all of my worries. But there are some things that you just can't think of any solutions for. For example, the issue regarding Tanya Roth Taylor. Villainous young lady, those are the words that best describe her. As expected of a young lady who grew up in a duchy, Tanya is a genius when it comes to politics. She instinctively developed her ability for politics and trickery. With that as her basis, she tries to become the first student council president in Sylvanian history. Soon, she will start gathering the characters with influence in the academy. Bell said that Tanya was entering dorms earlier than the others. The reason for that is so she can cement her position as much as possible before the semester starts. Tanya Roth Taylor isn't an extra, but a villainess, so there are things I remember. Because of that, I thought I'd be able to prepare for her at first. But there's a problem. How will Tanya Roth Taylor treat me? I don't know. I know Tanya, but I don't know myself. None other than myself. Since Ed Roth Taylor is a villain who only appeared briefly in the beginning, before disappearing. The settings never mentioned it properly. There was nothing much in the epilogue, he was really just an extra, so there are no clues. None at all. That's why I have no idea how to handle this problem. How Ed Roth Taylor is thinking. To Tanya Roth Taylor, Ed Roth Taylor is garbage. B.A. Sylvania is full of insects. The Clole Empire's princess, the Elt Trading Company's executive, a spirit sorcerer who can wield high-level spirits at a young age. A great alchemist who made the elixir of engraving as a student, a beast who commanded the northern vegetation region, Nortendale's sword demon, and even a warrior who can wield the swordsman form. However, the coolest one is the rare genius mage who may have received the star's blessing from the Archmage Glocked. This is a gathering of nobility that makes my heart pound just imagining it. I can't help but long for it. Sylvania Academy. I will lead a faithful academic's life within their gaps. The maids have already organized the luggage you sent ahead of time. Your room is the second on the third floor. Please just complete the entrance procedures through the attendants. I have somewhere to stop by before then. Yes, understood. The first thing she'd do at Sylvania, the land of learning that she'd yearned for. Ed Taylor, the one who had disgraced the family name. I need to get rid of the trash. Villainous young lady Tanya Taylor, Dutchie's second daughter. I feel happy to hear from you. I truly want to encourage your ambition. Show your face around as a proxy for me, and strengthen your position. I'll satisfy your expectations, father. HM. Before leaving for the land of learning, Sylvania, I told father 2 of my resolutions. While Sylvania may treat you different depending on your identity, at its basis, it is a land of learning. Even the princess, when it comes to learning, has to treat professors with respect as masters. So don't rely on your nobility and commit discourtesies. Everyone a grade higher than you is your senior. Thank you for your time. Senior. I heard that you know about that man, so I won't explain for too long. He is a human who is like a point of anger and a blemish in our family. I've grown up with him since I was younger, so I know. It must have been hard. My childhood can't compare to yours. It's not difficult to naturally lead a conversation. He's just full of bluffs and is a crude person who doesn't know elegance. To think that a human like that sat in the position of heir to the family just because he was older. He has no perseverance, so he only barely started before giving up. But his pride is high, so he'll never acknowledge his incompetence. Just because he had the slightest bit of mana resonance, he acted all high and mighty as if he'd become an archmage. And when he barely managed to get into Sylvania, I was at a loss for words. Well, only a few years passed for him to cause incidents and get himself into this situation, so I felt better. Is that so? I'm sure someone like you would have noticed in a moment. So with this opportunity. Why is this not a conversation, but just me talking? Be careful when meeting people I introduce you to. You must respect the other person. Especially when it comes to negotiations and deals, this is a person you cannot take lightly. She and I have met from the sage's sealed grimoire business. It'll be a great experience, but never mind. Good luck, Tanya. What's wrong? Keep talking. Heek, wait, are you upset? Upset? What are you talking about? How interesting. I brought it from Professor Glast's library last night. It's quite convenient that I can see all the books without a due date. I could finish most of the scholarship student work on the first day. It seemed that Anna suffered more than me. Ignition. OH. Since I can't use magic, I can't practice it, but I at least wanted to become proficient in its theory. Let's see, by now. Although she popped up in various unimaginable locations in all sorts of ways before, I'm now used to all of the places she appears in. Hey, Lucy. Light the fire for me. It's not hard for me to lift her either, since she's crazy light. That way. Great. I'll stay outside, too. Okay. I can smell perfume. Yeah. I was with Annis all day working on academy stuff, so it looks like her flower scent stuck on my body. And are you feverish? Sick. You can tell. Don't be sick. If you're sick, you might die. If your magic is twisted, I'll release it. It's not twisted, it's just empty. You've done something reckless. It's manageable. Once winter ends, you might get much stronger. You know, can I make a weird request? A weird request? Can you pat my head? It's been a while, Ed. Oh, Lortell. You're here because of the favor I asked of you last time. You could have just told me to come to the trading company, and I would have gone. No. There were just other things I wanted to talk to you about. There was also something I wanted to ask as well. That was long, but thank you for hearing me out until the end. The objective's simple. If you follow me and help me punish that man, I'll reward you the best I can. For example, there are a lot of reputable archaeologist researchers in the island family. I can share the several antiques that are in the Taylor family storage. Wow. Really? Oh yeah. You're Tanya Taylor. This body's well trained, and I can clearly feel the flow of magic from it. I need to get this person on my side. You're Ed's younger sister. Yes. I see. Huh, did you hear, Elka? This is Ed's young sister. This is a mandatory magic engineering item for new students, but don't take a new one and just use this. It'll be easier when training your magic resonance. What? Ah, right. Elka. Did you bring Professor Delorf's elemental studies notes? Yup, brought it. I almost threw it out. Okay. Take this, and this, and this, you might not need this. Just take it anyway. If you don't need it, you can throw it out. There's a big difference between having notes for a class and not having them. Elka, did you still have the wreath used during Professor Holland's class? Phew. Did you properly hear what I said about the offer? Doing something about Ed. Oh, yeah. I know siblings are usually at odds with each other. Gosh, there's no way for you two to get along. Well. With Ed's personality, it makes sense to have that kind of misunderstanding. Jix, the ship is leaving soon. Anyway. So you're Ed's sister. Nice to meet you. Ugh. I'm second-year Jix, and I'm Ed's junior. We're pretty indebted to each other in many ways, so we're quite close. Seeing how you look tough, just like your brother, I can tell you'll do great. What a blessing it is to be born from a great household with a great family. Anyway, good luck. Okay, together. 1, 2, 3. Good luck. What the? Faculty building Claire's office. Good work. As long as the new student's class assignment exam goes well, we'll be able to take it easy for the rest of the break. Is this? Youth. You're incredible, Anis. It's been 2 days, your stamina sure is made of steel. As I thought. I can't trust in the labor force of the external scholarship students. Whether it's the third-year Onyx or first-year Clebius, they aren't efficient with their work, so in the end, I have to redo everything. And yet, Ed Roth-Taylor was different. There were no flaws in his document processing. Students may enter and exit form this entrance by mistake, so we should close it in advance. The snowy path is slippery, and it'll be troublesome if it's this slippery on the day of the exam. And he was able to resolve practical issues at a standard hard to find amongst high-ranking nobles. It'd be a lie to say I wasn't surprised, so he wasn't living revered for nothing, surprisingly enough. Anyway, you were with Ed, right, Anis? How is he? Similar to you, right? Keep this a secret from Ed. When I was investigating the Offis Hall occupation incident, I had to tail him for a bit. And I found that he'd made quite the decent camp bigger than this lab. The tools he uses, his work table, campfire, display, drying rack, and smoker. It looked like he made it all himself. I was able to truly feel how persistently he lived, and who knew even his grades would improve that much. It was to the point where even Professor Glast would acknowledge him. And he even contracted with a spirit. It must have been hard to do it alone, so I don't know how he did it. Well. I'm sure he worked just that hard. And. Also. I see clues that demonstrate his practical abilities that have been developed to a strange extent. It's very different from the life of a noble who grew up within a greenhouse as a flower. You have more similarities than you thought, right? Me and Ed. Well. Thank you for saying that, but. He's definitely not a bad man. I couldn't just listen to others' opinions and tell Janica to have a beautiful love. But after meeting him myself, there were no flaws I could see. He's just a decent, honest and hardworking man. No, is he really just a decent man? His appearance is outstanding, he doesn't show an arrogant attitude at all, and even Assistant Professor Claire likes him. He's got a gentle side to him, and while I found out unexpectedly, he has a good body, and he smells good. You can tell he takes care of himself well. Anis? Are you spacing out? It's a bit warm, shall we open the windows? Yes, let's get some circulation in here. Make sure the wind doesn't send the papers fly. Anis, are you okay? Maybe you've overexerted yourself. This is trouble. I don't think this is okay, this is real trouble. Oh no. Wait. And he even contracted with a spirit. It must have been hard to do it alone, so I don't know how he did it. Ed even got a contract with a spirit in this short time. That's impossible alone. I'm sure Janica helped Ed with the spirit connection. And that spirit must be talented and trustworthy. One that can report everything to Janica. Anis, since we're done work, should we go eat snacks? Should I buy some? Anis? The Feylover family's family motto is harmony and coexistence. The beautiful way she was considerate of others and loved everyone was what always made her shine. She never experienced loneliness, and thanks to that, she could obtain many genuine friends. But there's no such thing as a life without worries. Anis. And Ed. Nice to meet you, Janica. I wanted to introduce myself and talk. Janica Feylover, even among the incoming third years, is the ace among aces, with incredible popularity, recognition, and ability. For your goal, you definitely need to bring her onto your side. Thank you, Lortell. Are you okay, Janica? Huh. Don't worry too much, Tanya. Janica is kind by nature and considerate. So she always listens and believes everyone's words. And a busy time where I have to adapt to survive. For those who have transcended such things, winter feels quiet, like walking down a still path. Winter has that kind of magical power. Why is Lucy sleeping there? Snore. It's winter. Is that an answer? Is it ambiguous? Am I overreacting? Ha. Honestly, I wouldn't have come all this way just to talk about magic engineering items. Is there something else? Oh my, look at you acting like you don't know. So you want it? Yes. Pretty fun, right? I'll do anything for you, so please just bid for the sage's sealed grimoire for me. It's a merchant's virtue to get your money's worth. Just how much are you going to ask of me? If that time comes, choose my side. That's all I want. Fenia and Lortell. It is the main character's decision on who is the winner. It's not me anyway. I don't think me taking your side will be that meaningful. Yes, your reputation is getting a bit better in the academy. But your support won't bring about a meaningful result. You're just a student saying that so bluntly makes me feel a little hurt. So what? It's not an issue of being politically meaningful. The reason behind it concerns me. She's here. The biological younger sister of this body I'm in. The relationship she has with me is a complete mystery. No matter how much I think about it, it's hopeless. There's nothing I can do. It's been a while, brother. I brought you a present since it's been a while. Is she nervous? Is she embarrassed? It seems she's scared of something, but she doesn't hold ill will. Yes, I see. While I was at the estate. To my family. I must have lived a solid life. Please stop. What's wrong? Don't tell me you feel sympathy and attachment to these people who are mere tools. You're not a true noble yet. Tanya. Thanks. I'll use it well. I'll wear it at the start of next semester. Strictly speaking, I've been excommunicated from the family. I'm not your brother, but thank you for giving me something like this. So. Don't just stand there. Go wait by the fire. There aren't many herbs left. Let's not save them. This child. No need to worry about her. And you, give her a seat. Don't just sit there. From what I heard, you were going around to check out the academy. Have you met some people? Yes. I heard a lot about you too. About me? There aren't many people who know me. Jix. Or Janica. So you met her. She's nice, right? She is the kindest of the kids I know, with the sweetest heart. Yes. Yes. So kind. So incredibly kind. She was very kind. Truly. And extremely strong. She had a high-level fire spirit, that fire lizard, she summoned it and was throwing workers around like toys. The way she said if I didn't reply properly, she wouldn't let me go. No. She was very kind and elegantly wished me good luck on my school life. She took out a high-level spirit. She really didn't, I just made this up in my imagination. It's just that in the rumors she has a high-level spirit, so I ended up making up such a story. Ha. I knew something was strange. In my memory, Tanya isn't someone to be this awkward. As expected, everyone who has met Ed Roth Taylor has a negative inclination toward me. Hey, Tanya. I'm living to the best of my abilities right now, so don't look at me so negatively. I'm paying the price, living as someone who has been excommunicated. I was quite pathetic when I lived at the estate, right? I'm sure there's a lot that can't be taken back now, but I'm sorry. From what I heard, you wanted to become the student council president, and I'll cheer you on. I won't be much help, but I know how hard you always work. Good luck. I'm saying this, but Tanya will not become the president. Since Tanya is a villain who is there to help Fenia. But still, since she's the first blood relative that I've met. No matter what she does, I'll feel especially attached to her. Judging from her expression. I have no idea how our relationship will go, but I almost lost my mind for a second. I know that Trash's nature. Was she next door? Well, even in Offis Hall, which is the best dorm, there is that unsophisticated and inelegant human. So of course there are some imperfections anywhere. You. Are you the younger sister? Ed was just lucky. Let me know if you're struggling with anything. Even in the best dorm, Offis Hall. Only the top students have golden nameplates. That person. Was the legendary genius mage, Lucy Merrill. Nothing makes sense. It seems it'd take some time for Tanya to adjust to Sylvania. It wasn't particularly her fault. Introduce me to a boy. It'd be best if it's someone who's handsome, tall, and distinguished. You've worked at Offis Hall for a long time, so you must know many students like that, Belle. You're not someone that'd meet with boys that casually, are you? No, actually, do you even have dating experience? I apologize. I didn't mean it in a bad way. You're always busy and doing your best to take care of yourself, so I didn't think you'd be interested in dating. Like the incoming third year, Young Master Edition. You actually are quite similar, now that I think about it. Perhaps. I can't fool your eyes. Yes. It's as you think. I met him to be sure, since he has negative rumors surrounding him, but we had more similarities than I thought, and our conversations flowed well. He's a thoughtful and considerate person, so. Then do you, to young Master Ed. Yes, I'll just acknowledge it. I feel a bit attracted to him. If anything, this is good news. If he's a good enough person for even me to see his appeal, then that means that Janica has really found the one. This won't be a problem as long as I get rid of my feelings. Lady Annis? If you think of it like a malignant tumor, it's a relief we found it in its early stages. It's not like he's the only man in the world. As long as I find another boy to replace him, and make it known that we're dating. Perhaps. Has Lady Janica caught on to your feelings? Intending to find another Beta Omicron Upsilon to replace him is incredibly disrespectful to the person involved. Even if it's you, I never thought you'd be this inconsiderate to another. You are trying to date someone new, because you want to be able to think, yes, my feelings are elsewhere now. To be honest. While passing through the teacher's wing yesterday, I ran into Janica. But we couldn't even say hi to each other and just left. It felt awkward. And her expression looked dark. And next year, during the class assignment exam, I have to supervise the exam with Ed. But I feel so sorry towards Janica that I don't know what I'll do. It might not be as big of a deal as you're thinking. This might actually be better. Pardon. Lady Janica is always kind and genuine to others. And as her friends, you two have always protected her so that she wouldn't get hurt. But wasn't the problem that Lady Janica was too perfect to others? Perhaps, that's not always a good attitude to have. I was a bit taken aback today, but when I think about how you talked to me like this and trusted me, I feel grateful. Sometimes, it's more charming to show an imperfect side. Kind of like a desire to protect, don't you think? That boy strangely has a lot of luck with women. We need to find a solution soon. For example, instead of doing the ridiculous push and pull, do something that activates his desire to protect. Desire to protect. My head is clearing up. I was finally able to organize my thoughts after Belle encouraged me not to feel guilty. And after that, I thought of Janica. And couldn't help but smile. It's obvious where Janica would go when she's confused and having a hard time. When did you get here? I need to slowly collect materials to construct the storage. I want to expand the storage and have a big living room space, but judging from my winter plans, I need to hurry. It's snowing again. There was already a lot on the ground, but it seems that it's snowing at least every 2 days. If you have any concerns, you can speak. Sorry. I can't say it. Then you don't have to. I forget sometimes, but Janica's academy life must also be pretty difficult. She kind of seems like a small animal backed into a corner. So it's hard to just brush her off. It's cold. Winter continues. It's a cold that is hard to endure with just a blanket and a fire. But still, spring is slowly approaching. There were a lot of times that father, the patriarch, left because of business in the palace, but the Lortell residence was always peaceful. However, after the heir and oldest daughter, Arwen Lortell, died, a new heir dominated, and everything changed. What kind of person was Ed Lortell? There's a saying that if you want to see who someone truly is, you have to give them power. That pathetic piece of trash acted as if the whole world belonged to him. Just because he had a bit of power as the heir. What can you do if you look at me with eyes like that? Can you kill me? Yes. Or since Arwen has left this world, isn't this good? Now if I die, you'll become the heir. What are you doing? Do it. Stab me. Stab me. Stab me. Hurry. I told you to push it in. Ha ha ha. Ha. That was my everyday back then. In a moment, it would get hard to breathe. And he would once again look down at me with those eyes. I lived suppressed by that gaze for half of my life. Although he wouldn't hit me, as we were born with the same blood. In a situation where I couldn't save the family. Nor the people of the estate, I lived as a spiritless being. I lived as if I was dead. And then an opportunity came. He was excommunicated, so all that was left was for me to prove myself. The upcoming student council president elections are my one and only chance. My first plan. The class assignment exam. New students class assignment D-Day. Stay away. Smell. Gaze. Energy. Yeah, they don't work with me. So stay away. Annis is very smart. She must have a reason, right? I think I've explained all of the details. Shall we go up and prepare for the exam now? Unlike the exam in the northern forest before, the class assignment exam takes place on Oran Mountain. In Professor Glass's absence, Assistant Professor Claire is in charge of the exam, so there are quite a few differences. The differences in the exam when it comes to the hidden magic marbles on the mountain, is that instead of difficult to find magic marbles, there are easy to find magic stones. Not only are they not particularly hidden, there aren't many differences in points based on them. This is an exam where anyone can go for the A-class, altar of substitution as long as they find one and put it on the altar of substitution. It sounds easy when put this way, but she is still the disciple of that master. You need to at least be this good to be in the A-class. Do you think the A-class is a joke? You must fight and defeat countless monsters and wild animals, and only the students who survive can become a class. It's an absurd difficulty level. It's also called the Oran Mountain Survival Exam of Hell. In the end, there were no new students who became the A-class in Sylvania Academy this year. Who? Of course, that's the scenario originally. This scenario where no one makes it to a class is directly related to an important scenario for later on, which is why it needs to progress this way. That's why I decided not to particularly comment on Assistant Professor Claire's difficulty. Although I'll write a written apology later on. The reason I feel comfortable is that even though it's a diabolical survival exam, none of the new students become casualties. Since they will be fighting imaginary monsters based on the magic engineering item we'll set up, Vision Disc. Our work ends after setting up the disc and prepping for safety. That purple vision disc is the most important. From what I know, the reason no one makes the A-class is because of that. Although it's commendable that she's taking care of them on her own because they are important objects. Hey, if they're heavy, give me a few. You keep getting left behind. Thanks, Onyx. It was too heavy, so. Ah, watch out. It's dangerous. The most important, purple disc. Shouldn't you be careful? What are you going to do if it breaks? Oh. As expected of a top student. Phew, the scenario almost got fucked up before the semester even began. Now what? I knew things were going too smoothly. Last year, during the joint combat training, the failing student, Taylor, picked up a sword for the first time. Beat Lucy, and received attention. Although the scenario ended up going wrong. And led to Janica's quick explosion path. The joint combat training this year is important as well. The elite first years full of talent get to request combat training matches against the generations who have already become renowned. Once the matches begin, the first years begin to go on a rampage, making the term training useless as they make use of any method or means to win. However, every one of them lose to Taylor alone. Taylor, who had gotten stronger throughout the year, becomes known to everyone. And the Saintess Clarice, who had been hiding her identity, fixes her gaze on Taylor, and the act ends. It's emotional to see Taylor's growth. The fourth generation hero, the Saintess, and Taylor's relationship is important. We need her power for the third act, Lucy's showdown, and for what comes after that as well. She's a very important character, so this event has to go according to the scenario. That means that the elite first-year students have to go crazy as planned. But the honest cause of their frenzy is because none of the new students get placed in the A class during the class placement exam, and the reason none of them make the A class is because the motivated assistant Professor Claire used these purple discs during the exam. Ha! This will be annoying. The circuit itself is broken. We'll need to put this in for repair separately. Oh my god. After all of our hard work. Why this? Sorry. I should have been more careful. Well, it's not like apologizing like this will make the broken magic engineering item come back. At this rate, there'll be too many A-class students, so we need to solve this. No, we definitely can solve things. Oh. And by we, I mean Clebius, of course. What? When do you truly feel that you've come to the land of learning, Sylvania? If you asked Tanya, she would reply that it was when she met such noble students as her classmates. Because the princess and the chancellor were both Sylvanian students, they all wore the same clothes and didn't take into account birth and status. Despite that tacit rule, there was an exception. The anchor of millions of people within the Telos order. Thank you, but please spare me the formalities. If everyone were to be mindful of etiquette, the whole academy would suffer, so please don't mind the formalities with me. It's an honor to meet you, Saintess Clarice. I am the next term head of the Roth-Taylor family, Tanya Roth-Taylor. Oh my, the Roth-Taylor family. Crapin, the current patriarch, was baptized by me. I was too young back then, so I don't really remember. It was an honor for our family. When I become an adult, I, too, will come to be baptized. I'll look forward to that, Miss Tanya. Meeting the Saintess while everyone is watching. This will be helpful for the Student Council President elections. But today's main event. Begin. The Faculty of Combat to the Student Plaza, the Faculty of Magic to the entrance of Oran Mountain, the Faculty of Alchemy to Obel Hall's basement. The location and contents of the exam are different depending on your faculty, but the goal is the same, getting into a class. A full exemption from tuition, the right to enter Offis Hall, free use of student welfare facilities. And the fame of being in a class. Whatever you desired. Nice, I found a stone. Time to sprint. I can join A class as long as I put it on the altar faster than the others, right? All of the new students here. Instead of talking, just run. Damn it. Joseph, stop. We're staring at the summit. There are too many. I'm sure that putting it on the altar isn't all there is to it. There must be some kind of device to make it harder. Instead of wasting my stamina, I'll stay on my guard and go slowly. She's taking her shoes off. Did she slip? Did you hurt your leg? If so, I'll call the staff. No. It's not that. I wanted to step on the snow with my bare feet. Kaya. So cold. Suddenly. Here. Can't I? Is it not logical? It was on my wish list, I've only imagined it, but it's much softer than I expected. Those eyes. That attitude. She must have hurt her head as soon as the exam began. How unfortunate, I'm the second daughter of Roth Taylor, Tanya. It seems we're classmates. Roth Taylor. I heard that those in Roth Taylor are as amazing as your high status. Not all of us. Pardon? No matter how high status your family is, if it exists for a long time, you can eventually get absurd and shitty scoundrels as well. He seemed to have reformed when I saw him at the camp. I don't know who the true Ed Roth Taylor is now, but the fear that's been ingrained into me won't disappear. Still, I don't think you are that kind of person. And you're from the Roth Taylor family. I'm from the countryside. So I should be respectful, right? So. It's fine. This is Sylvania. It is Sylvania. I am Kylie Ekney. I'm from a small city-state called Terranate Principality in the east. I don't know much about the world. If I do something strange, I apologize in advance. I'm not used to places like these. Kylie. Can I speak informally since we're classmates? Of course. We should hurry. This is an exam. Oh right. This is an exam. I'm not very concerned about marks, getting into A class will just make me gain the attention of others, she has a reply for everything, ugh. Instead, since I'm not interested in the EXA. I'll help you. Then we'll get closer, right? It's my first time being able to have a friend my age. Hey, get it together. I'm only letting this go because it's me. If it was the princess or the saintess, you'd be in big trouble. Is that so? Honestly, me too. Ha. Never mind. Let's just go. 30 minutes after the beginning of the exam first place. I'll be at the summit after a bit more. Huff huff ha. No matter how good that Joseph bastard is, I have more stamina. Was sprinting too much. I thought I'd die. Then just. Die. Arg. Fuck. Why? Are you popping out and scaring me so suddenly? Gosh. This is dirty and cheap, and pathetic, and unbecoming of a senior. As he said, this is easier than expected. Why just me again? It won't just be you. Clebius and Annis will block the new students coming up to the altar from halfway up. If the first years can get past us, they are definitely worthy of a class. It's my responsibility for putting us in this situation, so I'll do my best. Onyx, since you're a master at flight magic, you're in charge of safety. The documents to report the change in the exam's contents can be done if you go down and write them up by the time the exam is done, right? If I don't sleep. The professor is in charge of the documents, Onyx is in charge of safety, Clebius is in charge of the southern entrance, and I'm in charge of the northern entrance. Then what about you, Ed? I'll be here. I'll guard the altar. Ed, you can't even feel magic properly right now. Will you be okay? I have something in mind. Die. Die. All good. This vision disc will be difficult to completely fix. And my magic hasn't even returned yet. But these magic stones that are used in the exam are high quality, as expected of Sylvania. And altar of substitution. If you offer an item with magic inside of it, that magic can be extracted and temporarily used. If I use this altar, it might take a while, but I can continuously recharge my magic. It's been a while. I still can't hear what you're saying yet, but Annis and Clebius will stall for some time, and I have enough magic stones. Is to not let a single person pass. Who? Come. My preparations are complete. Run. Yes. Phew. Even if I'm a bit tired, that's. I'm not in a very good mood. Let's end things quickly. That's the northern entrance. But it's not Anna's magic. Now run. Ah. Stay right there. Although Anna's, the top Ta, is talented enough to be considered a specialist in the practical and academic field. In the fighting field, she's just a bit above average in her year. Of course, she's not an easy opponent for the first years, okay, go pass. But this student, Joseph Whitefelts, seems to be in a completely different level. Unlike his sister, who needed to work her ass off in order to become the top alchemy student, Joseph was the youngest to reach the status of Magic Society researcher and can freely use mid-rank magic. In other words, he's a genius. He is a leading top student candidate. There's no need to be that upset. I'm sure you have your own field you're talented in. It's just that fighting isn't one of them. You're mistaken. I am upset, but it's not because of that. So just go up. Understand. When everything was going perfectly without a flaw, I made things difficult by breaking the magic engineering item. I couldn't even think of an alternative plan. When that person, of all people, led the situation again. He didn't get annoyed once, and led the conversation in a constructive manner. Yet I lost to a new student and couldn't block the northern entrance to the altar. Or but more so than the feeling of defeat or resentment. I feel angry at myself. Because I keep thinking of the trustworthy face. That resolved this situation in whatever way possible. My first guest. You know the exam, right? You just need to put that magic stone on the altar. But I won't just let you do that. The exam method is kind of strange. If I succeed in defeating you and offering the magic stone, who will the students who come after me go against? Who knows? That's not for you to worry about. That's true. I'm sure there's some kind of alternative prepared. Honestly, I'm not too curious about that. I was just trying to buy time to understand my surroundings. The vision disc is different in color. Is it an improved model? I should be on my toes. That senior looks like a magic faculty member, but I don't feel a lot of mana from him. And there are traces of him having used a magic stone. The fact that he had to use a magic stone on me, the first visitor, means that he has a very low amount of mana. How disappointing, Sylvania. I thought there'd be something to learn here. I should just think of the type of sandwich I want to eat when I get down. Mid-rank magic particle explosion, a vicious mid-rank magic spell that does not have strong firepower, but if you are not ready for it, you will get hit. If you don't see the direction of my hand and dodge in advance, you won't be able to manage it. But, he evaded that. He must have some combat experience. From the flow of things, he'll use fire magic. Judging by his level, it'll either be ignition or scorch. Scorch spurts out the fire in a radial shape, but looking at how he's aiming downwards, it's ignition. The scale of the flames is bigger than I expected. He's definitely trained his basic magic diligently. It might even be considered a mid-rank spell. But what a waste. No matter how high the level of ignition is, it won't be able to get past my defense magic. I guess he doesn't actually have a lot of experience in fighting using magic. He won't be able to block my offense magic or maintain his ignition once he runs out of mana. Battles between mages are profound. Joseph Whitefelts. You can block spells with your defensive magic circle, but not physical force. Do you think you'll only face mages? Just because you're a mage? You went through the fire. How? I won't be careless. Mid-rank ice magic. Basic magic ignition fire magic again. Is it to respond to my ice magic? Is he trying to block my vision with steam and do the same thing as last time? But I can use the other elements too. Fire tolerance. Physical shield blocks physical attacks. Shit. Where did he get that from? But when it comes to casting speed, I'm faster. Mug. Keep it together. Think. Of Cook. There's no way his casting of basic magic is faster. That was spirit magic. Not explosion magic, but a spirit formula. I now understand how he went through my scorch with his bare body. It's because he can use the spirit magic, blessing of recovery. He purposely hid his spirit's form within the fire. Spells, spirit magic. And those magic engineering items he hasn't even used yet, just. Who is this man? I've lost. Now. There was no way Joseph, who had only ever researched magic his entire life, could have made any kind of impact with his fist. No way. Could it be? Truly. I've lost. Good work. That ending was amazing. It was a wonderful decision. You landed a blow. Excuse me, what's your name? Ed. Ed Roth Taylor. I'll leave him to you, Onyx. Jix, why did you join the magic faculty? All of a sudden. You would have been the top student if you joined the alchemy or the combat faculties. I feel uncomfortable that you gave up several benefits just because of me. I don't put much value on being the top student, and maybe I would have been the top student in alchemy, but not in the combat faculty. Because of the incoming second years, the top student in the combat facility is Clebius Nortondale. What was that just now? Are you okay? Was my holy magic too strong? I didn't break anything, right? Leave it to me. You two continue the exam. Fuck. Clebius. You okay? Get it together. 00. How do I even block something like that? 20 minutes before the end of the exam. The last exam. I'll get to the point. The person who was once the object of fear and the object of hate. Give up. The Saintess Clarice had two dreams. I believe nobility comes from unwavering beliefs you maintain your entire life. You must become like a blank slate. One was the dream she dreamed on the day was planted by Archbishop Verdio. And the other dream was, rather than living as a blank slate, it'd be better to die in wastewater. The pure white holy imperial capital built by humans, even the tall tower that is majestic and confident, is a mere sandcastle in front of Ramelin Mountain's grey rocks and stones. The green fog of Denkin wetlands. The golden field of the imperial capital Clolan be the emerald fields of the land of farming, Pulin. The opalescent smoke of the land of alchemy, Crete. The red roofs of the commerce city, Oldek est the turquoise intelligence of the land of scholars, Sylvania past the Drastia desert's reddish sand ocean s are the purple shadows of the lawless Cohelton. The pure white is just a very small portion of nature's beautiful colors. She was the one in charge of the holy fire, Adele. After leaving the order, she called herself the romantic, although it was unclear how she moved from building to building. When the world went to sleep, she sang a song at Clarissa's window. The dream she dreamt at night was the outside world that her only friend whispered to her while looking at the stars. A life where you take classes normally, make friends normally, and love normally. Isn't that where you can feel a sense of nobility? Rather than the countless prayers from believers who revere me. Do you know that the hug from someone you love might be more valuable? After leaving the order, Adele joined Sylvania. And when vacation came, she would go around the world like she does now. After Adele left, Clarice went to the places she spoke of in her dreams every night. At the end of it, Clarice would share a deep hug with someone, and they left together on the path she'd taken alone. The journey that was full of many colors, which sharply contrasted with her life that had simply been pure white, was the most outrageous imaginative thought she could have. But always ensure that you are careful not to reveal your true identity, and that you have to carry that magic engineering item with you at all times. Since you always have the holy magic's blessing, I'm not that worried, but I seem like such a different person, so who would suspect it, Verdio? There's nothing bad about being careful. Coming to the academy with the order's arrangement was a natural method of deviating. Nobody paid attention to Clarice, who sat on a wooden bench by the faculty building street. That alone made her feel satisfied, making her breaths shallow. There was no one who revered her or bowed their heads to her. At least, not a single person here in Sylvania. Who would bother thinking of Kylie as the saintess? Other than one person, that was. Give up. It's the saintess. The last exam. Was Ed. Brother. That's Tanya's brother. Then that person is a Rothtaler too. I'm sorry, but can you just return? But if you still insist. Come. This is impossible even for students who had trained in spirit magic their entire lives. This is way more advanced than even a graduated student's level. Even currently active spirit sorcerers are called veterans if they can handle 5 or 6 mid-rank spirits. But a high-level spirit? I'm giving up. Let's think rationally. Tanya. This is. She's right. A high-level spirit. The trauma from back then is coming to mind again. But. If I leave, that means nothing has changed from back then. I don't know about you, Kylie, but I'm not giving up. According to high status and rank, 00, there is a burden and responsibility that follows. I remember how he was 2 years ago. There's a level of reality to how much he could have improved. How can someone who couldn't even use elementary magic suddenly have a high-level spirit? That's definitely fake. I just need to defeat the main one. There's no way. Just how? Is that really a high-level spirit? That person is Tanya's brother. Kylie had a fantasy about noble men. A neat appearance, a generous smile, and graceful manners. However, she was sure of it when she heard that the person who appeared to be the complete opposite of that was the son of Rothtaler. This person is that scoundrel. Even I could feel it, despite not knowing anything outside of the holy imperial capital and not being quick to catch on to things. No matter how high your family's status is, if it exists for a long time, you can eventually get absurd and shitty scoundrels as well. The deep hatred that Tanya has towards this scoundrel. Tanya, go for the main body like you had originally planned. I'll play the role of the bait. Like I told you, I have a strange constitution. So I definitely won't die outside of special cases. But won't you still get seriously injured? You said you're not even interested in the exam. You said he's a really bad person. And you are the first friend I made at Sylvania. Normally, she would have dismissed it, telling her not to say something so absurd, but she'd seen her on the way up to the altar. The combat faculty senior who had come towards them scarily had been deflected by some strange glow. Did Kylie have some special power? What surprised her was that Kylie, the scaredy cat, was taking the lead. Did she normally have this much bravery? Of course not. Is that it? You thought I'd give up? He disappeared. Was it? The vision disc? Arrows? Stay still. No way. The person who couldn't even wield the hilt of a sword properly knows how to use a bow. That was a warning. Arrows made out of magic. Is this really Ed Rothtaler? It's the same as back then. Nothing has changed since back when I was younger. No matter how hard I try, I can't do anything. You must have worked hard. So I'm sorry. There's a reason for this. I can't go easy on you just because we're related. If I did, you would have been more angry. Don't you think so? Yes. What? But still, that was incredible. If I were you, I would have turned around and ran away, but you faced me until the end, even if it was a vision. My thoughts were wrong. I'm seeing you differently, Tanya. Something has definitely. You have that kind of side to you too. It was an illusion, but you fought me until the end. You should be proud. Ugh. You're quite impressive. Huh. Is not getting into class really something to be this sad about? Don't come any closer. I'll say this now. If you recklessly attack or antagonize me, bad things will happen. Really? Don't move. The exam is over. Ed. Come help. Clebius is completely knocked out. Assistant Professor Claire. Can you update this grading list? There's so much to do, and the Student Council President elections begin right at the start of the next semester. So the exam is over. Ha! Why is my voice? The transformation magic is getting undone. Was it back then? You have to carry that magic engineering item with you at all times. No. At this rate, good work, Ed. Ah. Ha. My identity, my school life. Be careful not to lose your things, your ho kid. Ha. Yeah. Ed. Why are you so hurt? I'm fine. The class assignment exam ended, and Ed Roth Taylor had returned everything to their intended positions in the scenario. Except for one thing. One change that had created a very small and meaningless gap. That change, yeah. Are you really okay? Caused two ruby-like eyes underneath the world that was turning red. To focus on addition. He definitely. Just tried to speak formally to me. You look tired, so you just rest for now, addition. We'll deal with the aftermath. Onyx, can you support Clebius? Yeah. Sure. I'll be on my way. I swear I just saw the shape of a person. I'm sure I was mistaken. Did you know? I believe that there is beauty that transcends generations and values. The sky is evidence of such. Even pieces of art worth thousands can be interpreted differently and are subject to one's opinion. But when seeing that sunset, there is no one that could think that it isn't beautiful. You're talking nonsense. Anyway, humans live a short life, but don't even know how to appreciate each moment. She is the high-ranking wind spirit Marilda. The worst curse a human can experience is a dull and boring life. You need to know how to appreciate the small things, and find meaning in even the everyday things. Although they say a human's lifetime is like the 4 seasons, a spirit's lifetime is like a very long winter. A boring and bleak life. As Janica said. A chatterbox. People like you who are thorough in everything and leave no gaps are often senseless when it comes to themselves. The way you faint from exhaustion or constantly get hurt are proof of that. So what I'm saying, so what? Is that you should date someone, you moron. You must have someone around you. Someone who is kind, cheerful, friendly with you, and strong enough for you to rely on. Meeting someone like that and improving yourself, don't you know how helpful that can be emotionally? Am I wrong, Mug? You are correct, Miss Marilda. Marilda did not make a contract with Janica. They're just close. Young Master Edition Miss Marilda's advice is like the Bible among spirits. Can't you at least listen to what she's saying and pretend to agree? Pretend? That's why Mug and Marilda aren't exactly a superior-subordinate relationship like with Tarkan. But I guess high-ranking spirits are scary after all. I, Mug, have gravely misspoken. Pretend. I shall repent with my death, oh yeah. Janica looked down, do you know why? Oh ho. Why, are you worried? Isn't that obvious? Oh ho. But I can't just tell you something that Janica herself didn't want to. Anyway, don't worry too much. It's important for even Janica to experience winter once. She needs to experience it and go through the process of understanding. The world isn't like a fairy tale, is it? You just need to endure it until spring comes. Shall we go? Consuming more of your mana would make me feel guilty. Yes, even in that form, it's not easy for me to manage. I'm a bit expensive, you see. But this form is the best for efficiency. Do you have other forms? Would you like a more beautiful girl? It's better on the eyes, but I don't think you'd be able to manage it. It's fine. Back when you underwent gigantification and now, I didn't notice much of a difference in your efficiency, so I was curious. Oh my, no way. Perhaps you couldn't sense it because of the mana stone. You still are a bit dense. Ouch. Did you think you were handling the mana all by yourself? Think about it, a spirit like me wouldn't contract with just one person. I definitely can't summon a high-level spirit with just my mana for too long. If it's not my mana, then who was it? It's simple if you think about it. A person who would contract with Marilda other than me. I don't think this is a good place for a nap. I'm not here for a nap. The hut's better for a nap. Dole then why? I don't like an empty tent. So I went on a walk. Unfortunately. The end of her walk, this altar of substitution, is the final stage of the third act. The distrustful Saintess Clarice begins to suspect the order after she realizes the darkness of the holy city. Then, Telos's apostles come to Arkan Island to condemn Clarice. Not knowing the story behind it, the Academy's characters follow the Archbishop's orders. Princess Fenia's Royal Guard Army, Lortell's Mercenary Union, the Holy City's Cathedral Knights, the Academy's high-ranking employees. And also the main character's Generation's raid party and Principal Abelforcius as well. At the end of this whole complicated mess, everyone's swords end up pointed towards the same thing. Towards one girl who is trying to protect Arkan Island. Following her master's final will. A renegade, a non-believer. Regardless of what she was called, she never complained, and looked down on everyone with a firm gaze. She was awakened. Lucy Merrill. She defeats all of the main characters at Arkan Island, and defeats more than half of the raid party by herself. But in the end, her stamina runs out. And she is defeated by Taylor, who has learned the final swordsman form. After the inside story gets revealed, everyone learns of why Lucy was trying to kill the god's apostles. So she wasn't a villain. We didn't know there was a story like that behind it. Saying things like that, however, the only thing that hurts more than a misunderstanding, is a late understanding. Perhaps it's her innate nature, or maybe she thought it would be meaningless even if she said something. But she kept everything to herself until the very end. Of course, I don't plan on stopping Lucy. Sacrificing Lucy for the scenario? No, I'm not cold-blooded enough to do that. Just as the land gets firmer after it rains, Sylvania Academy will be able to overcome most trials on its own. However, there will surely be a time when they face a trial that they cannot overcome on their own. Lucy, when that time comes, can you lend them your strength, even if it's just for this old man? The story that was told to her by the dying Archmage, her master and only family, only Lucy herself knew how much of a burden it would be. Lucy needs to get rid of those muddy emotions. It'll be a long battle, and there'll be dangerous moments, but it is what needs to be faced in the scenario that will occur in Act 3. That doesn't mean I'm not going to do anything though. I found this out recently. It seems I get lonely. If there's one thing I'd like to make sure I do, it's to tell her in advance whenever I leave the hut for a while. You're back earlier than expected. I wanted to leave that place as soon as possible. Here, it's your present. Most mistake Annis to be from a noble family, but Clara is actually the one who is from a pretty well-known Viscount family. Thank you. Ha! This is the place that my heart calls home. How peaceful I feel. Anyway, I need to go see my academy friends. I haven't seen their faces in a long time. I've brought lots of yummy snacks, so I've finished all preparations to have a tea party with Annis and Janica. Then I'll go first. I'm so excited thinking about seeing them for the first time in a while. I have so much to tell them too. The taste of the blueberry pie I brought, wow. This blueberry pie tastes like sand. What is this? Why aren't they saying anything? Did they have a fight? Janica and Annis sometimes bicker back and forth, but it's always been in good fun. I've never felt this kind of atmosphere before. Why should I make a joke? What should I say? Annis. You got a hug from Ed. Now, items like this no longer raise my stats and production proficiency. Do I need to look for something else to continue growing? It's definitely good to be thoroughly prepared for strong winds. Who? It's a relief that you look healthy, young Master Edition. Ah. Are you here to take Lucy? Ugh. The Academy has implemented a new policy. During snowstorms, you may only leave the dorms if absolutely necessary. Since she's the one with the highest risk of escape, I need to keep a better eye on her. Help me. We plan on having a rotating lineup of surveillance staff throughout the week. I see. I will continue to use formal speech. Can you really make it through a week-long snowstorm? In this kind of environment, young Master Ed? This may be presumptuous of me, but I don't think this kind of wind blocker will be enough. Well, I'm just setting this up to protect my supplies. I thought there might be an adverse effect on my hut, so I used twine to secure the roof and tied it tightly to the ground. I've also already collected my hunting tools and traps and put them all into the hut. During the week of the snowstorm, I'm planning on focusing on magic engineering research at the Spirit Library. I have another place I'll be staying at, so don't worry. I'll lessen my worries since you're saying that, but you seem worried. It must be your first time experiencing a snowstorm from an administrative position. No, I have another worry about you. Actually, it's fine. This would probably be overstepping, that only makes me more worried. I wish you the best of luck, young Master Ed. You got a hug from Ed? Annis? I think there must have been some kind of misunderstanding. The spirits must have gotten this wrong again. Yes. To be honest, I flirted with Edition. Yeah, she just flirt, what? Janica, I'm sorry. Honestly, I didn't find him trustworthy at all. He looked like a playboy. So I was trying to feel him out. What? Why, you're not lying. For real? That kind of guy isn't my type in the first place. Don't worry, Janica. He looks like a thug, he's arrogant about everything, he always grumbles, and he lives completely selfishly. Why would I want someone like that, huh? Wait. You're being too mean, Annis. You don't even know Ed like that. So, I'm sorry for flirting with him without even talking to you. Sorry. Janica. Why are you doing things I never even asked you to do, Annis? Do you know how much I've been worried? I couldn't even sleep at night. You're one of my precious friends, but having to feel betrayal like this. Am I even in a position to feel betrayed in the first place? Even though I'm actually nothing to Ed. Thinking that I was worrying without even knowing my place. Don't worry, Janica. You're quite the special person to that man. From what I've seen, you're definitely more than a friend to him. Really? I'm special. Anyway. Honestly, I don't think it's a good thing to judge and try to assess Ed like that. But you did it for me. Sniff. I can't be mad at that. Anyway, so you don't like Ed, right? Thank you for telling me honestly, Annis. Phew, I thought you really had fallen for Ed. Yeah. Janica. Annis, you. See, Janica. It was just a misunderstanding. You didn't not visit the northern forest often because you felt uncomfortable while I was gone, did you? So. Sorry. I need to go. Yeah. Have a nice trip. Annis. I have something in mind. What? Introduce me to a man. No, Clara, let's think of something more adventurous. Let's break the stereotypes. Do you want to date me? Don't look at me with those eyes, Clara. What eyes? I was just staring at you. I'm sorry for lying to Janica. But when your bodies are apart, your feelings fade too. Once the break ends, the Academy Scholarship student work will end too. The Academy Scholarship students are going to continue to be student assistants. Clebius and Onyx both worked hard and did well, so I felt it was a waste to send them off to another lab when they were proactive and proficient. Especially you, Ed, you're quite good at working. Of course, since you're a student assistant, you'll receive more scholarships, and it'll be better to work here than other labs. And, since we work together throughout the break, it'll be comfortable, right? Let's continue to stick together. You need to make a contract with a mid-level spirit soon. Looks like you're back to normal, huh, Janica? Back when you visited the camp. That time. When was that again? I forgot. When I'm with Janica, I feel like I loosen up a bit. Janica is a character who never appeared in the scenarios after all. And Janica is the only person I could call my friend within my year. Anyway, I knew you had made a contract with Marilda. But no matter how much I think about it, it's strange. It's too early for you to handle a high-level spirit. I used a trick. I told her about Professor Glast's golden phoenix ring and about my plans in the future. So you can't use magic for a while. It'll be hard for you to make a contract with a mid-level spirit for now. My magic will return when break ends and the semester begins. Still, congrats, Edition. Among spirit sorcerers, we often call the day you make a contract with your first high-level spirit your second birthday. So, are you really planning on staying in the spirit library all throughout the snowstorm? You sure work hard. You work hard too. You're the top student of the year. When the snowstorm ends. There'll be the student council president elections. Hee, since you're the top student of the year, you'll probably get some attention. Everyone was asking, but I don't know yet, so I'm maintaining neutrality. In the scenario, Janica didn't particularly receive the spotlight just for being the top student of the year. This was because, based on her personality, she respected all of the other candidates. Anyway, your sister was also running in the elections, right? Yeah. She's quite ambitious. Are you pretty close? With your sister? I guess. You could say that. I can't exactly say that confidently since I've been excommunicated. But we are blood related. Whether we like it or not, there's a high chance we'll see each other for the rest of our lives. I want to maintain a good relationship with her. Even if not dearly, I do care for her quite a lot. I see, you care for her quite a lot, so it was just a fight between siblings. Ed. What does Tanya like? Is there something you think she'd like as a gift? Or a food she likes? What did you do to Tanya? Nothing. Janica is really bad at lying. It took about 3 seconds for the guilt to be too much before she confessed. It wasn't even that serious in the first place. It's going to start storming in the morning. Leaving will not be allowed other than for special reasons, so, if you have any business outside, please ask a maid. The sight from a few days ago won't leave my head. The sight of that third year was terrifying. But what I felt more than that was discomfort. It was so natural that I thought I had seen it wrong. Be careful not to lose your things, your whole kid. But he definitely tried to speak formally at the end. Does he know my secret? I worked so hard to lead a normal academy life, and to uphold the condition for the hard work of the priests and the stand-in at the holy city. If a single outsider finds out my identity, my academy life will end. It wasn't hard to get information on him. Acting all tough, yet, in the end, you didn't even get close to the altar. Shut up. I was just ambushed all of a sudden. You couldn't make it to Class A either. That senior really wasn't a normal human. I heard he's famous among the third years as a freak among freaks. From what I heard. He built a hut in the northern forest and has been living there. A hut in the northern forest. Once the snowstorm starts, I can't leave Offis Hall for at least a week, and once the snowstorm ends, spring will come, and the new semester will begin. By then, I might lose the chance to seal his lips or do anything else. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Of Ed Roth Taylor, the darkness, and the bitter cold. Living while only seeing pure white walls and ceilings causes your vision to deteriorate. The romance of the world full of all its natural colors cannot be known until you experience it yourself. I can't lose the freedom I worked so hard to obtain. To properly confirm it, I need to meet that man. The Saintess Clarice in danger and distress. My eyes have long since adapted to the dark. Because darkness is all I've ever known. The most vivid memory I have is of my brother Koff, who had stayed by my side even when everyone in the household avoided me. The memory of the moment I stabbed him through the heart. The last words I spoke to him, perhaps meant as a curse, were, Why? Does another lab want you? No. About the whole student assistant thing. I feel like I was just a burden last time. The treatment is really good, and I like it, but, is that so? I thought you were dissatisfied or that somewhere else was trying to scout you. So you're saying that you can do it? Yeah. I guess. Just do it then. Alright. As Ed Roth Taylor, who was born with a weak body, it feels like I've really trained it to the very limits of what it can handle. During the break, I was able to concentrate on training. Magic engineering and spirit formula infusion are now good enough to be called my specialties. I'll be able to utilize these two well with a bit more training, so I'll spend the remaining week working on these two. In this library. I gave Jig some money to clean up the mess a bit with magic, but I didn't expect to organize the books too. Considering that the books are also all organized according to theme and title, I'm pretty sure I told him that it was a secret. It looks like he got some help from Elka. They probably did it while thinking of it as training, but I'll have to repay them for it later. Let's get started then. It's inefficient to learn hundreds of formulas. What's important is prioritizing and focusing. To make at least one legendary magic engineering item. Weak wind emitter, echo noise generator, crystal ball, blue magic sphere, Kragel's magic ink, and light transmitting sphere. I'll craft them repeatedly to raise my magic engineering skill. And once I'm used to it, I'll make other rare items. I've already gone over the ingredients. I just need to use the tools too. Huh? What? I forgot the tools at the hut. Let's go back. It's time for my body to do some work. Living while only seeing pure white walls and ceilings causes your vision to deteriorate. The romance of the world full of all its natural colors is nowhere to be found in all this white. Ah! The river. They said it was by the river in the northern forest. This is downstream according to the map. So I should come across the hut if I keep following along this river. It really feels like I'm on an adventure. Clarice is not weak. While she's already more talented than other mages, her holy magic is even better compared to others. The holy magic's blessing. Anyone who attempts to harm her will have the damage returned twofold. So even if she comes across a wild animal or a robber, she won't be harmed. Despite that, she feels fear when it comes to Ed. There is a possibility that he was baptized by the Telos order since he was the successor to the Roth-Taylor household. The holy magic's blessing does not work on those who have been baptized by the order. One shall not harm his brothers. In the first place, someone who is faithful enough to have been baptized would never think of harming the saintess, but the reason she's here is because Ed might know who she is. Yes, it's time to check. I'm sure things will work out somehow. Why won't it open? Huh. Blood here. Blood there, it's everywhere. Huff, is this hell? Footsteps. Hiccup. Who are you? Kylie Ekney. What are you doing here? And why are you shaking? I didn't mean to dash. I didn't mean to. I killed a person. Dear Telos, I have gravely sinned. I, who was supposed to live a life of purity. I have been stained with sin. I must burn in the depths of hell to atone for. Hey. Are you kidding me? Chief Maid. I heard the report. Please figure out what to do. Then let's notify everyone and begin the search dash. No, then we won't have enough people left to run the place. We need to be as efficient as possible right now. Yes, ma'am. Offis Hall's Chief Maid Bell. She is aware of Kylie's real identity. The order had decided that the person in charge, at least, needed to be aware of the truth. The nation would be in an uproar if the saintess were to go missing in a snowstorm. She's so calm. As expected of the chief maid. But even then, she keeps her composure. She decided that it would be best to take care of things in secret considering the saintess' holy magic's blessing. I will find Miss Kylie on my own. Please take care of the rest of the students. Especially Miss Lucy. Yes, ma'am. Chief Maid. According to a witness, Miss Kylie went to the Northern Forest. The Northern Forest. That's that man's territory. The man who's strangely blessed with women. The snowstorm. A woman and man left alone together. Having to depend on each other while waiting to be rescued in the harsh conditions. Just two people on their own. Chief Maid. We must find them. As quickly as possible. The saintess is in danger. An expressionless man who walks around carrying the bloodied corpses of beasts. There were already rumors among the students. Of course, Belle knew the truth. Here. Despite Ed's standoffish appearance, he was easy to talk to and was pretty considerate. He faithfully carries out his duties despite the many women that approach him. He's someone worth trusting. But thinking about those relationships getting even more complicated than they already are makes my head hurt. I'm sure that young Master Ed doesn't know her real identity. Oh, I knew it. It's you, Belle. You Young Master Edition. Could I ask for an explanation? Thanks for the explanation, but if I don't take Miss Kylie back soon, I think the snowstorm will get too intense for us to make it through. Makes sense. I'm sure it's not a good idea for someone in your position to leave Offis Hall unattended for so long either. Well, that's also true. The reason the Saintess came all the way here. She did her best, but it was rather unnatural. Kylie's true identity is supposed to be revealed much later on. It shouldn't be getting revealed now, but she's doubting me. I do apologize for my rude behavior. Saintess. The chair. Please put it down. Phew. All right. Phew. Saintess. You already knew. Well, I'm a baptized follower of the Telos Order, after all. It only makes sense that I'd be able to recognize you from close up when the spell is undone. Why don't you put the chair down first? All right. I have not changed and will not change my plans. I refuse to get involved with any of the main characters of the scenario. But at this rate, Saintess Clarice might do something unexpected. So it's just better to let her know that I know who she is so that she's not anxious anymore. Hiding your identity and coming to this place, you must have been tired of your life of restraint. I understand. However. What do you think of my life, seeing me live freely in the forest? Can you guess what kind of life I am living? This man's life isn't a life of freedom. It looks more like he's just surviving. There is a light and dark side to everything. Freedom is no different. If Adele was a romantic who loved the beauty of freedom, then this man, I do apologize for doing something like this to you when you're the Saintess, represents the dark side of freedom. I overstepped my bounds because I thought that there wouldn't be anyone near you who would tell you this kind of thing. Now, please leave. Sorry to make you walk all the way here, Belle. I am just carrying out my duties. Don't concern yourself. Once I return to the Offis Hall, I'll enjoy delicious soup in a warm room, and this hut in the snowstorm will feel like a distant dream. But inside that hut it will still smell of blood and the harshness of reality. I never imagined that the man who stood there halting the incoming students would be living this kind of life. It's a sad thing for someone to destroy your idea of freedom. But I was certain that coming here to search for freedom was a good thing. Because I met someone I can respect. Of course, Belle, did she dash? No. No way, right? Or dash? I can't tell. Could not know that that was what she was thinking. All she could do was worry. Spring comes when you've nearly forgotten about it. That's what makes it so special. I don't need tea. Isn't it hard to get a seat at this place without making a reservation? I'm here for business, so it should be all right. Is that okay with you? I think it'll take some time before the inventory inspection is done. Please make yourselves comfortable. If you need anything, yes, thank you. Having a monopoly is so fun in these kinds of situations, isn't it? It gives me power that I never had. Q-Hub. I think you're the only one that's having fun. Goodness, what a harsh way to put it. You're maybe right, but I don't harass people. As you know, there was a bit of error in the distribution process because of the snowstorm. It's all mine. The Laplace Bakery ordered a bunch of things they didn't need before the snowstorm. But when it got closer to the delivery date, they cancelled all the orders. Can sell a deceptive order. I do understand since food is valuable, but I can't praise them for trying to monopolize products that could have gone to other businesses. People need morals and ethics. Miss. Please change the minds of your colleagues. I know I was in the wrong, but if you limit the number of items I can order dash. Please be understanding. If this isn't changed, we're, right. I have a lesson in the afternoon. Do you want to walk with me to class? How cold. I don't want to do this, but the snowstorm cut off the distribution from the main base, so the available funds are tight right now. So we need to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. I guess even you guys struggle sometimes. As if. Don't you know who I am? My specialty is managing money. Don't worry. It'll be alright as long as there is no money going out to useless things. I have to be able to handle this much in order to run a trading company. Huh. Where's your textbook? I have to stop by the library to borrow one. I'll have to run, but it's good for my health. But it doesn't even cost much. Why don't you just buy one? Well, if I think about it, it's not cheap by a normal student standards. All the textbooks used here are pretty pricey. How much is it altogether? I appreciate it, but no thanks. It's almost time for the student council elections. I guess you're not gonna try for a position. The trading company comes first, after all. Of course, it'd be best for someone who likes me to become the student council president. What about you? I could support you. I don't want to. It's not like it's a guarantee that I'd get that position either. What a shame. I expected you to turn it down, but... Then what about your sister? Tanya? I don't want to have to suck up to Princess Fenia. I won't go into detail, but Tanya. I know. It'd be hard for her to become president even if all of the top students of each grade were to support her. She may be the daughter of the Lortell household, but the gap is too large. Lortell's right. It makes the most sense for Princess Fenia to become the president with how things are going right now. Tanya Lortell. The lesser evil. She does anything she could to get one more vote, pitifully and pathetically. But she is unable to close the gap. Tanya ends up losing to an overwhelming difference in votes. Do you support the princess? Me? I don't know. I guess I support Tanya more. I'm glad. Most of the people here admire Princess Fenia, so I was worried that you might be the same. You know that I like you, right? I almost got jealous. Did that work? Should I check your heartbeat? Way. You're so cold. Did I do something wrong? No, but I don't plan on dating anyone until I graduate. Until you graduate? Then what about after that? Oh, that was some valuable information. I don't know what meaning graduation has for you, but that's not too far from now. Well, that's if you can stand to keep rejecting me. Graduating safely is not an easy goal at all. The final boss that we will have to encounter at the end of this story. The main character must defeat that final boss in order for the world to regain peace. So that I can also graduate. Clarice, the symbol of the order, and Fenia, the symbol of the royal family, need to support the main character. In order for him to be able to defeat the final boss, the sacred lance dragon. In other words, Taylor needs to grow as the scenario intended and make friends. The class placements went smoothly, please. Whoa. And Clarice seems to be hiding her identity well. I feel bad for Tanya, but Fenia will be the council president. Then the scenario should return to normal. And I'll be able to rest easy. Your Highness. In spite of Ed Rothtailor's expectations. The scenario had already begun to break down. I don't think I want to run for the council position in the bedroom of one girl. Damn it. There are other people that can do it other than me. So why does it have to be me from the start? This damned life. Why? Why the fuck? Did it have to be me? You want to have a duel with me? Why? Because I want to learn from you. I don't want some shallow reason like that. Because I want to prove my worth. You've already claimed the position of top student of your year, haven't you? But that doesn't mean much since I'm just a first year. Janica is the top student of all the third years, and Drake is the top of the faculty of combat. Also, Ed is very popular among the first-year faculty of magic, for some reason. I plan to have a duel against them all. Of course, however, there are orders to things. So I've already sent in a request to Clebius, the top student of the second-year faculty of combat, but it seems like he's avoiding it. Anyway, if I win against him, I plan to request a duel with Elvira, the top of the faculty of alchemy. And then I was going to send you a request, so I thought I would tell you beforehand. Why am I next? I'm not a top student. Well, since the second year's top student is out of the question, that would then make you the technical top student of second year. You're quite self-centered. Anyway, so your plan is to beat me and then to go after Janica and Ed too? It seems that the first lesson you need to be taught in Sylvania is that you're not always right. I don't think it'll be easy to defeat you. No, that's not what I meant. You won't be making it to me, let alone Janica, or addition you seem to be a bit mistaken about something. You won't even be able to defeat Clebius. Learn to perceive reality properly first if you want to defeat me. Oh, Jix. Ed. You did well with the library. Thanks. Wade. You mean the top student of the first years? He's sending dual request forms to everyone that is doing well academically. It sounded like he wanted to fight you too. As far as I know, Wade Callamore's challenges will go on from Act 3, Scene 3 to Scene 5. Born a talented swordsman as the son of the commander of the Northern Border Territories, Wade was able to easily take over the top student spot within the first years. He was unsatisfied, so he went off to challenge his seniors. 9 in the end, he defeats them one by one with ease. Even. Jix had been already exhausted going into the fight, so it was unfair for him, but it was still a loss in the end. Wade's rampage, which seemed like it would not end, ended up being stopped by Taylor, who had improved over the year. I heard that there was going to be a welcoming festival for the new students tonight. Do you want to check him out? Not tonight, I have plans. I already know what Wade looks like. Thanks for the notice though. You take care of yourself. I thought that I didn't care about this kind of stuff, but seeing how energetic this school is giving me energy too. The refreshing atmosphere of a new semester makes my footsteps lighter. Should I have told him about that too? I noticed this since we're in the same grade and I see her often, but Princess Fenia has been looking rather down recently. However, whenever I'm talking to someone I'm going to fight Ed too. And Ed is brought up. She's clearly listening. Ed. Ward said, wake up. She's very acutely aware of his name. Well, it's not like today's the only chance I had to tell him. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'll look into it more and then tell him. It soon became warm. The scenery in the northern forest 00 was a sight worthy of being called spring. You improve really fast. And your connection has gotten much better. Since you even got into a contract with Marilda, you should be able to enter a contract with a mid-rank spirit as well. No one would believe that you did all this within a year. Ahem. She called this her teacher Janica mode. It sounded cute, but it seems like she thought it was dignified. I guess I'll play along. It's all because I have such a good teacher. Ahem. Usually, to get into a contract with a mid-rank spirit, you have to explore mountains and valleys to find a spirit that matches well with you. You can't just enter a contract because it has enough mana. You need to find a spirit whose mana flow matches your own. I didn't consider something like that when I got into a contract with Marilda, though. That's because you match well with the fire and wind elements. But if you want a new spirit, don't you think it'd be better to look for something that's not fire or wind? She's right. It'd be convenient to find a spirit whose element I was already able to handle, but that would make it hard to respond to various kinds of situations. I don't need to be proficient with every element like Janica is, but it would be best for me to try to branch out. This is gonna be pretty difficult, isn't it? That's why people think of their mid-rank spirits as fate. There was an illustration of a spirit sorcerer in the Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. It evoked feelings of wandering through the nature, through forests and rivers, and connecting with spirits that you met through fate. First is the connection. Ed, concentrate your mana into your eyes. Here are all the mid-rank spirits I've chosen. Don't you get distracted with all these spirits around? That's amazing. There's no need to push them away when they like me. And I've already talked to them all too. That's amazing, but... Now, just pick one out. Pick one out. I'm mid-rank water spirit number 1, Pello. I'll show you my wings. Here. Now, number 2, what is he judging for when he's just a low-rank spirit? But this feels a bit weird. Huh? Is it weird? Did I bring too many? Should we do this another time? No. It's nothing. Young Master Ed, let's take a look at the next spirit. What about my fateful meeting? Is this method alright? A welcoming festival for the incoming students. It's pretty meaningful for the new students, but... Top student of the third years, Janica Faylover, unable to attend because of personal reasons. Spirit lessons for Ed. Top student of the second year, Lucy Merrill, unable to end due to personal reasons. Napa Hem. Miss Janica too. The faculty became worried that this festival wouldn't be enjoyable. However, the lack of the top students didn't have an impact thanks to the appearance of one of the most dignified beings in Sylvania, Princess Fenia. Sylvania Academy valued equality, but it was only a given that the students would be too afraid to talk to someone of royal blood. Even the nobles were too afraid. There was only one person who was able to talk to her during the event. Checkmate. The successor of the Caldermore family, loyal servants of the royal family and one of the three greatest swordsman households. The top student of the first year. You're good, Wade. You began to hesitate after sacrificing one of your pawns. If you had let go of such hesitations, I would have lost. I don't like projecting real military tactics onto chess. That's something a tutor in the palace would have done. Reality's different, anyway. You must have learned a lot here. Well. I'm just more self-aware. I thought that I was better than anyone when it came to reading people, but I'm starting to think that I was wrong. Who knows? Someone told me that it was necessary to learn that one cannot always be right. Learn that one cannot always be right. Ed Roth Taylor. The mistake of kicking him out was only a small concern, like a fish bone in my throat. However, he saved Janica, he made a home in the forest. And, as more time passed, his presence grew bigger. Even the incoming students speak highly of him. As his presence in the school grows, my mistake also grows bigger. You can be wrong sometimes. That's something that applies to all aspects of life, not just Slovenia. But if I keep acting like a child, evading my problems, nothing will be resolved. Regardless of class or social status, learning is your duty in this place. That was very helpful. Shall we go again? I can't run from my mistakes forever, right? That would be foolish. It'll take about 4 days to resolve everything. After that, I'll go to the hut in the northern forest. We can sit by a campfire and talk freely. Princess Fenia felt refreshed. It seemed like spring was finding its way to her too. Until the morning of the third day. When the news of Ed Roth Taylor's death reached her ears. Dear respected father. Greetings, father. Since you spend a lot of your time in the imperial castle, I've gotten used to telling you about my days through letters. However, it is noteworthy that I'm no longer sending them from the Roth Taylor residence but from Sylvania Academy. Although there are many aspects I'm not used yet to as it's my first time living away from home, I will not forget the honor I must uphold as a member of the Roth Taylor family. There was a period when it was hard to adjust to the busy schedule due to the intensity of the school and the egalitarian atmosphere that Sylvania is known for. As for friends, however, I have a few of what you could call school friends. I am working hard towards my goal that I confidently told you of before I left home, as well as my plan to become the youngest student council president. I am a little worried because I heard that Princess Fenie, who is loved by the people, will be running in the elections, but I will try my best regardless. I also met Lortell, and although she's not much older, she gave off the feeling of being a perfect merchant. The negotiations for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire will begin soon, and I'm already wondering if it'll really do okay for me to go as the family representative. And this is hard to mention casually, and, since you have excommunicated him, I know that he is a shame and embarrassment to our family. But if I had to mention it, brother seems to have become hard-working and diligent. It's as if he's become a completely different person. Honestly, I was so young that my memories aren't great, and I may be misinterpreting it. But I recently had a strange dream of when I was younger. In it, I was at the low hills behind our residence. A place where lilacs and daffodils bloom in abundance during the spring. I remember following the hilly path while smelling the flowers. I was going up while holding hands with two people. One of the hand definitely belonged to Arwen. So the other reliable hand must have been you, right, father? Or perhaps when Arwen was still alive, Ed wasn't that much of a scoundrel. If so, then maybe he hasn't turned over a new leaf, but has just returned to how he was originally. The night brings me many complicated thoughts. From your loving daughter, Tanya Roth Taylor. Deadly poison magic seal of deadly poison. If you are grazed in the slightest, you will flail around in pain and die. I've already sent a response to Tanya Rothtaylor. The Student Council President elections, as well as the negotiations for the purchase of the Sage's sealed grimoire with Lortell. It'll be difficult for her to handle all of that on her own. So I'm sending her a vassal she can trust. Although it's usually not allowed to send a family's vassal to Sylvania. It's for business reasons, so the Academy has allowed it. Now be on your way. I can't get used to this at all. Highest rank magic cause and effect determination. If you set a certain action or variable that you have caused, you will be able to see the resulting effects of it. Is there no choice but to use a great amount of mana? It's a shame I can't use it often. This is definitely an absolute power. When you're ahead of an important task, you can use the source of something that you've done. And confirm the inevitable result. Ed. This doesn't really feel the greatest. However, it's a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before Ed's death. Impossible. President candidate approval rating investigation result. Princess Fenia is so popular that all the people of the Klol Empire would have heard her name at least once. If Princess Fenia really does compete in the elections, ugh. No matter what happens, the chance that I'll win is 0. Of course, I am well aware that reality and my delusions are very different. It's a shame, but I should just give up. Oh. Tanya, you headed to elemental studies training? Ah. Has anything been bothering you during your classes? Let's have some tea together with Elka later. Wow. It's Jix. Isn't he the strongest person in the whole academy? Tanya said hi to Jix. Tanya, I'm probably going to have a negotiation meeting for the grimoire trade. What time works for you? Let me know when you can and I'll set something up, so come, okay? Wow, isn't that Lortell? Tanya just said hi to an executive of the Elt Trading Company. That person. Isn't that Sylvania's best genius, Lucy Merrill? Hi. So she actually does speak. Her connections are completely different from normal students like us. Tanya is so cool. She has so many connections, yet she acts with dignity and doesn't show off, which is so amazing. I'd be happy if I could be even half as dignified as she is. Oh ho ho. Good work to both of you today. It must have been tiring, so go back to your rooms and get some rest. If you keep working hard every day, both you, Kylie, and Terry will become amazing students. Let's work hard tomorrow too. We'll work hard tomorrow and the day after, so we can become as dignified and talented as you. Huh. It strangely feels like my position and status within the academy has risen an absurd amount over the last few days. But I didn't even do anything. If I had to point to one thing, the reason I'm receiving this kind of treatment must be because I'm Ed's younger sister, right? I thought he was just a piece of trash, so why do I feel like the trashy one? Why did this happen? It's nice to see you after so long, Lady Tanya. I'm happy to see you look healthy. Kadek, Knox. Father is so considerate. It's good to see you both. I heard you've been working hard at school. It's a relief that we can be of help. I will help by collecting information regarding the market price of the grimoire purchase negotiations, and I will ask around about the current funding of the trading company in order to make the negotiations go smoother. Thank you, Kadek. While you are focusing on your studies, I will help you with the Student Council President elections. With the rumors of Princess Fionia being in the running, I will find information on the pledges she is. No, that's fine, Knox. There's new information that came out this morning. Princess Fenia will not be running in the elections. What? I heard that the Imperial Secretary made the announcement near the Imperial dorms. Everyone was whispering about it. But since it was just an announcement, it's still subject to change, right? The final boss of the fourth act, Crapen Rothtaylor. With his perfect work processing, everyone knows of him as the benevolent patriarch of the Rothtaylor family. But only Princess Fenia catches onto his darkness. The power of the Imperial family and within the Academy. Fenia, who possesses both, becomes the most reliable ally who can take the lead in a fight against Crapen, who will aim for Sylvania Academy. That's what has to happen. But she's not running in the presidential election. I'm slowly getting the feeling now. The feeling that you're going to do something reckless again. Hey, that. I can't accept you getting hurt and bleeding by yourself again, while I know nothing. You're already suffering a lot, so there's no need for you to make things harder for yourself. Regardless of what you're planning, help you, Ed. Honestly, I think it'd be good for Princess Fenia to become the student council president. That's surprising. Princess Fenia has been very mean to you. And Tanya is your sister, so I thought you'd support her. But the princess herself is saying that she won't be, so what can we do? It'd be nice to know the reason at least. There are a lot of eyes. Aren't you two being too scandalous in broad daylight? Hello. I'm sorry to interrupt your quality time, but I think I know the reason. Why Princess Fenia isn't running. Scandalous. Quality time. Your phrasing is too much. She's like an alpha wolf who has lost her pack. Due to her making the wrong choice, her pack died, and so the alpha wolf shows no reaction. Despite having an arrow pointed her way. That's what Princess Fenia's eyes look like to me. As if she's in a state where she's lost her self-confidence and can't do anything. Anyway, I'll stop interrupting you and be on my way. I heard it's going to rain tomorrow, so keep that in mind when leaving. You're not interrupting anything, but thanks. Jake's animal-like senses are usually a level above a normal human's 5 senses. Which means his instincts should be tested. The worst possibility is that Princess Fenia has completely lost all sense of hostility towards the Roth-Taylor family. What should I do? That's good. If it rains, it'll be the perfect environment to train the water spirits. Since being near the ocean would be best. Let's go train a mid-rank spirit at the Northern Cliffs tomorrow. After Elemental Studies class. Thanks. Let's just do what we can for now. Is it going to rain? It's finally spring. But because of the rain, it'll be harder to go out. The rain that drizzles onto her body makes Lucy depressed. If it's going to rain, I hope it passes quickly. So this is how this place looks. It's my first time coming to the northern coast. The cliff area is definitely wide and desolate, with few people, so there's not much reason to come here. And it is ridiculously far out, too. But there's no better place to train a water spirit formula. I may be unworthy, but I will speak boldly. I think it was an excellent choice to make a contract with the mid-rank water spirit Lycia. And to think of even using mana arrows with it. Wait, Mug, be quiet. It's an honor to see you again, young Master Ed. Kadek and Nox. Of the vassals that are in charge of darkness within the Roth-Taylor family. The old men who have shared the history of the Roth-Taylor family for a lifetime, Kadek and Nox. The trusted subordinates of Crefin, who have been through all the battles, are now on Aiken Island. They should be faces I'm happy to see, but I don't really feel that way. It's an honor to see you again, young Master Edition. You still address me as, young Master, even though I've been excommunicated. I should be the one thanking you for that. I've heard about you, young Master Edition. We came here on the orders of Crefin. Our goal is to assassinate you, young Master Ed. However, we repent. Our servant had a great grudge against you, young Master Ed. That's why we tried to kill you with this dagger, engraved with a deadly curse. You had changed from the innocent child I knew into someone who ruled the mansion like another person. We tried to assassinate you, the young master who ruled the mansion. But the more we investigated the evaluations within the academy and your life, we found the sharpness from your youth. And we realized that you had returned as the true heir. I'll explain everything in detail to Crefin. Please, become the heir and restore the honor of Rothstaler in the world. Become the heir. Don't make a fuss. You've grown, young Master Ed. Kadek, the Eagle Knight, who strikes with the wind sword. Cop. Nox, the Bear Knight, who uses the flame mace. Ugh. These are the ones. The vassals who are responsible for the darkness of the Rothstaler family. Young Master, do you remember Miliana? The poor girl who lost one of her eyes as a mere plaything of yours. She is my daughter. Okay. Now that you mention it, that did happen. But revenge is always empty, Nox. I know that in the end, revenge only leaves emptiness. But this is not a story for you, young master. That's a valid point. Who? You've grown. However, it is impossible to block Nox's mace, wrapped in magic. You're dodging it well, but even if you take just one hit, it will definitely be a fatal blow. The bow you're holding is only a hindrance. Because of it, your dodging movements are too wide. And you can't keep an eye on your surroundings. There's no place to run. I know. Nox. Could it be telekinetic magic? No, is it a spirit summoning? Blocking the attack with basic defense magic that only stops magic, and deliberately luring me in. And preparing something in the meantime. Nox. How could you attack in such an explosion? Blessing of fire and misfortune temporary flame immunity surge. You madman, what have you been through? But from now on, you should aim for the vital points, not the lower body. Of course, there won't be a next time. Cough. It seems you used Nox as a shield and avoided hitting the vital points. It's over. Could it be? Even here. Lycia Lieutenant Water Spirit. I can't breathe. Oh. Burns and deep wounds that would cause anyone to lose consciousness. The Bear Knight, who prides himself on having seen and experienced everything that can happen on the battlefield, managed to stay conscious. This is something even Ed Rothstaler did not expect. Unexpected. Blessing of the storm. When an unexpected blow lands, it blows the enemy away with the wind. Is it too much to ask for one strike? To end it all? That's the words I should say. Judging by your arrival, it seems my father has decided to kill me. Then whether this time or not, I will definitely die. Even if I defeat you, if this curse doesn't end, I will die right here. It may leave nothing but emptiness, but it will not be meaningless. At least you will no longer live consumed by revenge. This is a small gift left for the loyal vassal of the Rothstaler family. Sorry, Ed, the class ran a little late. Ed. Ed. Damn it. A witness. Damn, but my body. What? What is this? The Bear Knight, who prides himself on having seen and experienced everything that can happen on the battlefield, was confronted with something he could never have imagined. A higher tier being than a high-level spirit. A being that exists only one time for each element in the natural world. A summoning ritual for a supreme spirit. A girl who controls it. Do you even know what you've done? A massive magic circle. How many would understand the meaning of this magic circle? A genius summoner who has already summoned the right arm of the highest-ranking dark spirit, Glasscan. Creates a scene of sorrow and rage at the cost of everything. A sun that scorches the earth. With a tail larger than the royal palace. Said to have burned the entire Apeth mountain range during the Mythic Age. The highest-ranking fire spirit, Theorpus. Even if just one arm is summoned, at least the northern forest would burn to ashes. There's no need to understand the massive magic circle painted in the sky. Confronting the ominous energy before your eyes. Anyone would understand the impending situation. It is certain death. Do you even know what you've done? Run. Hurry, run. What is this? Ugh. Stay alive. And report everything you've seen and experienced. What are you doing now, Marilda? Move. I'm not being reverse summoned. Strange, isn't it? Calm down and think. You're not the one who summoned me. How's Magitech going? You took some Magitech supplies and materials last time. Well, by the end of the break. It felt like I was training in Magitech all day long. To put it simply. It was a great success. I created a legendary grade Magitech item. Using a legendary grade Magitech item increases proficiency. Cough. Ugh. The injuries from falling off the cliff and the deadly poison curse have been lifted. But the time reversed was only a few seconds. Battle wounds sting with seawater, and body temperature is dropping rapidly. I summoned Marilda because the situation above the cliff didn't look good, but I'm such a mess, I can't even tell if it worked. The legendary grade Magitech tool, Delheim's Hourglass, shouldn't exist in Act 3. I never thought I'd have to use it this soon. Thinking about all that effort gone in one use makes me pretty sad, but still. I survived. Krapen Rothstailer's causality confirming magic is extremely troublesome. If I defeat Kadek and Nox and survive, Krapen will use enormous magical power to repeat the causality confirming magic. Until he finds a new future where I die. That's why I need to die at least once. I still don't know why he's trying to kill me. If he confirms a future where I die, he'll likely lose interest in me for a while. It's hard to bring retainers to Arkan Island without a reason. Plausible reasons could be helping Tanya with her tasks as she's busy with the recent chairman election, or the negotiations involving the sage's sealed letter. Once those events are over, the retainers will leave. In other words, until the student council election ends and the sealed letter negotiations are finished, if I can exist as a dead man during that time, I can survive. The problem is that my body isn't functioning properly. My whole body was already aching like I was on the verge of death. Thankfully, you found me. Thank you. Hop. I feel like I always make you worry. I'm sorry, Janica. Sob. So. Ed, you're saying that until the election is over, it's better to lay low for now, as it'll be advantageous later. I'll bring you daily necessities and other tools in the meantime. Don't worry too much, Edition. Yeah. I'm always thankful, Janica. But, you know. My wounds are starting to hurt. Sorry. Holding you makes me feel at ease. No, I mean, forget what I just said, okay? The rain keeps pouring. There's still a lot to do. If someone asked about this lazy appearance, they'd say, just doing nothing as usual. But right now, Lucy is engaging in the act of waiting. The difference is, it's not boredom but comfort she feels. The cabin owner's daily life is easy to imagine. Shuffling through the grass, checking the extinguished campfire. Kicking the wooden braces a few times to check their sturdiness. Then heading to the drying rack to gather the completely soaked laundry. Pushing any tools left outside that could rust under the tarp. Shaking off the water from their clothes before heading to the cabin and greeting Lucy. Oh, you're here. Ed's life is ever-changing and eventful, but it always ends up back here. Eventually, he lights the lamp, sits at his desk, and starts reading Magitech books. Then falls asleep by the fire. Hearing the rain, the fireplace crackling, and the occasional turning of Ed's book pages. A strange magical energy. The smell of blood. Annoying. You've kept the house well. Thanks for that. Ugh. Who are you? I am Nox, a retainer of the Rothstailer family. Help me. I've been seriously injured. I slipped in the forest. My companion ran into a wild animal and their throat was. I'll save you. If you're honest, I'll save you. What were you doing out here? The mark of deadly poison. A high-grade mark that's rarely seen in a lifetime. It feels like incidents only happen when I'm on duty. There's no magic left in the mark, only traces. That means it's already been used, so there must have been casualties. Considering the fall and the time. It's unlikely they'll be found even with a search at daybreak. To summarize the situation. I was supposed to meet Ed here to help with his summoning practice. When I arrived, Ed had already been stabbed. Why yes. That's right. It must be shocking, but please recall carefully. You said you saw the culprit. Retainers of the Rothstaler family, it was definitely Kadek and Knox. Retainers of the Rothstaler family. I see, then at daybreak, I'll report to the headmaster. What about that student? Lucy. Lucy. Calm down. Let's go back to camp and talk, okay? I caught them. The murderer who killed him. The Rothstaler retainers, Kadek and Knox. Lucy. What? We need to follow Lucy right now. Janica, what is this? There's no time. Right now, immediately. Before this gets worse. The Rothstaler retainers. They've been sticking around recently under the guise of assisting with work. Serving the Rothstaler family. Rothstaler. We're not suspicious people. We're here to assist Lady Tanya Rothstaler. Properly authorized and processed through the Academy. Tanya, Rothstaler. Where is she? Where is Tanya Rothstaler? Lady Lucy. What is going on? Lady Lucy, what's wrong? Bring her. Bring Tanya. It was a good match. A good match, you say. Acting all high and mighty just because you beat a second-year senior. Ha. Good work, Senior Elvira. Anyway, it's too early to say you've beaten the second years. There's still Senior Jix left. Even if one-on-one combat isn't her specialty, Elvira is the head of the alchemy department, and she really lost. In the first-year magic department, there's that genius Joseph, and they say he's the top of his class. Wade Callamore, heir to the famous Callamore swordsmanship family. Maybe they really could beat Jix too. Ah, what was that sound just now? Is it an attack? Should we run right now? First, let's find the head maid and take action. New Omicron. It's too late. Celestial magic that someone spent their whole life researching, there exists a genius who can roughly replicate it after seeing it just once. Tanya Rothstaler. Bring her. Lucy. Meryl. Hurry, over here. What's going on? Even the head maid has been taken out. We're very confused right now. If Lady Lucy is correct. Third-year magic department student, Lord Ed Rothstaler, has died. The assassin is said to be a retainer of the Rothstaler family. A retainer of the Rothstaler family. Could it be Tanya Rothstaler? Go ahead. What? Lord Jix. The situation right now is. Why are you doing this? Don't tell me. Is this about revenge? Just evacuate. I'll evacuate when the time comes, so leave first. I'm sorry about this. As expected. 5 minutes after the first loud noise, no one had seen Tanya Rothstaler late at night. The door was locked. The only possible hiding place was. Ugh, sob, why? How did it come to this? What the hell is going on? Why? All the evidence points to Tanya. And yet, I don't understand. Thanks to Senior Ed, Tanya's reputation within the academy had actually improved. Even if Tanya held some sort of grudge against Senior Ed, ordering an assassination doesn't make sense. Listen closely, Tanya Rothstaler. You must answer my questions truthfully. Did you order Senior Ed's assassination? Hua. No, really. I didn't. That's not a convincing statement. But at this rate, Tanya will surely die. Thinking that Senior Ed is dead makes me feel down too. However, there are too many things I can't understand right now. Maybe it's better not to interfere unnecessarily. Alright, let's hear the details later. For now, stay hidden here. What's clear is if you go out to the square now, you might die. Tanya being killed. And Lucy getting blood on her hands. I'll stop Lucy for now. This isn't what Senior Ed would have wanted. Are you not understanding the situation, Senior Jix? There's no need to take on something impossible. Right now, it's best to meet Senior Lucy's demands. If you protect Tanya now, no one knows what might happen. Just hand Tanya over to Senior Lucy. I'll act according to my judgment, Wade. You're making an unreasonable decision. Senior Jix. Then. I'll have to enforce my will by force. I'll take Tanya with me. Even that person is a top student. And they lost? Why is this kind of thing happening? Damn it. I didn't come to Slovenia for this. Can't I ever have peace in my life? This is so screwed up. Damn it. Of course it's scary when something like that suddenly shows up. Damn it. Freaking damn it. What are you doing, stupid Clevius? Of all places, you end up lying down here. You. Weren't you just sparring a moment ago? Yeah. I lost all my reagents while sparring. So I need to go to the lab to get more reagents. In this situation, the only ones who can stop that monster are the top students. Considering the time, at least until the academy staff arrive, we need to hold out for at least 30 minutes. Looks like your legs have given out. Once you regain strength, run to the faculty building. And bring back the academy staff if they're there. Useless idiot. Pathetic fool. Really, freaking, worthless fool. This is bad. The academy staff has already headed out first, and Marilda has also started moving. Before I could even explain, Lucy already knew. I don't know what's going to happen. So, where's Lucy? She seems to have gone to Offis Hall to find Tanya. Alright. I'll have to go there myself. If you roll around in the rain, you can get sick like this. But make sure to remember this feeling. Slowly, the number of times where you lie down with a fever, or get injuries on your body will become less and less. You will meet weak people. Those who could spend their entire lives just to barely manage to do the things you can do so easily. You're not going to bring her. Fine then. It won't be long before I find her myself. You will become such a powerful mage that no one will rival you. Life may get tedious because of your innate talent, and everything may end up seeming meaningless. Even the feeling of pain will eventually become a distant memory. Lying old man. Damn, I thought that was a good plan. Strange, it's a type of magic I've never seen before, but its casting speed is abnormally high. Move. It was so fast that I wondered what principle it was. But it wasn't magic. It was just pure mana you were emanating. So in the end, the problem was the mana. Mages who have outstanding mana sensitivity will make magic out of mana. But did you know? We alchemists can understand mana and transform it into something that isn't magic. Like magic engineering items, for example. Or reagents. Red quartz reagent allows you to absorb a great amount of mana, allowing it to move with fluidity. I will now use your mana as fuel to activate all of these magic engineering items. Mana circuit connection complete. A Krex mana separator, noise generator, elemental stimulator, claw hand, Hadouken, vision disc, and Catlon mana purifier. If I activate all of these with an increased output at the same time, all of the mana in the area will evaporate. I'm sure that all of my babies, that I've spent my entire life making, will get ruined. Not all of the students have evacuated yet. This way. The maids need more time too. But try, and break past this too. Calculating the amount of mana it takes to overload all magic engineering items is theoretically possible, but nobody does it. Because it's not academically valuable. Since no one has that much mana. If someone like that existed, it would be impossible to stop them in the first place. Time that it took to apprehend the Offis Hall's head maid, Belle Maya, 4th year top magic faculty student Traciana Bloomliver, 4th year top alchemy faculty student Dorothy Whitefelts. 14 high-class maids. And 2nd year top alchemy faculty student, Alvira, 3 minutes. Don't you think you'll regret it if you keep going? You could have just sent the entire Offis Hall flying with this amount of mana, but the fact that you've done all this, must be because you also think that Ed wouldn't have wanted this either, right? That is something I'll decide after meeting Tanya. I'm a crazy bastard who is out of his mind. Clebius. I'm not letting you get past here, you motherfucker. Time that it took to apprehend. 2nd year top combat faculty student, Clebius. I second. If so, then I need to achieve my goal, even if by force. Give me Tanya. What the? The island family's swordsmanship? But it's too much of a difficult and drastic change to say that. It's the swordsmanship of a beast that once roamed the northern grasslands who became civilized after staying at the island estate. Although it's rather free-spirited, it's not completely detached from theory. This is real swordsmanship experience. However, it's incomplete. His center of gravity is too high, so he has a weak spot. I've won. Wind blade. Kut. You want to keep going? Of course, Jix. I am someone who enjoys fighting with strong people. It's an opportunity to fight with someone as strong as you, so how could I give up that easily? Please entertain me some more. How unsightly, Wade. You don't enjoy fights, you enjoy victory. You only show drive when it comes to fights that you see the potential of victory in. Isn't that right? What? If you truly wanted to fight with someone strong, you wouldn't have chosen me among the magic faculty 2nd years. I'm not the magic faculty's top student, Lucy Merrill is. That. If you're still looking for an excuse, then that's all you can amount to. Coward bastard. Then what should I have done against such an impossible opponent? That would just be foolish. Yeah. That's your limit. Pride. The cause of death of more warriors than anything else in the world. Beware of those who believe that it is a virtue to charge forward courageously and pompously with full confidence in their abilities. And do not hold respect for those who put their lives on the line of over and over, in order to express themselves. Be afraid, Clebius. Fear is your weapon. Hub. Hub. However, if you live like that, one day, a day will come when your feet are unable to leave the floor. Even though, as you always have, you can escape quickly. There will be a time when your feet will not want to lift from the floor. Although your entire body may tremble. Fascinatingly enough, your hand that holds your sword will be firm and steady. Although loss will be inevitable, your body will still strive to move forward. Remember that feeling. For that is conviction. That's, Clebius. I didn't forget my promise not to kill anyone. The reason I can still do this despite that fact is because I'm confident that I cannot kill that monster with just this much. He got faster. Protection of the wind. When an unexpected attack is received, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. More wounds are forming. Even more blood is being spilled over his blood-stained body. It wouldn't be strange for Clebius to have fainted at any point from the blood loss, but the amount of mana that surrounded his sword and body only increased as he became more wounded and as more blood flowed. This is a cursed sword. The Nortendale family's taboo. Blood swordsmanship. Uses the blood flowing from your body as a new mana source and is a taboo among taboos. It's the sword demon. He killed another person. You demon. Monster bastard. Why is a monster like that in our family? Even the Nortendale family itself forbade him from inheriting it. No, you're not a monster. Right, Clebius? The monster who learned the taboo of blood swordsmanship on his own. Sword demon, Clebius Nortendale. Yeah, brother. But even he had to acknowledge it. That's the real monster. High-level lightning magic divine punishment. We're almost there. This way. If you go through the door at the end of this hallway, you can escape. Lortell. There were a lot of blocked roads, you're lucky, Tanya. You should make sure you thank Jix for coming with you. Lortell. Have you heard about Ed? Not sure. What were you going to do if it was just Tanya by herself? I would have ripped her to shreds. That would be rash, Lortell. You're right, Jix. Instead of killing her, I should start with her fingernails. Not sure what she'd confess, though. No, It wasn't me. It's fine, Tanya. Go on. I can't beat you in a battle anyway, right? I can't beat you, so I'll let you go. My body instinctively froze. As everyone in Sylvania knew, making an enemy of Lortell Ketchum was a foolish choice. The moment this girl began to show hostility towards you, you could never know what might be waiting behind that door. Just what am I supposed to do? Jix, who had frozen, was deep in thought. But Jix hadn't caught on yet. How were they still safe? How was it possible that he could spend this time, frozen in thought? Just how many times are you going to get hit by this high-level magic? Clebius. Don't blame yourself too much. It's the fault of the people who wanted to test your power. Not yours. Lift your head. That isn't a curse. A hero that charges forward with the conviction to hold the line against an army bearing down on him like a mountain. This is the power our progenitor, Belkis Nortendale, used to protect the family. With that power, you can also become a hero like him. Fuck. Brother was wrong. The Nortendale family has a sword demon. Even if he acts like a human, once he loses rationality his surroundings become a sea of blood. An antiquated concept like morality does not apply to a monster who bathes his surroundings in blood. I can become a hero with this power. It's a relief. That it was me you killed this time and not someone else. Since I, at least, can forgive you. So don't blame yourself too much. The true hero died that day. At the hands of a monster. Fuck. I really can't go on any longer. I don't want to become a hero. I just don't want to become a monster. Still. We're almost there. I've done my part. In blood swordsmanship, the amount of mana surrounding your sword and body as you become more wounded and as more blood flows. Ironically, the closer you are to death, the more power you possess. But even that great power is insignificant in the face of Lucy. However, perhaps due to the complacency of the strong, or the determination of the weak. A moment occurred that could never be repeated. She definitely could have died. Lucy, who had lived her entire life as the strong, could never get used to that feeling. The fear of death she'd experienced for the first time made her determined that she had to kill the weak who no longer had the ability or will to fight. What the fuck? As I thought. You were alive, you motherfucker. Now what? There's no time. I need to hurry up and decide. Then Lortell. Ah, Lortell? Janica? Ah. I found her. Janica, isn't this? She seems fine even after the news about Ed, could it be? Has she gone completely crazy? No. Maybe. Am I misinterpreting this situation? No, if anything. I think you arrived at the perfect time. You were alive, you motherfucker. Is that you, Clebius? Yes. I know. I got hella beat up. I know that all that fighting was for nothing, and that I'd never be able to reach her toes, even if I put my life on the line. I should have run away. But am I the only idiot? They're all so weak and definitely wouldn't be able to stop her, yet they still ran this way to try and stop her somehow. Nobody asked her to, Clebius. Yet she sacrificed the things she'd worked on her entire life without hesitation. It would have been more comfortable if he'd just given up everything like the others, but instead, he believed that even while being destroyed, he could become something like a hero. Fuck. Just. Fuck, why wouldn't he let me just run away? And I still couldn't even win, it's all wrong, again, it's all meaningless, again. So. Thank you, Elvira, Clebius. Your efforts weren't meaningless. They were truly valuable. I'm really a dumb fucking loser. Just an insect piece of shit. I know that. Huh. Clebius. Get it together. These aren't empty words, I'm really shocked. I have a full understanding of all of the main characters in this academy. But I never thought that anyone would have the ability to do this, including me. It took at least 10 minutes to evacuate everyone and for me to arrive. He stood for that entire time on his own. The failed swordsman of Sylvania's third act final boss against the awakened one. Against Lucy. I'm sorry, Lucy. I should have told you in advance. Based on the situation, I had to die. But I was also in an extreme situation where my life was at risk. So I couldn't prepare anything in advance. So I couldn't let you know. I thought you were dead. I'm still here. See? I'm right here. After entering civilization, I was confident that nothing would cause me to feel fear again. I found you, Tanya. I've been looking for you. But this is difficult. These two already aren't in their right minds because of the news of Ed's death. If so. Wait. I have something to say about Ed. Think clearly, Tanya Roth-Taylor. If you follow the path this way and run, there'll be a forked road, from there go west. If you keep running like crazy, you'll reach the life buildings. Once you've lost them, find a place where you can ask for help. You're the heir of Roth-Taylor, so it'd be ideal if you could find imperial forces or a noble family you have a relationship with. Cough. Then what about you? I'll block them to the best of my ability so they can't go after you. It might not be possible, though. Why would you go so far? I wouldn't go this far if you weren't Ed's younger sister. Just consider yourself lucky and run. Who? I'm prepared. I'm sure you won't hear me out no matter what I say now. Janica, I completely understand your feelings. Since I also have someone I love. Phew. Got it, Lortell. Huh. Wait, what? Just the thought of losing that person hurts so much. I'm sure your entire body is burning up in fury. You have no choice but to feel that way. Since he's the person you love. Since you loved Ed more than anyone. Why wouldn't I know how serious and precious your love towards Ed is? The passionate love and feelings you had towards Ed will remain in your heart in whatever way. And become a part of AAC. He's not dead. Ed's not dead. Ed's not dead, I said. So please just stop. Spring rain is falling. The petals on the street and the flowers left in the gardens get swept away by spring's rains. And the seasons take on a new image. Emotions are the same. Once it is all released and you regain your composure, even stable relationships can enter new conditions. Lucy had believed that the way she felt about Glock was the same way she felt about Ed. But those overlapping feelings were similar yet slightly different. What is that difference? Huh? Lucy. Although he had only said her name as he normally did, her heart felt like it was burning. Lucy finally realized what this emotion was. The scent of settled grass makes you feel serene. There are times when that refreshing scent wafts over from the stack of hay piled near the hut. I just lay around, letting it linger, since I don't particularly dislike the smell. However, the maids felt quite the opposite. People who smoke every day carry the heavy scent of cigarettes on their body. And girls who spend their youth running through a peach garden will always have the smell of peaches on them, don't you think? What I mean to say is, once you catch a certain scent on someone's body, smell of grass, it's difficult to ignore or change how you perceive it. There's still lots to do. Soon, the academy people will arrive, so we don't have much time. Since it's come to this, I have to explain my circumstances. But it'd be difficult to clear things up with so many people. Janica has gone to find Tanya. It should be fine to tell Clebius and Elvira. Jix and Lortell should be okay too. Yes, now that the rain has stopped, let's go see the others. What? Did you say? That's what I thought. You weren't listening, were you? Pay attention. You'll definitely have to face the disciplinary committee for this. And since Clebius and Elvira are quite injured, you owe them an apology. Apology? Yes, because they got hurt while blocking you. And from the looks of it, Olivra lost nearly everything related to the magic engineering item she'd been working on for so long. She came at me first. And Clebius bled like a waterfall or something. He cut himself and lost that blood. Although the magic I used may seem cruel from their perspectives. So you should apologize. But from Lucy's perspective, she worked hard to ensure those who came for her wouldn't die. Ha. If you don't want to, then I will take care of it since I'm also responsible. He sighed. I'm being treated like a pathetic person. I'm being hated. Ed is disappointed in me. No. I got it. I'll apologize. Oh, good. How wise of you. The scent of grass. It seems you're not hurt anywhere, which makes sense. Anyway, we don't have time, so let's go. When I smell that scent of grass, if I let my guard down for even a second, I can't breathe and feel shivers down my spine. Why has this happened? I thought he was just someone who took care of my perfect nap spot at camp. Sitting together by fire, eating together. Lying down comfortably on the bed I always fell asleep on, that's how a little more than a year passed together at the camp. Together. The mixing happening together. Lead to this scent of grass. I'm sure Janica's been having trouble finding Tanya. I'm indebted to her again, so let's hurry and wrap things up, and do something for Janica. Do you really have to leave now? I'm sorry. Nice, everyone's here. Huh. What are you doing, Lortell? Ahem. So you were safe after all, edition. Yes, I'm sorry for making you worry. Worry? Of course not. Thinking logically, I knew you weren't someone who'd die so easily. Oh. And you even had Delheim's hourglass as one of the magic engineering items you requested from me. It's important for merchants to always remain calm and rational. I was composed while checking all the facts. Right, Jix? Ah. Yes. Lortell wasn't emotionally stirred at all. Of course, Tanya was very suspicious, so I did say a few harsh things, but there was no physical harm done. Yes, that's true. There's no way I'd have thought you'd die, Ed. Well, seeing your face like this does put me at ease. It seems I was a bit worried after all. I guess you did Alpha Kappa Epsilon me anxious, edition. Yeah, there's nothing free in this world. You're going to pay me for making me anxious, right? What? Lucy. No way, Lucy, you. What's wrong, Lucy? Lortell was just saying she was worried. There's no need to be like that. I understand that your emotions have finally calmed down, but... Normally, Lucy's actions had no emotions behind them, but my senses are telling me. You're too close. This is an emergency. What the? Oh ho. This. Excuse me. I thought we didn't have much time. Yeah. The Academy people will arrive soon. I told everyone I would hide the fact that I was alive and simply explained the reason. Lucy apologized to Clebius and Elvira, and decided to help find Tanya, who had run away. Jake seemed a bit wistful about something. But we all agreed on a story for what happened before turning everyone back from being frozen as stone. So, I had to disappear from the Academy, before it was discovered that I was alive. Hup. What the? What happened? My body's injuries are healed. With magic? What the? Why are you being so extra, idiot Clebius? Just what the hell is happening? Am I dead? Well, I was fighting non-stop and died, so I can't exactly complain about being called an idiot. The Academy workers will arrive soon. You just have to testify that you stopped Lucy. What? How am I supposed to say that I blocked that monster? It's always fun to discover new things as an alchemist. Lucy bowed her head respectfully and healed Clebius' injuries. Lortell wrote a guarantee for Ed Roth-Taylor, promising to provide ample secret maintenance funds. And even Ed Roth-Taylor's words. Today was filled with a series of things that I truly couldn't have expected. You just rest. Ach. What are you doing right now? Gosh. Saying something like this makes me feel defeated again, but, it must have been Ed Roth-Taylor who blocked Lucy. In the end, I couldn't beat him again, like an idiot. Ha. But the newest discovery. Clebius. Life's so shitty. I'm sure you'll yell at me not to whine again. No, you're right. Life is pretty shitty. There was a lot Elvira wanted to say, but in the end, she just affirmed Clebius' words. They both looked up and watched the night sky for a long time. In that moment, there was a star quietly shining in their eyes, one they didn't even realize was there. Come on, legs. Move. I can't rest. She will definitely be chasing me. I really can't afford to get caught. Unfortunately, no one was chasing Tanya. And I need to clear the murder accusations against me regarding Ed. I need to find out the truth. ELD now, nobody thought Tanya had killed Ed. I definitely can't get caught. It would be great if someone could catch her and stop her from shadowboxing. But there was no way. Stay steadfast, Tanya Roth-Taylor. Ed Roth-Taylor's death incident's investigation has almost concluded. We used thoughtography magic to confirm the scene situation. Although we couldn't perfectly reenact the scene, the witness, Janica Failover's, testimony matches up with it. The vassal stabbed the victim, Ed Roth-Taylor, and he fell off the cliff. This was all confirmed. The vassals of the Roth-Taylor family who seem to be the culprits have been imprisoned in a facility in the Academy basement. Although their punishment will be transferred to the royal palace, we still need to report the truth. I think Ed's death is basically confirmed. We need to organize the facts and get ready to report to the royal palace. Yes, I will organize them well. The Academy has to conclude things in whatever way we can. Sylvania Academy Principal Abel Forcius. The influence of one student's death was more than expected. Lucy blew up from the shock of learning about Ed Rothtailor's death. And the students had to evacuate in the middle of the night. He must have been a student who had great influence on many people. Ed Rothtailor. In the end, Lucy was stopped by second-year combat faculty top student, Clebius Nortondale, and things concluded well when Lucy, who was found sitting quietly in the rose garden, was secured. Was he that capable? Incredible. The Academy should prepare a commendation for Clebius. And for Lucy, we can open a disciplinary committee hearing and conclude things there. We saw Lucy Merrill. We had the petitions from the injured students, Clebius and Elvira. And the extent of the damages was the third floor's outer wall of the dorms where Tanya's room was. The outer wall of the opposite hallway, the Offis Hall entrance, the Rose Garden's marble floor, and one gazebo. It's not insignificant, but compared to the Offis Hall occupation incident, it's minimal. It would have ended with a light punishment if there'd just been one more thing. Reflection. Other educational facilities, as well as the royal family, consider Sylvania as the current best educational facility. That's because it birthed a rare genius mage. And because the Academy also uses that as advertisement. Expulsion is not an option. If possible, it'd be great not to leave any disciplinary records. Yawn. Even though I'm trying to give her a light punishment, she's showing no sign of reflection. The top student in the school has no class. Your scholarship eligibility will be revoked for this semester, you will receive 10 days of suspension, your student facility use privileges will be revoked for 70 days, and your practical exam score will be lowered by 2 ranks. Your eligibility to stay in Ophelia Hall will be revoked. If you accept, please sign here. Although it may seem like a heavy punishment, the scholarship means nothing to Lucy. Glock Scholarship Association has already paid her tuition in full. I accept. Even if her grades fall by 2 ranks, the distance between Jix, ranked second, and her is still far. She doesn't use school facilities at all, so basically nothing will change. Wait 1 second. I am Belle Maya, the maid in charge of Offis Hall, and I am here as a witness. This may be presumptuous of me, but please reconsider Lady Lucy's disciplinary matter. I don't think that a punishment like this will truly make Lady Lucy reflect. I recommend that you adjust the punishment's contents. Wait, no. I want to sign the disciplinary plan from earlier. Sending Lady Lucy out of Offis Hall isn't a punishment but a reward. So I request that you at least limit her leaving. Give me the paper. Suspend me from school. Just suspend me from school. Of the dorms through a probation period. We, the Offis Hall maids, will all do our best. Let me go. And stand guard to monitor her 24 hours a day. Then, with the senior maid's opinion, we'll have 30 days of probation. Luckily, there won't be any disciplinary records remaining. Thank you for considering my opinion. And no. I apologize. I am truly reflecting. Please. Not that. Lady Lucy. I will show you my ability to ensure you can't go outside at all. So Lucy is under probation for a while. The punishment definitely is light. Although I'm sure Lucy must feel like dying. Who? Yeah, it must be because Elvira and Clebius spoke well for her like you asked them to, right, Ed? Tada. This is a beef stew that I cooked a lot when I was back home, and it's the dish I'm the most confident at making. Ahem. Laundry, spirit class, school lessons, and cooking. She's stubborn about doing them all herself. I wonder if this is what it means for someone to be purely kind. At this point in time where the Student Council President elections will take place, there are 3 factors that bother me the most. First, Princess Fenia, who seems to have almost completely lost the will to become the Student Council President. Second, Tanya Rothtailor, who is supposed to become the villain to oppose Princess Foe but is currently missing. Lastly, Rothtailor's 2 vassals, Kadek and Knox, who are imprisoned at the Academy. I put on that kind of show. So that Crapen Rothtailor would hear about my death, and completely stop thinking about me. However, because things have gotten twisted, Kadek and Knox, with my murder charges, have been arrested at the Academy. I need to free them somehow and make Crapen think I am dead for good. Only then can this stuffy life of seclusion come to an end. Who? I have so much to do. Since you were a noble young master from a duke's family. You get involved in all sorts of things even after being excommunicated. I'm just a countryside farm girl. So I don't know what your life is like. That's why I can't comfort you properly. Acting like I know everything when I don't at all and telling you to cheer up. Saying that kind of stuff is meaningless. And wouldn't seem sincere. You can comfort me without thinking that deeply. You've already helped me more than enough. But I still want you not to worry. This is just me being greedy. I just would like it if you'd stop having such a hard time. Ahem. Being alone with Janica these days means that sometimes there is a sudden quiet. It's not awkward, but it does feel strange. Thanks so much, Janica. You're the only one who worries this much about me. Ugh, after saying it, I feel embarrassed. Anyway, the most important thing right now is to find Tanya. I don't know what she's doing where, but I'm sure you're worried too. There's a place I have a feeling she might have gone to, and at first, I was surprised that Tanya wasn't how I remembered. In The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Tanya Rothtailor was always a strong, fearless, and proud girl. But I confirmed Tanya's toughness with my own two eyes. Tanya will be doing fine. I'm sure she's holding on well somewhere, planning for the future. Like always, with confidence and elegance. I really never gave any orders to kill brother. Before Tanya came, I heard that Ed Rothtailor had died. In order to deal with my complicated relationship with Ed, I cancelled most of the work I'd been behind on and advanced some things to work on them. I wanted to find a time to properly talk with him. And with 1 day left, Ed Rothtailor died. If I'd been 1 day faster, this wouldn't have happened, but my petty pride stopped me from doing that. The goal I've been continuously preparing and gathering resources for since my enrollment. Becoming the student council president at Sylvania. Although it's weak compared to the power of the royal family, it would allow me to have power within my own independent territory of Sylvania. I wouldn't end up as the third princess who only relied on the royal family, and I'd obtain the independent position as Sylvania Academy's Studnet Council president. Not using the background of the royal family, but my own position, to deal with the darkness within the Rothtailor family and the royal family. I would. But now I'm sure of it. I am someone who should never have power. Princess Fenia, can I come in? Come in, Claire. Tanya Rothtailor. Although I don't know exactly what's happened, according to the Academy's primary investigation, there is a high possibility that Ed was assassinated by vassals from the Rothtailor family. Other than Ed, who was excommunicated, she's the only person left on Arkan Island, from the Rothtailor family. I don't know if you'll believe me. But I truly didn't kill brother. You've suffered, Tanya Rothtailor. I need to learn from my mistakes. Come in. And tell me everything that's happened until now, okay? From now on, let's not make the mistake of drawing conclusions just from seeing the family name Rothtailor. Tanya Rothtailor, I've decided to believe you. So, I'll help hide you here until the situation clears up a bit. Thank you so much, Princess Fenia. I'm indebted to you. No, this is something I should do. You'll be able to stay here safely for a while without getting caught. She's a girl with a soft temper. To think I've been planning on having a political fight with a girl like this. Princess, there is a guest in the reception room. Yes, I'm coming. My true opponent is someone else. How have you been? Ed's death is truly a shame, but we still need to carry out the Academy's plans. Don't you agree, Princess Fenia? So, why did you come looking for me? The chaotic Academy political situation. The only person who has completely analyzed and understood this situation. Kill me. D-29 until the end of probation. 3 hours before Lortell and Princess Fenia met. Wow, incredible reaction time and ability. I, the fire spirit mud, am touched. Let's end things here for today, young Master Ed. I think your close combat skills are outstanding for a mage. You must have been training for a while. It's all thanks to you. You're a perfect opponent to duel. Mug is too small. And training with Marilda is a bit too much. I think fighting with Marilda would be more helpful. With that house-sized wolf, I'd be sent to the afterworld. High-rank spirits can freely change their form. That's how it's possible for her to easily go around the entirety of Arkan Island. I feel strangely pleased. Stats barely increase once they've passed 15. I'm getting closer to the upper limit. Phew. Once my long-term goal of mid-rank magic is achieved, should I think of a special ability? I can't get complacent here and stop growing. Alright. Huh. Oh my. I was enjoying the view. I know it's frustrating to be living in seclusion, but you should rest when you can. Is that so? To be honest, I feel more at ease compared to in the forest. My food, clothing, and shelter are all being provided by the help of others. Mostly, yeah. LYB of then you must have been training with spirits. Janica. Then the spirits must be watching all of this. Emergency. Ahaha. What are you trying to do? I'm going to go visit Princess Fenia soon. I thought of a few things I can make some money off of regarding the elections. I want to finish the deal with her before that. As you've requested, it'd be easy to release the two knights, Kadek and Nox. But it's not for free, so I wanted to take the deposit for it now. Deposit? Can you hug me once? Ah. Ed, what are you doing? Normally this kind of thing. Attack and defense are separate. I'm a little confused. It felt too different from the countless times I imagined it before I came here. Just why are you not wearing clothes? You should know that I'm walking a tightrope inside my heart already. There's such a thing as common courtesy. I just did what you wanted. Ha. That's true, but slow. Lie. To be honest, I came because I wanted a response in advance. Do you remember my request for you to take my side once? So you're up to something. I think I'll have a lot of enemies soon. Even if the entire school becomes my enemy. I want you, at least, to remain my ally. So, why did you come looking for me? I wanted to ask why you were hiding Tanya. Once you've lost them, find a place where you can ask for help. You're the heir of Lortell, so it'd be ideal if you could find imperial forces or a noble family you have a relationship with. Tanya, who headed towards the life buildings, would most likely be here. The fact that the academy doesn't know her whereabouts makes it clear. Why are you coming out to find Tanya in the first place, Lortell? And although the princess is good at masking her expressions, she's right in my palms. Oh, if I have to say, I have some business with her. As you're aware, I am opportunistic and petty. Although I act weak to those who I can't dare touch, I am cruel to those weaker than me. The Lortell family has enough power that even the royal family can't recklessly touch them. I'm not sure whether their heir, Tanya, is truly weaker than you. Isn't that an issue you should consider more? I can't touch the Lortell family, but to me, who has the economy of the life buildings in my hands, Tanya is weaker. Of course, if you try to take her side, it'll be hard for me to get to her. Of course, I knew you'd come out like this, so I've been properly preparing. I'm going to run for student council president. If I'm the student council president as well as the association leader, won't Tanya come to me? If I am a higher power, that is. This isn't a situation where you can keep hiding. Lortell's vassals have been arrested, and all routes outside of Arkan Island are within Lortell's hands. Lortell Ketchlin's feelings towards Ed Lortell have always appeared special. Based on the circumstantial evidence, she must think you're the culprit. It's not a great situation. Thank you for telling me, Princess Fenia. I have no choice but to ask you. If you weren't the one to plan to kill Ed Lortell, then who did? It was me. The reason Kadek and Nox came to Sylvania was under the pretext to assist me. And the one that gave that order was the patriarch of Lortell. Crapin Lortell. Father, who didn't care about addition. The reason he suddenly made this extreme choice was probably because I mentioned Ed within my letter to him. The one who caused Ed to meet that dreadful ending was me. That's not a crime. But I can't just stay like this. Then do you have some kind of plan? In this land of learning, Sylvania, Ed didn't give up and showed me how much a person can change as long as they're alive. There is only one way for me to survive and to find out the truth behind his murder. I have to run in the student council president election. It won't be easy. You're currently a suspect in the murder of your own family member. Yes, it won't be easy, but when considering those who have helped me while I've been backed into this corner, and for Ed's sake, I cannot just stay intimidated like this. Then I will publicly support you. Why would you go this far? I'm not sure. Well, I also have a debt I couldn't pay back to Ed Rothtaylor. I've gathered all of the related submitted documents. You're truly going to run in the elections, Association Leader Lortell. I obtained info that Tanya is going to run too. And there are rumors that Princess Fenia will support her, but since she is suspected to have murdered her family, I don't think she'll receive much support. But Association Leader Lortell, you're doing most of the work yourself, and you're losing a lot of sleep. Association Leader Secretary Liana and Student Council President too, will that really be possible? Only ask necessary questions, please. I am sorry. Then I will submit this to the Academy immediately. The Student Council President elections at Sylvania Academy will begin with Ed Rothtaylor dead. What a useless question. She'll find out everything very soon. The twisted scenario was urgently passing by with every minute and second in Lortell's hands. Oh. Finally, I got it to stand up. So. How many days are left? D-27. Oh yeah. The disciplinary action plan was passed yesterday. It took a long time to process because the Academy's been busy. That's how things go when it comes to administrative work. I think we'll have to restart the count with yesterday as day 1. So it's D-29. However, time wasn't passing quickly for everyone. Shit. I guess Duke Crapen's judgment was correct. Even though he wasn't fully developed on a technical level, to have that ability to respond and that level of battle proficiency means that if he lived, he could have been a great threat to the Rothtaylor family. Definitely. And it wasn't just his abilities that were outstanding. The spirit sorcerer who summoned a spirit with the resolve to burn through all of her mana. And that mage who resolved to take revenge without hesitation. Judging from how he was able to build deep relationships with people of such ability, Ed Rothtaylor's potential could not have been predicted. They were aware of what a terrible human the delinquent heir of the Rothtaylor family was. But still, they were curious about why the patriarch would order them to assassinate him. However, they could now make a cautious guess. What if Ed Rothtaylor, with this much ability, had thought of opposing the patriarch and feigned lunacy after being named heir in order to run away to Sylvania? What if he had been raising his forces here? It's pointless to talk about that now. Correct. What's most important right now is leaving this place and reporting this all to the patriarch, right? Don't worry. It's just that there are those who would benefit from the confusion of you two escaping. That's all. Why you? I am Dune. Decoy of the Elk Trading Company. You know, Belle. You have 24 days and 3 hours left. Kill me, I cannot do that. Sorry. Wow, so pretty. She sure has a fascinating aura. That shiny silver hair. Ah, I was originally silver-haired too. Ah, she disappeared. She seems to be around the age of a student, but she isn't wearing a uniform. Iota wonder who she is. There's so much I still don't know. Yes. Since there's lots to learn, let's live each day to its fullest. There'll never be another time like this in my life. I thought I'd be able to meet Tanya immediately after Offis Hall was retaken, but her whereabouts are unknown. I was surprised when I heard that she was one of the student council president candidates in the Academy newsletter, but it's a relief that she's at least safe. What was really shocking was that third-year Ed had passed. The vassals of Rothtaylor, the family that excommunicated him, are the likely culprits. The scenery of that hut during that winter blizzard, and the sight of Ed that made me think of the meaning of freedom. It was a feeling that I can still recall like it just happened. But Tanya, My first friend at this academy is being named as one of the culprits who had a hand in his murder. I believe in Tanya, but with the news that the vassals escaped prison, how could she think of killing her own brother? The opinion of her within the academy is getting worse. The atmosphere of the academy after the loss of Ed is quite dark. And gloomy. It's an incredible amount of work, but in the end, it's related to Ed Rothtailor's death. I'd like one professor to take on the responsibility and get it done. Someone who knows a bit about Ed Rothtailor and has interacted with Clebius and with Lucy. Is there no magic faculty professor like that? There is an assistant professor. Assistant Professor Claire. Whenever there was this much work, Ed was always so helpful. You really don't know what'll happen in life. Yes. Annis has also stopped talking. It was a short meeting that never would have borne fruit. This pain that's filling my heart. But I'm okay. I can still see Ed glimmering in my vision, but I'll endure it somehow. However, Janica was the one who testified on the real culprit behind Ed's murder case. I'm having such a hard time. But Janica. She must be suffering even more than I am, right? I'm going to true curry today. Annis, you're good at cooking, right? What do you think? It's hard for me to control the fire, so I wanted to do something that I could just keep on a medium heat for a while. I'm used to cutting up the ingredients, but I'm a bit scared to try a new dish. Maybe not. We've only really eaten hot food recently, right? But it's not good to decrease your vegetable consumption, so maybe a salad. Wake up, Janica. He's gone now. He's dead. You have to accept it. No. So. Lady Janica, is this okay? Janica. Tanya returned to the academy on her own. She'd been hiding at the royal dorms, but it seems that she's been actively cooperating with the investigation to prove her innocence. Princess Fenia decided to officially support Tanya, so some of her support has returned. Wow, the shirt is so clean, but there are way more people from the academy who support Lortell. Economic President Lortell. Lortell, President of the Common People. The candidate registration isn't even over yet, but the energy has completely shifted over to her. But, when Lortell came to the cave, what happened? I know it's none of my business. But at this rate, Lortell will become the student council president. I came because of my promise with Ed, but it seems Janica was here too. Jix. It doesn't matter if Lortell becomes president, but Kadek and Knox have escaped, so the rumors that Tanya murdered you are growing stronger. I went to the royal dorms after Princess Fenia called me, but because you've put your life on the line in your own way, I can't testify for Tanya either. What I want to say is that, Tanya is in really bad shape. Tanya, who has been close with the top students as your younger sister, is someone who'd receive attention even if she was the first-year student council president candidate. But now that she's being framed as someone who killed a family member, she's currently being suspected by all students in the academy. She'll soon stand in front of everyone once the student council president candidate registration period is over. But it doesn't look like she'll be able to handle it any longer. Ed. Yeah, you don't have to say anything else. Up until this point at the academy, normally, Taylor would actively support Princess Fenia. Since she was the one who chased Ed Rothtailor out at the beginning and saved him. Of course, it's not like he's meeting and persuading all of the students one by one. Because the top students in each year have a large influence on the students, he goes to convince the top students who he has a relationship with. Lucy, who doesn't vote because she's lazy, Janica, who wants to give everyone a vote, Year Wade, who is on the princess side, and fourth year Dorothy, who supports Tanya. They are the ones that can't be convinced. The ones that can be convinced, the two top students from each year. A total of 8 people. In the elections, as long as you can get 5 of these 8 on your side, you can win. Winning the elections like this, Princess Fenia became the president and Taylor obtains the necessary power of the royal family, who will become his biggest supporting force until the end. In the 4th act, he especially needs the royal family's power to go against Crapen Rothtailor. As well as during the battle against the final boss. Maintaining the flow in a scenario like this is a matter of life and death. Although at a small scale, it can be a weapon for your own gains. It's the most assured way of guaranteeing your survival in the great trials ahead. Although the smaller aspects have changed a lot, I need to make sure the overall flow for the future is consistent. Princess Fenia must become the student council president. If I just hide like this, the opinion about Tanya will continue get worse, and in order to prevent Lortell from becoming president, Princess Fenia might actually decide to run. It might be better to secretly let Princess Fenia know that I'm alive and convince her to run, and convince all of the top students I have connections with to stir up the pot. Regardless, until the registration period is over, there are still a lot of ways to turn Princess Fenia into a candidate. But then, what about Tanya? Tanya, who was supposed to become a one-time villain who'd disappear later, has now become a murderer because of Ed Roth Taylor. Because of me, she's now experiencing an overwhelming ordeal that wasn't originally in the scenario. I need to choose between Tanya and the scenario. You seem worried. Well, it's a shame, but should we cancel today's plans? No, it's fine. Let's begin. I need to confirm the results of training all this time. And I have something I want to check as well. When you have a lot on your mind, it's good to get your body moving. Thank you. I haven't had a proper opponent to face recently, so I've been itching to work up a sweat. This should be good. Yeah. Both of us decided to do a little light sparring. Suddenly, the girl's old memories came to mind. As is always the case with old memories, the light had faded quite considerably. Still, she tried to recall every scene. The three siblings, hand in hand, walking to the hill covered in blooming flowers. Arwen, Tanya, and... perhaps that was her last happy memory. Ever since then, Tanya's life has been filled with great responsibility and heavy pressures. There were once happier days. Step down. Step down. But... murderer. Step down. How did things end up like this? Because helping Tanya, who's been driven into a corner, will have a huge influence on the flow of the scenario, it makes me hesitate a bit. Even more so with the way things have already been twisted, with many things still having unknown causes. Alright then, Jix Ethelstein. The strongest second year, other than Lucy who was a comrade to Taylor until the end. But due to exhaustion and incompatibility, he should have lost to Wade in the scenario. I'm coming. First sword. It's a small detail, but it still bothers me. Let's check. And above all, who? Let's see how much I, the person who has changed the most from the original scenario. Basic defensive magic blocks magic attacks. Have gotten stronger. He's fast. How is he moving this fast? But with him moving in that quickly. It'll be difficult to dodge this, right? Mug. What are those unnatural movements? Is he moving his own body using telekinesis during battle? No matter how much of a grasp he has on his own magic and physical abilities, those aren't movements that can be replicated. You also need a battle sense for this that surpasses simple theory. No mercy. Did he assume I could dodge this? In reality, I'm just barely managing to. This is obviously a diversion. A strategic move to activate greater magic, buying time for a larger spell. I thought this was supposed to be a light spar. I thought it'd be 1-2 at the start. I'd just been planning on using a single blade. But I think that practice should be like the real thing. Ah, Ed. Will this be okay? I put carrots in the curry, so I hope he doesn't dislike them. He'll be hungry once their duel ends, so I should hurry up. Mana armament, as the name suggests, creates armaments out of the user's mana. Most mages don't have a need to arm themselves in such a diverse way, so there's no reason for them to use this difficult high-rank magic. Therefore, as the sole mage who can use all types of weapons without limitations. This is Jix's unique magic. Telekinesis again. These movemenets can't be followed nor predicted. When? As expected, Jix is strong. If he's learned mana armament, then he's gotten just as strong as expected in the scenario. At this rate, Taylor's party will never have a problem facing enemy, huh? Cough. As I thought. Incredible. I can't let my guard down, Ed. I'll be getting serious from now on. This. Lycia. It's only the beginning of the third act. The ability Jix has shown during this duel was the maximum I expected for this scenario. I never thought I'd see this form so soon. Jix's final battle pattern that can be witnessed during the Gregol Cathedral infiltration battle. Nature's Lance. Rather than having a ridiculous mental battle, I think just crushing you with the difference in our power would be the best way to deal with someone like you, Ed. It's fast. I'm out of mana. Particle explosion isn't mana efficient, but I had no choice. The problem is the second attack. Magic Engineering Tool Impact Amplifying Wave Ball. The fact that you're using a magic engineering tool at this point means that you're all out of mana. This is the end. This. Wind magic. He has to be out of mana, so how? Since you're going all out at full force, I have no choice but to do the same. I can't have it rendering me unable to use mana for a long period like last time. I have to use the least amount of mana possible. Just enough to slightly manifest it. Finally. You. Without the altar of substitution, Lucy, or Janica's mana, you've summoned me. That's a great stride, Edition Marilda. That is all. Woea. What's the point of even having 4 candidates? The result of this election is clear to see. The Student Council President is Lortell. 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 You can feel the sincerity. With her leadership ability from running the trading company, she'll definitely do well as president. Company leader, Lortell. What will you do if she really becomes the president? It just means that nobody within Sylvania Academy will be able to stop the company leader. Lortell, Lortell. Oh my. You did a good job with your nails, Tanya. What's wrong? You seem nervous. I did not kill elder brother Ed. Oh. Ahem. Good morning, my name is Tanya Roth-Taylor. I am currently running for Student Council President. I have come up to the podium. Not bad. She's keeping a mask up and acting like nothing's wrong right till the end. Is it because she wants to prove her innocence? Or does she really have a talent for politics? However, it's already been 10 minutes since her speech began. Not a single person has reacted. That is all. So. Then. Murderer. Explain the murder charges against you. They say it has to do with internal conflicts in the Roth-Taylor family. Do you plan on denying them after all? Just look at the information in the student newspaper. Are you not going to say a single word about your murder charges? Thank you. For listening to my speech, thank you. Ugh. Don't laugh. I'll end up laughing too. I was reckless. Was it foolish of me to even attempt to stand at the podium? I should have run away. No, I have to run now. What? That's. They're so faded and worn that I can't tell whether they were memories or dreams. In the end, I couldn't remember, so I had given up on trying to. But there would be moments when those memories would become so vivid that I couldn't even believe them. And after all that, no one would be able to forget ever again. There are a lot of things to explain. But, for now, let's resolve this situation. Several days before Ed appeared on the podium. Your magic power efficiency has gotten much better, hasn't it? Of course, there are still restrictions on what you can do. However, this is enough. Updraft raise everything around you into the air and restrict freedom of movement. Strange. Let's assume that Jix's growth at this point in the plot is maxed out. The amount of magic power I've used isn't a large amount by any means, but I've completely exhausted my reserves. The efficiency is good, but I didn't want this form of using every possible magic technique available to me. It's hard to speak with this small mouth. Plus my skin doesn't have any fur, so it's cold, and I don't have a tail, so it's hard to keep my balance. And with Marilda using a cheat-level secret technique. Wait. The result should be my victory. When did you dash? It's hard to move with this form, so I can't. However, I lost. I learned something today. I can't believe you've trained yourself this much in barely a year. Jix has grown stronger, even more so than in the scenario. My calculations were wrong. Why is that? You've gotten a lot stronger too. Phew. Even if it weren't for you, I would have kept training myself. But because I've watched as you kept growing stronger daily. Ha! It pushed me forward. Until now, I've tried to do whatever I could to keep the plot as is. Trying to maintain my knowledge of the future was definitely a part of it, but there is one condition that's absolutely necessary for Taylor to be able to win in the final act. So I believe that the plot was the only answer. In reality, even with the plot in tatters, there have been several dangers. But I've always managed to keep it on track. As a result, it's also true that I've begun to fear the factors outside of my control. As such, after hearing that Kadek and Lycia had escaped, I had hesitated about whether I should save Tanya or not. What little remained of the original plot had already fallen far out of my hands. But let's focus on what I can do right now. Jix, who will be Taylor's ally in the final act, must become stronger. Just in case, I myself have become stronger, good work. And above all, the number of reliable comrades I have has grown. I may be naive for thinking this, but I'm sure it's okay to think this way sometimes. Deviating from the original plot doesn't mean we have to meet a bad end. What is that? Everyone, calm down. I've seen that high-rank spirit before. Huh. That's right, I have too. There are hardly any people that can handle one. I've taken elemental studies before, so I know. That person is Ed Roth Taylor. He's alive. Hello everyone, I am Ed Roth Taylor. I was not murdered by Tanya Roth Taylor. To begin with, I support Tanya Roth Taylor more than anyone else. Janica, the third-year top student. Lucy, the second top student, and Imperial Princess Fenia, who has already declared her support. The Combat Faculty's top student, Clebius, and the Alchemy Faculty's top student, Alvira. Second-year Jix, Ist-year Magic Faculty top student, Joseph, and Ist-year General top student Wade. Winning over their votes shouldn't be difficult. However, before thinking about all the pros and cons, please, as her family and someone that has always supported her, I wish for her vision to be properly conveyed. Finally, I can feel at ease. That's right, upon being stabbed with a knife bearing deadly poison, you used Delheim's hourglass to survive. After that, you survived alone in a cave. And you were found and rescued by Janica Feylover. Immediately after that, you ran to the podium where Tanya Roth Taylor was giving her speech, and defended her. Is that everything? Yes. It seems the investigation is wrapping up. This is really the last one. I stopped counting the number of interrogations after I hit the double digits. I'm sick of this. I can't believe it's finally over. Magic Faculty 3rd year, Ed Roth Taylor. Enter. Principal Abel Forcius. I read all of the investigation data. You've truly suffered a lot. I'd like to apologize for the Academy's lacking security that has allowed you to experience such hardships. No, they prepared this quite calculatively and meticulously. So it would have been difficult to prevent, even with higher security measures. Thank you for saying that. However, I'm not sure if it's all true. It seems very contrived. From the timing, it almost seems as if you waited for Kadek and Nox to escape and deliver the news of your death to the one who incited them, before being relieved and revealing yourself. I don't know how the internal conflicts within a noble family like Roth Taylor work, nor don't plan on looking into it. However, I am someone who manages this academy. I need to report to the royal family about what happens at the academy. If I were to report that you came back alive, the Roth Taylor family, who is a major force behind the royal family, would also find out that you're alive. In a way slightly different from what you intended, I'm sure. What if you were to postpone your report till later? Is there a reason I should take that risk? I'm sure you must have guessed, but the one who planned my death is the patriarch of the Lortell family and the actual authority behind the royal family, my father, Lortell. I'm not interested in business outside of the academy. The Lortell family, who are pivotal to the royal family, will want this to pass by quietly without receiving any news. If it becomes an issue later on, it's okay if you report it. If there is a risk. Ed Lortell. From what I see, your grades have increased significantly, and your reputation among students has rebounded impressively. Even your sister, Tanya Lortell's, future looks promising. And you have a good reputation among the top students as well. Almost as if you became a different person. As I've always said, Sylvania is always on the side of the students. Even more so for students as capable as you. See you later. I'll remember your name. Principal Abel seemed to have caught on to the entire situation. And even so, he's overlooked this, and thanks to that, the fact that I'm alive won't be exposed outside of the academy. Tanya's schedule is finished for today, so don't bother her and go back. And she isn't accepting wrongful gifts. Is this really okay? She's the saintess. I was waiting. I was shocked when I heard that you'd been called by the principal, edition. I heard that it's basically confirmed that you're going to be elected. Congrats. Your day to shine finally has come. I can't be at ease yet. Hee hee. Tanya's innocence was proven. 8 of the 12 top students, the majority, within the 3 faculties and 4 years supported Tanya. But the reason that Tanya, who was once hated, could receive such an overwhelming amount of votes, the most decisive reason, was Lortell's collapse. Lortell made it seem like it was a one fight between her and Tanya. When she did that, the other minor candidates were forgotten. And it became a two-way fight between the two of them. And at the perfect timing when both Lortell and Tanya had similar levels of support, an article was released. It stated that Lortell had been embezzling the trading company's funds and threatening their clients. In the end, amidst the disgrace, she stepped down from the race. In the end, only Tanya's supporters remained. Because of the election and the investigation, we've barely even gotten to talk, huh? There will be many opportunities for us to talk, but I really wanted to say thank you. You said it enough times back then. Thank you Bratr. Day of the election no, that was back then. But Ed. A question like this might seem offensive and it didn't seem good, so I was going to hold it in, but I can't hold it in, so can I ask you something? During your announcement at the election, why did you have to take my side like that there? If you were hiding, you didn't have to step out and reveal yourself there. You doing it like that made it seem like you just couldn't stand the injustice I was experiencing. Or something like that. That's what I thought at least. Yeah, that's why I did it. We're family. Of course I have to take your side. Well, I'm the student council president now. I should do my work professionally, but it's okay to be a little biased, right? I'm human too, aren't I? Tell me if you're ever in danger. If possible, I'll help you as much as I can. We're family. Of course I have to take your side. Must be nice to be family. Ha. How long have you been here? Since you started saying embarrassing things to Tanya. The rumors I've been hearing lately have been crazy. Are you okay? Yep, it all went according to plan. The incident that confirmed Tanya's election was the scandal about the trading company's embezzlement and abuse against its clients. Lortell purposely publicized these scandals. She purposely made it a two-way fight against Tanya in order to erase the existence of the other candidates. Lortell went to Princess Fenia to show her hostility against Tanya. In order to get Tanya to run for president. It was obvious that the two who felt largely responsible for my death would take my side in order to repay the debt when I came back to life. And I think I'll have a lot of enemies soon. Even if the entire school becomes my enemy. I want you, at least, to remain my ally. I'd already decided to save Tanya when Lortell told me her plan. It was my fight with Jix that got rid of any hesitation left in my mind. It wasn't a lie when I said I saved her because she was family. But it would also be a lie to say I didn't consider her usefulness. What's approaching in the fourth act is the fight with the Lortell family, and I am already an enemy of the family. Tanya, as an insider of the family, is the best connection to have for obtaining information and launching smokescreen operations. However, the darkness within human relations is something that only those who know have to know. For example, a girl who has only lived while calculating gains and losses since she was young. I'm quite notorious within the academy these days. And since Tanya also doesn't look upon me too favorably, I'll have to leave things to you for a while. You seem to have a bad habit of taking hold of and shaking up everything around you, Lortell. Oh my, it's just an occupational disease. I also get shaken at times. Are you really okay? It's not like rumors will make me lose money, so what? Anyway, the role of a villain suits me best. It'll be fine as long as I don't have you as my enemy. There are hidden sides to human relationships. That's why it's hard to read every intention. So now, this scenario will be taking a new turn. I don't know what Princess Fenia, who won't be student council president anymore, will do. And as for what might happen in the conflict between the royal forces and the Roth-Taylor family, I can't say for sure. How the rest of the third act scenario will go, I'll just have to watch and see. It's been almost a month, huh? It's been a while since I've been here, so it feels pretty special. Of course, there are more than a few things I need to do now. In order to get the camp back to normal, I have to organize the campfire area neatly. And the inside, which I didn't clean before leaving. Snore. Hew. Hew. Let's just rest for now. Snore. I've finally returned to the camp. The news of Tanya's appointment as Student Council President D was announced 3 days later. Grading? Me. Why not? I'll give you bonus marks. Spirit Studies Senior Professor Molina, of course, on an academic level, we can't quite compare you to a professor yet, but you can freely handle high-ranking spirits at that age, right? When it comes to the intuitive aspects, you're among the best even among currently active spirit sorcerers. Ugh. But still. Why me? There will soon be joint combat training. As the senior, you should show some dignity. I don't particularly have a desire to show any dignity. I don't really expect something like dignity, but still, you're the top student in the year, and the greatest spirit sorcerer in the academy. Yet you're always smiling around in lessons as if you're the happiest person in the world. It's obvious that you're ecstatic. I know that you're dating Ed, but it seems like you're way too in love with him. From an outside perspective, it looks like you've gone crazy, what? Wait. Ed and I. What? Why are you suddenly saying that? Are you kidding? You guys always go around together, not even just during spirit studies classes, but in your shared quarterly lessons, and even your elemental class. And you're always together when you go to the student welfare facilities or the student cafeteria. Especially lately, I don't know what's going on, but you're always just giggling and smiling. I don't know what kind of rubbish you think about, but you'll just stare into the air while grinning, even during lectures, you'll just stare blankly at the chalkboard smiling. You seem like a child who just started dating, so I can't help but sigh. Professor, so. Please don't mention this to the other students. Yawn. I'm not usually interested in the dating rumors of kids your age. But everyone already thinks that, don't they? That you and Ed are dating. The Eastern Sparut region. A place that can only be reached on horseback after riding from the capital for 3 days and nights. The southern mountain range in Eastern Sparut is known as the land of farming, Pulan. If you follow Pulan streams and go deep into the ridge, you'll find Torin, a small mountain farming village with no more than 300 people. Janica Fey Lover, who began to see spirits the moment she could babble, ahaha, was clearly a genius among geniuses who would bring a light to this village. Hello. Every so often, outsiders would visit the village. In particular, Janica remembered a certain male boy. He was the only person who spoke to Janica formally. Because all of the village's youths had left for the city, Janica had lived as the village's beloved youngest her entire life, so formal speech was unfamiliar to her. Of course, perhaps because of her characteristic friendliness, Janica, outside of Pulan, there are lots of big cities. The male boy eventually became comfortable with Janica. In the Imperial Holy City. The beautiful girl was the pride of the village and had grown up with lots of love, never lacking anything. She was loved by everyone. As for the male boy who occasionally visited the village, please accept my feelings. Perhaps it was inevitable for him to fall for her as well. She was a girl who didn't know how to say no. But young girl, who knew nothing of romance, I'm sorry. Rejected his heart. The young boy, who left as if running away, did not visit the village again for a long time. However, what he brought after finally returning was unexpected. A letter of admission from Sylvania. And goodbye. Formal speech. It's been 3 years since she'd entered Sylvania. Now, she could barely even remember his face. But Janica Faylover was still scared of rejection and unfamiliar with formal speech. Hello, Miss Janica. Heek. I don't know how many days it's been. But if you have any requests or questions, please don't hesitate to tell me. Trix Hall Administration Office. After checking, we can quickly deal with it if it's an administrative task. So, about that. I don't know what you're so torn up over. But if you really don't know, ask those around you for advice. There are a lot of people who would jump in and help you if you just said so. I'm sure they'll hear you out. Janica always had a lot of people around her in the past. However, as someone who finds attention burdensome and wants to run away because of it, bringing up a conversation was difficult. Even if the people were her own close friends. I should have caught on to the fact that he was alive when I saw how you were giggling all day long. Sorry. I had my reasons. Yeah, I'm sure you had no choice. But what's the worry now? As you know, I'm really bad at rejecting others' requests. Receiving requests makes it difficult for the one who got them to reject. Yes, and it's because you accept all his requests that you've basically become that guy's maid. He can live in seclusion, so why do you keep on cooking for him and helping him with housekeeping? Just how hard is the request that Ed guy asked of you this time? It's not like that. I only did those things because I wanted to. This time, I have something to ask of him. But because we're so close with each other. And comfortable with each other. And always with each other. With our relationship, it makes it harder to request something from him. Yeah. How about putting some distance between you two, then? Won't doing that make it easier for you to make and reject requests? I think there's a need for you two to be less intimate with each other. If you're too conscious of each other, don't you think doing that will stop your heart from fluttering so hard? Is it possible for Janica to put distance between her and that guy? In the first place, I'm asking for the impossible. But what if they become too distant, and that man ends up all alone? If that happens, that's why maybe putting some distance between the two of you will make high thanks. I have a good idea. I'll get going now. See you tomorrow, Anis. Okay. What did I just say to her? What have I done? I collected a lot of crafting formulas. Making all of them is physically impossible, but the one I want the most is the thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. The crafting formula itself is pretty simple, but it's still a cane with a very high force rank. The reason I understood it is because the ingredients are very difficult to obtain. The branch needed is not just from some normal tree. I need a branch from a tree that had lived for over 1,000 years and had been struck by thunder. Even though it's an item that comes into the protagonist's inventory as a quest reward for the final chapter of the third act, in reality, it's not something that can be easily found or bought. 1,000-year-old trees may not be common, but there are at least a few of them in this northern forest. The issue is thunder. Thunder. Hey, Lucy. This isn't even my first time waking you up. Why are you still so surprised? No, I'm sorry for surprising you. Why, you can speak now. It's okay. Don't worry, there's no rush, let's talk later. It's already time. Hey, Ed. Oh, Janica. You're a bit late. Yeah, about 10 minutes late. You should have taken the easy way. Why did you? Did something happen? Ahem. No. I had no reason to be late. It's just that I was putting distance. Putting distance. That happens, especially considering how you're busy. Thanks for coming all this way to help me with sensitivity training. Do you want some tea? Yeah, thanks. Just how am I supposed to put distance between us? Wow. It looks like you're actually very skilled at handling spirits now. It hasn't even been that long. Color me impressed. It'll take some more time with Marilda, but now that your understanding of Mug has increased, it barely takes any mana, right? It's because Mug has great compatibility with you. I, Mug, am confused with what to do from receiving such compliments. I promise to work harder. Hello. So you've come for Lucy? Yes. Vice Principal Rachel said she needed Lady Lucy, the year's top student. I was fairly surprised to hear about your death. I'm relieved to see you so alive and well. I apologize for making you worry, Miss Bell. With my circumstances, it couldn't be helped. Did you know? It's a virtue for maids to always consider themselves from a lower position. I see. I still refuse to speak informally, however. Then I'll be off. Maids have to be thorough with their work, after all. Especially on the issue of speaking informally or formally. I see. I will still continue speak formally, however. I've never seen her look like this before. I didn't know Ed and Belle had a battle of wits. Distance. Battle of wits. Formal speech. I was worried about you after you went to the Dex Hall, Lady Janica. I'm glad to see you in good health. Ah. Yep. Living alongside my friends isn't bad. In any case, as I must prepare for inspection. And make Lady Lucy presentable again, I'll be off. Please take care of yourselves, you too, bye. And I hope there are no issues with your studies. Ed. Should we try speaking formally to each other? Formally? Do we have to? Why? Rather than just speaking formally, since it hasn't been that long since we've met, well, it's not like it's awkward, but talking in a manner where we respect and maintain courtesy toward each is. I just wanted to try it out once. Well, if she insists, then. Okay. The Dex Hall's curfew is close, then. So we can just talk back and forth a few times, and then I'll send her off. Hello, Sir Ed. This isn't a time prison. Oh, yes. But still, this is. My voice isn't coming out. It feels like her emotions are infectious. I don't know why on earth she's feeling so embarrassed, but her anxiety is even making me nervous for some reason. 3 minutes later. So. Never mind. Even though we've had moments when the silence was suffocating before. Ugh, this makes me several times more nervous than those. I thought our relationship was like that of a family, but now it's gotten awkward. The problem is that even though she proposed it, she didn't expect the atmosphere to become like this. I want this atmosphere to go away soon, but what do I say? Would you look at the time? My curfew is almost up. Thank you for today. Then, I'll see you tomorrow, sir. Wait. We're going to keep this up in the future. So. Are you going to continue that awkward mutual respect formal speech play with Janica? Why are you asking when you saw everything? Ha. I'm not so free to the point I can follow you all the way to the academy. I was wondering if anything interesting happened in class. It's been the same as yesterday. It's nice to see you. It was strangely uncomfortable. Maybe she's expressing her underlying stress in a unique way. I didn't think much of it at first, but now I'm wondering if something's up with her. So what I'm hearing is. You're worried about her. Of course I am. Moving on. Can I snap a couple of branches off this tree? I want to make a thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. What? You're trying to make another tool. Here I was wondering if you were too distracted thinking about Janica, but you're always busy. Though. You don't need my permission for a few branches. Isn't it your tree? The name of it is literally Marilda's Guardian Tree It's a bit convoluted. If I were to be exact, I'm protecting the forest. Because of an old friend who decided to put my name on this tree as they pleased. An old friend. Well, you have lived a long life, so it's a given you had many relationships. Problem 1. Why do spirits have the form of animals? I had the form of a human from the start, and I told you that wasn't easy, right? The reason spirits take the shape of animals is because animals are the most familiar and convenient in terms of access, hence they have an easier time copying their forms. Then just as I had to do the same thing to gain a human form, just who did I copy? Who knows? I've made a contract with you, so I can read your thoughts. And what? I took on a form that's closest to your ideal type. This is my taste. That's unexpected. Of course it is. I just lied, after all. Are you joking? Reading your thoughts isn't plausible, and transformation is a very difficult kind of magic, so I can't just copy anyone. I've lived a long time, so long to the point Sylvania Academy's rises and falls simply seem cute to me. I met this child back when Arkan Island was uninhabited, before the academy was established. She didn't dress fancily, and was always easygoing. My appearance is how she looked. Wait, is it? She was the most special and unique person I've ever met. Infusing mana into this guardian tree, using it as an energy source. Establishing this school, and having Marilda protecting this forest. This isn't a relationship that can be learned in the game. So this was how they were connected. The unparalleled mage and scholar, great sage Sylvania. Hey. Low. No, hi. I mean. Hello. Ah, yes. Want some apples? I mean, would you like some apples? Why yes. Please pass your plate. H here. What should I do? I'd prefer we either speak formally or don't and stick with it. What is it, Janica? Are you hurt somewhere? And no. I just think it'll be difficult to say this while looking at you, so it I mean, young master edition. There's something I'd like to ask, but it's a question that might sound really strange. So just hear me out until the end before replying. Please. Phew. Right. Regardless of my body, I'm an adult. If it's something she's having such difficulty bringing up, let's not be taken aback and just listen. What do you think of me leaving Dex Hall? To come live with you here at the camp? Ha. Ed. You okay? Are you okay? Whether it was living outside or fighting, since I've lived like this for 1 year. I thought I could fend off any situation smoothly. Phew. But it's a relief I cut my finger. I got time to organize my thoughts. First. This is probably something you expected I would say. But still, I'll address them. While I wonder if there's any purpose in saying this outright. I think of you as someone who is incredibly kind and sincere. I'm sure it isn't just me who thinks of you like that. But I like you a lot. With that being said, I feel the need to express the fact that I am a man. Listen carefully, Janica. I don't know how you think of yourself, but you have quite a lovely charm. You are beautiful. While I can stay considerate and gentle at the moment. I don't know what may happen if we live under the same roof. Wait, let me catch my breath. If I were to be precise, men in general are similar in some ways, and I'm thankful you trust me, but still. If it's you, I'm okay with it, Ed. Ah. For a while, it felt as if Janica and I were balancing on the tightrope of a strange boundary. Ed. Speaking in a polite manner without rhyme or reason made things feel both familiar and unfamiliar. After the arduous and grueling student council president election. And just when I felt at ease and a sense of freedom after returning to camp. Janica's sudden proposal of cohabitation came out of nowhere. Can you endure this? Can you restrain yourself? This situation was practically urging me, enticing me to let go of my rationality. Janica. However. Are you going through something difficult? Whenever something unexpected happens, there's always a reason behind it. Considering how Janica is saying something like this out of the blue, I have to consider if there's a factor behind the scenes. Really, Ed? There's nothing you don't know. I must have wanted to run away. I've missed the days back when I had a single room in Offis Hall. I seem like an idiot, right? From the beginning. For Janica, who even went berserk because of the pressure of everyone's eyes. Living in the normal dorms of Dex Hall is no easy task. For an entire year, she endured everyone's relentless gazes. Forcing herself to kindly smile in response. This camp has kind of been like A refuge for me. So I guess I wanted to escape here if it was possible. I'm sure it must have been burdensome for you to hear, Ed. It's not something that would get resolved by escaping, and it must be burdensome for you. But I still wanted to ask just once. It definitely is burdensome. Yeah. But you know, Janica. But isn't the issue of it being burdensome to me completely unrelated? Huh. Life is about being a burden to others while carrying the burden of others. Of course, if I really think burden isn't worth carrying, next time, I'll just make a burdensome request back. It's not like we're only going to know each other for a short while, so isn't it an issue that can be solved by give and take? Our relationship is going to last for a long time. Then. I still think it's a bit too much for us to live under the same roof, but how does another hut sound? I thought that Janica would jump up and down in joy, knowing her personality, oof dash. But her reaction differed from what I expected. Yeah, thanks. You're not speaking formally anymore. Hick dash. Janica seemed to try creating some distance, but ultimately failed. Though what would have really changed had she succeeded? She's a girl who'll always step up to help when someone needs it. While I'm sure her kind actions won't ever get fully repaid. If someone like that was on the floor and crying, no matter how much the relationship soured, one wouldn't be able to resist and would put a hand on her shoulder. Well, even if I said it like that, building another hut is no easy feat. I want to prepare for lessons and create the cane quickly. And I lost sleep trying to think of how I'd change around my schedule. Ah, you're awake, Ed Roth-Taylor. I need your advice. I have no experience in building huts. You seem tired. Honestly, I'm the same. At the spirit world, I partied all night, since there was a celebration. Well, regardless. Now that there's a hut to build. We finished picking the location. It seemed best to have it on the opposite end. So fast. It's kind of romantic to open the doors in the morning and see each other, right? Well, it doesn't seem like it'd be bad to build it next door either. But it'd feel a little stuffy, and some sort of privacy should be maintained. Hm. Perhaps like this. No. Perhaps building it at the closest possible proximity is best. Sir Tarkhan, the general plan is to finish in 10 days. This fire spirit, Mug as the scene head of command, shall do their very best to make work as efficient as possible. 10 days. My indeed. After considering the lower rank spirits' rotation shifts and breaks, that's the plausible time frame. Of course, there is definitely a possibility of lessening that time, depending on the progression of the. Back in my day, it was normal to carry the spirit sorcerer for 3 days straight, hiking snowy mountains for a week, and battle the very next day without a problem. Now that it's now in your day, there are more spirit sorcerers, so it's easier to form contracts. The lower rank spirits are taking it easier, resting well, eating well, and working on their own comfortable terms. When will you have a phase shift and reach the mid-rank at this rate? Then I will adjust the plans as much as possible. And finish it within 1 week. Ed Roth-Taylor. I have work to do, so I will now be off. It will be finished in 5 days, so please endure it, even if it becomes a bit noisy. 5 days. It took me several months. If he says I have to do it, I have no choice. This fire spirit, Mug, can do it. I must. I can do it. I can do it. I'm sorry. I really am, Mug. I didn't do this on purpose. Phew. It's a relief my busy schedule got resolved. I now have the time to make the thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. There were a lot of things that made me want to repay her. Giving her a place in the camp isn't enough. Despite her having many canes from her friends and family, and my uncertainty whether or not she'll like it considering she uses an oak cane. I still hope. Janica will like this. Lucy can't sleep. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. It was likely partially due to the construction work that lasted all day long. But the true cause. Ah. Lucy. Was Janica, who had greeted her warmly. But the two have already had a battle of wits before. Although Janica was bad at expressing things that were unpleasant, she couldn't lose. Ahem. So. I'll be living here. Who? I borrowed a bunch of elemental magic books. Faculty Building Eastern Square. This is because I thought I should learn some new magic. Mid-rank magic particle explosion. Although particle explosion has good practical use, its firepower is that of low-level magic at best. I think just crushing you with the difference in our power would be the best way to deal with someone like you, Ed. Firepower. The Holy Fire Keeper, the Romantic, and the Prophet. Adele Saris. Although she appeared regularly since the first act as Taylor's comrade, she doesn't appear often in the game. She doesn't have many points of contact with me either. You're busy today as well, edition. So. Why is it that she's speaking to me? Me? I've heard much from Taylor and Isla. They seem to have complex emotions about you. Yeah, but that's none of my business. Although I am a bit curious about Taylor. From what I heard from Jix, he's been growing stronger and doing well. At this rate, he'll be able to easily pass through the joint combat training without an issue. Do you want to hear a song? I'm still a bard who travels the continent. Although I'm staying in Sylvania for now. It's fine, these are quite heavy. Oh my, what a shame. Ed. If you one day rise to the patriarch's throne, you will have to kill the person you respect most with your own hands. If you hesitate in that moment, however, know that it will be you who dies. A prophecy? The reason that Adele could always calmly play the lute in any situation was because of her prophetic ability to see the future. But because her prophecies don't always come true, I don't have to worry too much about them. However, the reason I feel unsettled is because I know of a more certain future. Based on the scenario, in the third act, Adele will die. No. I wanted to make 2 thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden sticks in order to make 2 canes. One for Janica, and one for me. But when I asked her to make lightning for me, I'm only doing 1. Don't you just have to use the magic once anyway? Then I'll just make 1, and give it to Janica. Since its performance is good, I should give it to the person who'll use it the best. Okay, I'll do both of them. Oh. But I have a condition. It's nothing much. A condition? Go somewhere with me. The Archmage glocked. Regardless of field, whether it was elements, monster ecology, herbology, mana management, sensitivity theory, spirit studies, he was acknowledged in his research results. And he possessed 2 highest-ranked spirits Teorphis Mox Bank Water Sprit Fried at the same time. After he retired, he worked to develop the younger generations, and he invested all of his life savings into the education sector and academy research funds. They say he barely used money on himself. When it comes to Sylvania Academy, it was Archmage Glock who advanced it to be the best educational facility in the world. Glock spent all of his funds on the academy. And secluded himself in the Great Ramelin Mountains in the continent's northwestern region. Isn't that the person who's dating Janica? And he met an abandoned child at a monastery there. That's Lucy. That was Lucy. If there was something unexpected, it was that Lucy's magic talent was greater than Glock had imagined. It was a talent that was a precious gem of humanity. The twilight of the Archmage who had left his mark in history was spent polishing up this gem. He was a great man. If a book were to be written about his life, it could be filled with epic tales and grand adventures. But his latter years were more sad. His wife, who he'd met when he was young, lost her life while subjugating Teorphis, and all of his colleagues had passed away before him. Eventually, the only people who remained around him were those who revered him, and those who wanted to use his fame, which is probably why he built a hut in the mountains to seclude himself. But what was a relief? Was that there was someone that could continue his will. A rainy day and a shabby hut. That alone allowed Glock to pass away happily. And that's how the Archmage Glock's journey ended, and how my journey began. Although it's over now. Over. Do you know where that old man's hometown is? From what I learned in history class. It's the lawless area of Cohelton, right? No, the history books are wrong. That's just where he spent his youth. What? His real hometown is here, Arkan Island. I don't know what was so entertaining. But whenever he talked about living in Arkan Island, he was so earnest, and even until the moment he died, he worried about this school. He was such a fool, that old man. His heart's hometown was Arkan Island. There was no helping it. Lucy told me about the journey that she'd had no choice but to embark on. At the time, the young Lucy only had the shabby hut and the cold corpse of the old man left. She covered his corpse with a blanket and tied it up with leather ropes, before freezing him with ice magic. Although most mages would get tired maintaining this ice magic for even just 1 hour, that was already possible for Lucy at this stage. This is a story that sends goosebumps down your spine. Glock's hut was in the Ramelin Mountains in the northwest of the continent, so she headed south of there. She passed the Urekal Forest, Great Lake Ica, the land of alchemy Crete, the Malin Plains, the holy city Carpi, and the Denkin wetlands. To finally reach Klol Empire's borders. After that, the Teldanil Viscounty. Following the river downstream from there took her past the merchant city Oldek, the Awulan County, the island Barony, the Sale Viscounty. The Rothtailor Duchy, the Fader Marquise, and the Tiz County. Then, she passed the Janet Mountains, Drays River and Zahul Margrave's territory, and headed southwest. Passing by Cranpole Forest after opening a world map, you'd have to draw a straight line with a quill for quite some time. Before you could reach Mexa's bridge that connects to Arkan Island. That journey she set forth on while using magic to maintain her master's corpse. And even using it to move her own body. It took 3 months. I got a bit lost. And it took me a week just to find that. This. According to that old man's records, this is the place where the Archmage and the Great Sage taught each other and trained. This is where my journey ended. Introduction to Aspectual Magic author Glock Eldervain. This. Glock's travelogue of Southern Views, which included his thoughts of magic within the southern continent, sells for 7,000 golden coins. If you think that's one of history's greatest books, ah. His posthumous book, which includes his analysis of Aspectual Magic, must have a worth I can't even calculate. You can take it. It's all things I already know how to do, so I don't need it. I remember all the words Grandpa left behind. I haven't even lived half the life given to Mu Epsilon, and I might begin a new journey. Or maybe I'll go after living a half-assed life like this. Still. I plan on keeping the promise I made to Grandpa. If danger comes to Sylvania, I will definitely protect it at least once. It's not a very happy story, and listening to it isn't enjoyable either. And coming to a place like this is a hassle, but I just wanted to show you this. Although the first journey of her life had somewhat concluded after coming to Arkan Island and burying her master, Lucy hasn't been able to escape her master's shadow yet. Which is why she endlessly waits for that danger to approach Sylvania, sometimes with excitement, and sometimes with fear. No wonder she's lazy. But once the promised trial has passed, she will finally be able to leave on a new journey in order to lead her own life. Because I know that time isn't too far off, I've decided to be lazy with Lucy for today. The sound of the waves and the refreshing wind of late spring made it neither cold nor hot even after sitting for a long time. It was a fortunate thing. Wow. I didn't know it could be built this fast. This fire spirit, mug. Fire spirit. Guys. I told you to take it easy. No, Tarkan. And never mind. I think we can ascend now. Have a happy camp life. That'll be enough for us. That's all we need. Thanks guys. Thank you so much. You're just being unsummoned. This feels strange, but thanks. Cohabitation. Ed. Yawn. Ah. Oh ho. Another fail. It looks difficult to use just by the looks of it. Can you even get a grasp on the mana flow? Not sure, I have to try, at least. Yawn. For Aspectual Magic, it's important to understand the principles first. Magic is a study in which both theory and senses coexist. You'll get a feel for it after repeated practice. Wow. Looks like you've done your repeated practicing too. Yeah, 2 or 3 times. Ha. I'm sure that's the case for a genius like you. Who would have known that Glock's introduction to Aspectual Magic would exist? I thought of it as magic that couldn't be learned in the game. Aspectual magic is magic that needs to easily manipulate time, space, and your mind, so when it comes to it, it's the greatest in power. But because it goes against providence and the natural order, it's the most difficult and unresearched magic. Apart from the danger, it's hard to understand. Lucy has learned it using her intuition, so it'll be difficult for her to teach. It would have been great if I had Professor Glast. Yeah. If Professor Glast was alive. What? Another woman. Even if you have large aspirations as a man. Who knows what kind of hell you'll really face at this rate. Ah. Why? I was having so much fun reading this. Ah. I apologize. It was the spirit from last time. I jumped to conclusions. What is it? These are the old magic books you asked for that need to be scrapped. Give my thanks to Elka. I need to start from the basics, so borrowing them each time would be annoying. It must have been heavy, so thanks. I should do something for. It's fine, but if you really insist. What about doing student council work with me? I'm flattered, but because of the previous incident, Tanya. No, the student council president trusts me quite a lot. She seemed to want to put other people she trusts near her, so I'm asking if you'd want to work as part of the student council. Is it okay to be so half-assed about its formation? It's not half-assed. Since this is the first time in Sylvanian history that a first year has become the student council president, she's planning on making the cabinet the best it can be. The lady from the Curel County in the third year and fourth year top student Deke have already joined. And in the future, she wants first year magic faculty top student Joseph, third year assistant a top assistant Annis, fourth year top alchemy faculty student Dorothy. And you too. She's only gathering trustworthy and talented people. But you're going to reject it? You do magic engineering, spirit sorcery, stamina training, camping, and academy scholarship student work. And you're also training in a new type of magic, so there's no helping it. I expected it. But the student council president will be disappointed. He expected it. After saving Tanya and having the scenario turn into something unknown, small predictions feel meaningless. Jix joining the student council was unexpected in the first place, and the entire list he stated was unexpected. According to the timeline, the joint combat training will be happening soon, and this is the biggest event before the third act's final event, Lucy's subjugation. This event that happens again for the second 9-year seniors who are the generation of the protagonist has an incident where first-year alchemy top student Claude loses in the final battle and drinks the forbidden drug Evil God's blood. I remember that event well as one with an unpleasant ending. However, the scenario is out of my hands now, and whether it flows as I know it or flows in a completely new direction. It is all now unknown. Unless mages spend all night casting weight lightning magic, this is a giant carriage that could never move. The might of the forces guarding him are like that of an army, so the holy city's citizens saw this and called it the Wheeled Palace. Because the resources being used are a waste, this palace that does not leave far from the holy imperial capital has 2 people sitting on top. It's further than I expected. It's a relief that we could see the Saintis situation coming all this way. Yes. It's thanks to you planning a visit to the nearby noble territories. The planning was perfect. We'll be at Sylvania soon. Since the Holy Pope is visiting, there must be no problems with the preparations, right? There's so much to do. But the Holy Pope Eldian, who rules the Holy City Carpi, and the Archbishop Verdio, who assists the Holy Pope, are both visiting at once, the goal of their visit. Spread the word about the grace of God Telos, and perform new baptisms. But these are all just for appearance, bring that this way. And this is the real important part, right? Here, the meeting request. They're worried about Saintess Clarice, since she is like the heart of the order. Wait, there's one more meeting request. Who would the Holy Pope want to meet? Adele. Who is that? Anyway, plan my schedule out such that I can meet the Saintess. Yes. Today, the Holy Pope will be visiting us all the way from the Holy Imperial Capital. Which is why, instead of as Kylie, I have to appear as the real Saintess in front of the students for the first time in a while. Belle, today's the day of the joint combat training, right? Yes. Fortunately enough, it overlaps with the Holy Pope's visit. That's unfortunate, since I was really looking forward to interacting with the other grades. I don't want to return to the Holy Imperial Capital. Student life is like a dream, and I haven't even been able to meet the person I was supposed to meet yet. The girl who is in charge of the Holy Fire and always stares off into the open world, the wandering minstrel, Adele. I took many walks on paths where I'd bump into second years. but because she is such a person who is in and out of places. I think it's hard to see her even here. I want to hurry and meet her. The stories of the exam I had with my friend. The hut I went to find in the middle of the night, during a storm. I, who only ever listened, have stories to tell too now. Of course, I don't want to tell the Archbishop all of this. How the top student of the school stormed through the dorms and destroyed them, how a fallen noble got swept up in a murder case. If Verdio, who had always emphasized a pure life, hears about these incidents, I'm sure he'll make me leave the academy, even now. It's always hard to refuse Verdio's words. It's not because he's the master of mind reading. Perhaps it's because mind reading is an ability that falls under the holy magic category. But it doesn't work on me. Ever since I was young, he has been like a teacher to me, so that's why it's hard to refuse him. I think you can eat comfortably, Saintess Clarice. Oh my, was it obvious I was nervous? Oh well, it's fine for now. As long as I keep the condition that once my identity gets caught by another student, I have to give up my student life. Wait. Ed Roth-Taylor. Of course, it doesn't seem like he would spill, but what if Verdio and Ed Roth-Taylor meet? Saintess. But what if he really somehow finds out that Ed Roth-Taylor knows my identity through mind reading? Should I make you a cup of tea? No, it's fine. But I have a request. Help me prepare to go out. We don't have much time. Where? Ed. Ed Roth-Taylor. I think I'll calm down and I meet him. I need to meet him right now. As quickly as possible. Pardon. Belle didn't know why. Is that so? But she didn't want to let Ed and the Saintess meet. Joint combat training match list. I don't have any challengers for the joint combat training. Do you have anyone you'd want to challenge? Doesn't that seem a little arrogant? The joint combat training has begun. Like last year's, it's an exam where students fight each other and have the results reflected in their grades. The fact that lower grades fight with higher grades is also the same. What's changed from last year is the rule that you can challenge an opponent through a duel request. According to the current scenario, there are no first years in class right now. As a result, they are eager to somehow win against a second year. And since there are many strong characters in the protagonist's year, the IST year and second year matches will be worth watching. However, not many are interested in the third and fourth year matches. What should we eat for dinner tonight? I have some leftover meat I bought from L'Oreal in restaurant. Should we just add some salt and cook that? Among the third years that Janica and I belong to, there aren't many strong people. Last year, other than Janica beating Lortell, there was no one who was able to defeat their junior, so the fourth years should be able to challenge anyone and easily win. On the other hand, those that are strong end up not receiving any challenges. You keep reading the book Lucy got you. It's an important book. I think I'll only be reading this for now. Seeing how I'm not receiving any challenges, I must also be considered strong now. Important, I see. Although there is a way to challenge someone first, that'll be difficult for Janica's personality. I need to stay low. Make way. The Saintess is coming. And check how much the scenario has changed. First of all, it's strange that Clarice is here right now. Wow, the Saintess. She won't be participating in the joint combat training because it overlaps with the Holy Pope's visit. Did the Holy Pope's visit get delayed? What variable could have been big enough to change that? What could have changed for? I had planned to send a letter, but I wanted to hurry and meet you, so I decided to just come. Hello, Ed. I cannot stay too long, but it'd be great to share a short conversation with you. It's an honor, Saintess. I am Janica Faylover, Saintess. It's an honor. Honor to see you up close. Even if she lived in the countryside, 1/3 of the Empire's population are believers of the Telos Order. What do I do? This kind of reaction to meeting the Saintess is normal. Seeing her like this makes it hard to believe that she's the same person as Kylie Ekney. Through hours of rigorous training, all of her movements have come to exude elegance with no disturbances in emotion. I heard the Holy Pope and Archbishop are coming to visit soon. Is it okay for you to be here? The place the Holy Pope is visiting is Offis Hall. It's a relief that it coincided with where I am. It was time for the matches for the joint combat training to be announced, so I thought you would be here, edition. So she came just to see me. Why? Although the Holy Pope is very sharp and intelligent, the Archbishop, video, is also quite intelligent. It makes you wonder if I can read minds or something. The way he seems to see exactly what you're thinking is so fascinating. It must be a type of holy magic, right? Anyway, there are rumors that the Archbishop has the ability to see everyone's thoughts. I see. Verdio. Mind reading. The ability to see thoughts. Ah, I see. The reason Clarice came all this way to have this unnatural conversation. Archbishop Verdio has the ability to read thoughts. And she's worried that he'll find out that I know her identity. That capable. Archbishop Verdio is incredible. Of course, there's no way he'll ever meet with someone like me, with my lowly fallen status. Is that so? Yes, and I'll be busy partaking in the joint combat training, so I will probably never meet him. Never. Saintis. Then. So you're saying you came here just to see Ed? Why yes, that's true. While you were nervous about seeing the Holy Pope. You brought a carriage all the way here just to see Ed. And no. So, I am human too. So, of course I get nervous. So, Anyway, so that's why. There are people you want to see. And when you think of the person you want to meet. And seeing his face. Wait, so. Since I was nervous. I just wanted to see him. Or meet him. I guess that makes sense. Oh, look at the time, the Holy Pope will soon arrive as Saintis. Hugh. Whether she's Clarice or Kylie, she's hard to spend time with. Woohoo. You didn't send any challenge requests either. Ed. Yes, edition. There are rumors among the new students that he's pretty strong. Of course, he's probably just strong among those third-year weaklings. Just. What? You need to prepare yourself. For the first and second-year matches, there's a rule that they can't use mid-rank magic or sharpened blades. But the upper grades are different. Kihahaha. I'll make it clear before the match. Fourth-year combat faculty rank 2 student, a man who never lets his guard down against his juniors. Kordek. As you may know, my name is Kordek Vaildirk. I know they said you can't use sharpened weapons because they have the ability to kill, but that's just a blunt weapon. Hugh, I was so scared I'd have to go against that guy. Okay, third-year Ed Roth Taylor, fourth-year Kordek Vaildirk. If both are ready. Begin. My body is heating up. Kihahaha. I never go easy just because it's a mock duel. If you feel the fear coursing through your body, then it's still not too late. Ha. Mid-rank magic particle explosion. Kiak. What kind of mage's reaction speed is that? The third years. Until last year, they were nothing much, just. Where did this monster come from? Gulp. It took around 5 seconds. I was careful to make sure he wouldn't get hurt. Sorry if you wanted to fight some more. Good work. Whoa. Woohoo. I couldn't focus on it because I was thinking about other things. After the Saintis explosive visit, I took the directionally challenged Janica to the stadium. On my way to fight Kordek at the other stadium, I met someone unexpected. Oh my, we meet again. What are you doing here? This is Glocked Hall. Second years should be in Nail Hall. What a coincidence. I heard even the way the wind blows is fate, so we must be quite closely connected. She's uncomfortable. Once the joint combat training is over, well then, I have to go. I know that Adele Saris will die. Normally, I would weigh the scenarios, but the scenario had already shifted once I made Tanya student council president. Thinking that it was arrogant to try and influence things that I had no power over. And thinking of those who I've had to let go. Now, it's difficult to just let things pass. Hey. Yes, Ed. You will die soon. That must be hard to believe. Trying to convince her would. I know. What? She knows she's going to die. How? Has she possessed someone like me? No way. I need to hurry and find Taylor in order to see how much the scenario has shifted, and then Adele. It's an earthquake. An earthquake? What is that sound? Even if the scenario has changed greatly, using predictions and my imagination, I've prepared thoroughly. But what's happening right now is something that is far past the realm of imagination. Why is that here now? A being known to have gone extinct even within legend. A great calamity that cannot be stopped through human force alone. The failed swordsman of Sylvania's final boss, the sacred lance Pragon, has awoken.